salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right?
And just like a red, white, and blue phoenix rising from the ashes of political bipartisanship, we are back to Salt of the Streets podcast.
This is Saturday, November 6th, 4:22 p.m., episode 117.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Salt of the Streets podcast, your one and only source for social and political commentary on all the weekly news, pop culture, and sports that you can handle. And the best part about the whole deal, it's all built from the ground up for people like you and me, the everyday normal person. So come down and join us as we discuss life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and continue our endless endeavor to bridge the gap between people and information. As always, we are your hosts. I am Colin.
I am Donovan.
And coming up on this week's show, we are joined by a very special guest, star and snake handler extraordinaire of the Twitch world, Miss Creatrix. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Hello.
And today we're going to be getting into a whole myriad of things, but we're going to be talking to Miss Creatrix about where she's at in the world of politics. We're going to be talking about some of the most current things that have happened over the last week. I've been up in the mountains, so it's going to be a lot of catching up for me to do. There's been some very interesting movement over the last week. So, yeah, I think that about sums it up.
Yes.
Good. Then we're good. Then we're going to do this. But we're going to start out, as per almost the usual at this point, we're going to start out with a nice shot.
I think it's probably been at least
I'm ready.
5 episodes that we've started with a shot now. At first, it was just a thing I did on a whim.
Yeah.
I bought some BSB at the gas station. Brown sugar bourbon, that's also a local thing.
Wait, is it just whiskey?
Brown sugar bourbon, yeah, it was a local thing. The most recent stuff that we got is from St. Louis. I don't know what the deal is with that, but yeah, it's bourbon. And I bought little shooters of it at the gas station the first time, and then I did it like a couple times after that. And ever since then, we've just been taking shots of whatever we cooked up. So this is Buffalo Trace. This is whiskey. This is what Colin. There we go. This is Colin's favorite. So
Good
that's
shit.
not an ad.
Oh.
Buffalo Trace. This is like like the oldest whiskey ever, some shit like that, right?
Something like that.
Something like that.
It's been around for a minute.
Older than God,
Is
older
there
than
an
the country.
established on there?
I'm sure that there is.
I hope so.
If it's that old, then it says something. Early pioneers settled here in 1775. Blah 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 blah. Come on, where are we at?
Where are we at? You got this. Golden ring came off.
It doesn't say. I'm sure that it does somewhere. I'm telling you, this is older than shit. Not this particular bottle, but this brand.
Oy.
Doesn't matter.
Fuck it.
Let go.
That was
Fucking
a really
cheers.
anticlimactic.
Cheers.
Yes, cheers.
Cheers.
Thank you for joining us.
Cheers, y'all. Oh.
God, I love bourbon.
What did you just take a shot of?
Bob sauce.
Bob sauce. What is Bob sauce?
So, in my stream, I have Bob sauce, which is basically like this much vodka. It's like half vodka, grapefruit, and then a little bit of lime.
Okay.
It used to be Dr. McGillicuddy's, but that shit fucking like, I love Doctors, but like it's just so fucking sweet. Like this is because of the grapefruit, it's not as sweet. It's just more tart, and it's easier to take down a lot
Yeah.
of.
Okay. All right. So it's a homebrew. I like that.
Lexi says
Yeah.
she'll be taking a shot when she gets back from the gym.
There it is.
Hey.
Hey! Yeah, we might be doing that. I think we'll still be recording by the time she gets back from the gym.
Probably. We
Jeez.
usually are.
Yeah, we usually are.
Generally how this goes.
Oh, so you had something you wanted to lead off on?
Oh, yeah. Okay. So,
Something that popped in your brain?
yeah. And I think this happened while you were gone. Facebook is changing its name, right?
Yes,
The company.
I have heard.
Yes. And the reason that I want to talk to you about this, they're changing their name to Meta. You know about this, obviously.
Yeah, I just found out about this last
Yes.
night. I don't
So-
really know why.
Probably because people hate Facebook.
That'd be my
and-
guess.
Are they actually gonna like publicly rebrand?
So the
Or is this
company
gonna be internal?
itself, The company itself is going to change its name to Meta, but the app and the website is still going to be called Facebook. So
Oh my
the
God.
product is still Facebook, but it's kind of like how Alphabet owns Google. It's the same idea, except it's just been one company the whole time instead of purchasing of another one.
Oh yeah.
So
Shout out Roosters in the chat. He says, "Yo."
Hi.
thank you for
Yo,
joining
yo,
us.
yo.
So in the video debut of this, right, Mark Zuckerberg is standing in his office, and then he posts a bunch of virtual stuff. And have you seen the video?
Yeah.
The debut of this.
Yes.
Yes.
I think I just saw this, and it's so funny in Discord
Yes.
last night. I
So-
like just found out about this.
Yes. So
What
in
up,
that
Will?
video, right, he shows the digital version of himself, and then they go and they're playing poker and they're fucking doing whatever, right? So not a month ago, we just talked about the show, whatever the show is called, because now I can't even remember. But it's
Yeah, it's like a newer show, right?
I can't for the life of me remember what it's called, but it's a singing show where instead of you're seeing the real people, they are able to make their own digital avatar, and that's what the judges are seeing. And God damn it, I can't remember what the
I'll
fucking
look it
show
up
is
again.
called. My wife is the one that told me. That's the only reason I knew what it was called, was because she
Wait,
commented.
this is an actual
It's
TV
an
show?
actual television show that is on right now. It is a network television show.
I don't watch
Alter Ego.
Alter Ego.
I don't know.
Yes, so it's called Alter Ego, and it's a singing show, but instead of you, if you're the judge, instead of you seeing me, I get to make my own digital avatar that could be an alien, whatever color skin, hair, whatever the fuck you want it to look like. That's what you're seeing, but you see my voice, and then there's like some motion capture, and so you can see the moves, and you can hear the voice, but you don't
But
see...
VR shit. VR shit, right?
So when we talked about this, we're like, oh, that's kind of cool. And I'm like, no, it's not cool. This is prepping us for Ready Player One. What's that called? The Oasis,
Yep.
right? This is prepping us for being prepared to see digital versions of one another even more outside of the TV.
The singularity,
Yes.
right? Isn't that
Maybe
the whole
it's-
thing? They want us to merge with the. They want us to
Exactly.
merge with technology. I mean, I think that
Into
they're.
the metaverse.
I think that
Into
there's
the
like an
metaverse?
inherent instinct in most of us that's like kind of like repulsed by it. Like some people
Tissues.
are definitely drawn to it. When I was younger, I remember reading like Ray Kurzweil and being like, yes, this is the next step of evolution and like all of that shit. Actually, hold please, my laptop's dying.
Oh no. Ray Kurzweil. I like that pull out.
Yeah, but now I feel like I don't know, but my ideas on that has shifted a lot, like on technology and the merging of it, and it probably came from doing a lot of acid. I feel like you start to see
That'll
things
do
a
it.
little differently.
Makes sense.
When you like take some like psychedelics and you start like seeing things just like a little differently, and you're like, oh,
Yes.
Mhm.
maybe that's not the move. When because you start seeing like the spiritual aspect of things, which I believe is actually there. Personally, I'm very spiritual. So I think that if you have that spiritual grasp, like the concept of merging with technology is like kind of, it doesn't feel right. It's just
Right.
intuitively feels off.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like obviously to a degree, we're like, you know, like cyborg arms and all of that shit. Like it's going to happen to a degree. But I think that when it comes to like merging our minds, that would only work if we don't have souls, which personally I believe that we do. You know?
Oh yeah,
So-
that's the Neuralink, man.
Okay, right. So I was
Yeah.
going to say, so my fears are doubled down. First of all, by Neuralink. We'll get
Yeah.
to that in a second. But by this Facebook thing, when he's showing, well, now we're just going to, this is how people are going to meet and converse and fucking whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
One thing, it's like Twitch is one thing where they're seeing a real person, right? Like they're watching
Well,
you.
not always. VTubers.
That's true. That's true. So most of the
get me
time, right, you're seeing at least a real person, or they're at least dressed up, or you know, they're cosplayed. They're something, right? This new metaverse thing that Facebook is talking about is taking this alter ego thing, in my opinion, right? And this is totally a conspiracy thing of mine, but it freaked me the fuck out. I don't like it. And taking it one step further, of like, we'll just take that person, and now this is just where you're at. Meet all your friends in the metaverse. Do all your shit here. Just have everyone meet here. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? And then this
Instead of
Neuralink
seeing
thing.
people in person, like maybe the
Yes.
pandemic was like a prep for us
Yes.
to just like learn how to live
Yes.
in our houses and never leave. Which to a degree, like, I mean, I kind of do that anyway. But like, I still like believe that like congregating and having events is very important. And having
Yes.
like, and unfortunately, I feel like the one issue is like even events like with our generation and stuff, it's basically just like going out and like getting fucked up and like massive groups and like listening to music where you can't hear anything, you know, like, and
Right.
and then there's like that disconnect. But personally, I think like having events is very important. And like
And
that we're never going to get that experience, that like energetic charge that you get from people via computer, like via VR.
I agree.
I just don't see it happening. I don't think that there's always going to be something missing. I think that there's always going to be that desire to still be with people in person.
Yeah, because even in those big crowded parties, you know, thinking about like the old bonfire parties I used to go to where everybody's sitting around the bonfire and you could really only talk to the person like next to you. And even then you're having to be really, you know, loud because somebody's got their truck doors open and they're cranking some fucking Hank Williams or some shit. You can't hear anything. But it's still the person-to-person interaction, you know, even when you can't hear people, is still there. You know, there's still bodies there. You're still looking at people's eyes. You know, there's still body language involved. And to some extent, you lose a little bit of that, like during the pandemic when it first started. You know, we had a big group chat that ended up going for like 5 hours one day with all my buddies and our, you know, all the couples and all that stuff were all on there. We had a conversation I don't think we would have ever had in person, but it was like it's still different. But
there is an intimacy to this, like, or to the communicating online.
Oh yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a lot of good things about it. Like you're on the other side of the country, and we could do this now. But but the minute you put that virtual avatar up in front,
what I'm saying.
That's where you're crossing a line that is
that's
just really uncomfortable.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Is that the separation that you are talking about that I agree is there of this, where even with this, there is an intimacy with this. People have Skype sex and stuff like that. There is absolutely an intimacy that you can establish there, even over the computer. But there is something that is always going to be lacking. But if then all you've ever known of somebody, you could be catfished and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So if you can fall in love with somebody over the internet, and now if all you've ever known of this person is their avatar, and you're getting then the body language because they're like, oh, well, tee-hee or whatever, you know, whatever the flirty thing is that you're looking for that you can then see on, obviously I'm not good at, but whatever you're looking for, you can see. And so
yeah, it's kind of making me think of, you know how on TikTok now they have all like these crazy pronouns, like I saw someone has like demon pronouns.
Oh yes.
Like, they're like call me dem and dem self and all that stuff.
Yes.
But it's kind of like they almost want us to get to this point where, at least with an avatar, you can be whoever you want. You could be a boy demon. You could be whatever the fuck you want in like this avatar world, instead of actually like being yourself in reality. So if you're unhappy with who you are, don't worry. You can just be an avatar on the internet and you can make it be whatever the fuck you want, instead of working on yourself and like actually like doing shit in the real world. You know?
Oh yeah.
And you referenced the pandemic earlier, right? Keeping people in their houses and stuff like that. And if you are of the mindset that a lot of people are, that COVID is a very dangerous form of COVID, is never going to go away, right? Like it's always going to be an active danger in our lives to be very scared of this all the time. There are some people, and I just heard about this. I think that it was Michael Malice interviewing James Lindsay on his show.
Oh yeah.
You're welcome, right? And they were talking about that there are actual opinion pieces being written that say if we don't do anything about the pandemic, then in 5 years, 95% of the people will die. Some people really believe that in 5 years, 95% of the world will die from COVID. If we don't do, people, I swear to God, there are really people
COVID
that believe that.
multiple times and I'm good. Like
I've also had COVID. Colin's had COVID. So if you are of that mindset, right, and you're doing all of the things and you think that, I got to get everything, I got to double mask, I got to do everything, because if we don't do anything, 95% of the people on the planet are going to die, then you are probably more likely to stay at home because you're scared. Yeah. And potentially more likely, these are a lot of ifs, this is a lot of conjecture, it's a lot of whatever, but potentially more likely to take up this avatar thing is like, well, this is just where I'm at now, because at least I can get fulfillment from, and if you don't want a blue-haired, red-skinned avatar, you can go to the metaverse on Facebook where it's just you. It's a picture of you. It's your Bitmoji or whatever the fuck, and you can just pick its outfit, and you can go to the poker room, and you're good to go. So doubled that, right? Like you said, was Neuralink. Do you know what Neuralink is?
Yeah, the Elon Musk shit.
Yes.
I love how Elon Musk is so funny because he's like, this is the biggest danger, AI. But he's like, but I'm going to make the thing that's going to be kind of the thing that's also the most dangerous. It's like,
Yeah.
bro, like, if you know this is the thing that's the most dangerous,
Then
why
stop
are you making it?
Yes.
Like,
That's
why
why
are
he's
you
the true
making it
supervillain.
I know. He's just like, by the way, this thing might fuck up humanity. But, like, you know, I'm just going to keep making it. 'cause-
Right.
This is the dude
Just
that with
for
like
the
one
roles,
tweet.
you're just-
Yeah. This is the dude that with one tweet can alter the entire crypto world in one fucking tweet and make people lose millions of dollars or
I
gain
know.
millions of dollars.
Yeah.
I know.
I'm still a fan.
So I've got concerns. I've got concerns about the convergence of technology. You know, it obviously doesn't stray me from hosting a podcast. Everything we do is over the internet.
Right.
We're doing all this, but it's just a weird deal.
It's
Yeah.
a balance.
I'm
I
gonna shut
think that
this
it's
light
a
off,
balance.
maybe. This will be
It's
helpful.
like I think that there has to be a balance. Like obviously, I don't think technology is evil. I think technology is neutral,
It's a tool.
and it's all about how you use it. Yeah, it's a tool. Everything's
Yeah.
like neutral. It's not inherently bad or good. It's just technology, and like it's how we use it that makes it bad or good.
Right.
And I think that like that's kind of the issue is that some people are looking at it like all technology is bad, and some people are looking at it well. Technology is our savior, when it's just like actually I think it's just like it can be used in a good way, but we probably shouldn't one I don't even know if it's possible. Like this whole concept of like what Ray Kurzweil wanted to do was basically saying that all we are is our memories, right? So like it's basically all of what their whole point was that if they took all the like neural patterns in our brains and uploaded that into a computer, that would be our
Okay.
consciousness, right? Is just our memories. But like I don't agree with that. Like what if that like just because it's all of the things that you remembered, like and they put that in a computer, but that's supposed to be you.
Right.
Yeah, that
it
doesn't-
seems
It's like thinking there's something essential. They're basically just saying that all we are is just these neural patterns in our brains. And so if they move that into a computer, that's us.
it's like a clone. You know, the age-old story of if you clone somebody, are they gonna,
Are they the
actually be
same
that
person?
same person? Is
Yeah.
it because it's the same idea? It's like
Yeah.
is it their soul or their whatever that makes them who they are, or can you take just all of their memories and all of their bullshit that you can put into a computer and put it into a brand new body that looks just like them? And will they be the exact same person and react the same and act the same and do all the same things? And I don't know that.
I don't
know
think
that-
so.
I don't
Unless
think so either, and I don't know
unless-
why, but.
it's not until they figure out what consciousness is, which is not what
Yeah.
I think it is. Like, and unless they figure out what actual like our soul is, what's like that thing that makes us spiritual, basically. Like inherently, people are kind of usually humanity is inherently spiritual. Like we always have been since the caveman days. There's that thing. I think until they can figure out what the fuck that is, then they're not going to be able to. They're not going to be able to move us into a computer.
Yeah, and I don't think we'll ever actually get to a point where we understand fully the nature of what consciousness truly is, because essentially when you boil it down to our base level of technology now, Sam Harris talks a lot about this kind of stuff, the neuroscientist.
Yeah.
It's
I know he's like an atheist. He's like a very
he's a very
Yeah.
devout atheist.
A
He's
devout
a pusher.
atheist.
He's a what do you call that?
I know.
Proselytizer of
I've
atheism.
listened to his debate with Jordan Peterson.
Oh yeah, that's 'cause he did a new one, right? Another more recent one.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
It's been a while
Yeah,
since I checked it.
yeah.
but-
Well, it was the one where Brett Weinstein was the
The moderator.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
yeah, and the thing I like Sam Harris. I like some of the stuff he says, but I think he's also it's like a devout atheist. It's still a religion at that point.
oh yeah.
Like, like if you're a devout atheist that's not willing to even consider the concept that maybe there is something that we don't understand within the world, like then that's also a religion. You're also coming from a religious mind frame of being like, nope, this is the set belief because I refuse to think that maybe there could be something that we don't understand in the world.
It seems like the ignorance exists on both sides of
Mm-hmm.
thinking that it's naive to have blind faith in a God. It's the same thing as naive
Exactly.
to just think that nothing is going to happen. You
Yeah.
know?
Yeah. Or to think that there's zero chance that
Right.
there could ever be a God, you
Yeah.
know, or not even just God, like intelligent design.
And
Yeah.
so you had said that you were spiritual, right? So you're not religious,
No.
but you are spiritual. Were you raised religious at all?
Yeah, I was raised fundamentalist Christian, very, very strict fundamentalist Christian.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And yep, and my mom still is pretty fucking crazy. Like she kicked, so I'm bisexual, and I had a girlfriend in high school. My mom found out, kicked me out of the house. Like she's very much set in her way. She's disowned me like 10 times in my life since high school, where
Oh,
she just
jeez.
will go like years without talking to me. And then my dad died in December, and like so now she's talking to me mainly because of that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mainly because it's like without my dad, there really would be no reason for me to talk to her anymore.
Are you
Because-
are you an only sibling? Do you have siblings?
no, I'm one of 8.
One of 8.
Shit.
Hot dog.
That's a
Mhm.
lot.
Well, I guess that does make
Fundamentalist
sense with-
Christian, yes, that would align. That would make sense.
Yeah.
So
Are you pretty close with all your siblings?
No, I'm starting to get closer to my little sisters because they're starting to get they're brainwashed, heavily brainwashed.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not really close to my older siblings. There's a lot of layers to that, but like my little sisters, like I'm starting to talk to my little sister on the phone more because she's reaching out to me, being like, I don't know what to do about mom, like because my mom is just like she homeschooled them. She doesn't let them have friends. She doesn't let them do anything. And like I was super rebellious. Like I like just was I was just the one that was like, no, I'm not doing this. Like
that's so
fuck
surprising.
this.
I wouldn't have.
Yeah. And so I think then after I went to college, like she got even stricter with them, which I kind of feel bad. It was like after me, she even got worse than she was when she was with me because
Like
she
a
was like,
reaction
oh, well,
almost.
I need to like make sure that they don't make any mistakes. And my little sister's starting to get to this age. She's 21 now, and she's like, she still lives with my mom, and she has a job and stuff, and she's starting to meet people that aren't the same, like from the same ideology, and she's starting to realize, she's like, how am I supposed to live life if I've never made a mistake? How am I supposed to live life if like I don't experience life? Like, and it's just sad to talk to them. My littlest sister, she told me she was like thinking about killing herself because she has no friends, and my mom won't let her have friends, and she's like 15 years old, you know.
That's terrible.
It's abuse in my opinion, but like that's this one extreme side of this religion, you know, like, or that's the thing, is like there's an extreme side on all fronts.
Yeah.
You know,
It gets really, really complicated when it becomes like ideological abuse.
yeah.
You know what I
Right.
mean? There's
Religious, especially.
Yeah, especially religious, because I mean, I went off last episode about religion, and we were talking about religious exemptions and stuff like that, and there's a lot of
Yes.
people calling out like, well, he's not even religious, he shouldn't get that. It's like, well, it's a tough call, because there are obviously pretty abusive religions, and we're just like kind of okay with that until it crosses like a physical line or like a sexual line or something like that. But other than that, you're kind of free to brainwash your kids as much as you want. You know, you can brainwash them into thinking it's okay to stand there next to a veteran's funeral and call the fallen veteran, a baby murderer and this and that, with the Westboro Baptist Church and stuff like that.
Right.
You know,
I mean, yeah.
it's complicated, because what do you do about that? That's kind of, if we believe in freedom, isn't that the freedom of your parents to be able to raise their kids any way they want?
I mean, the thing is like I got out of it, like, and I ended up, but since I remember being a little kid, and like I always was very like felt close to like a divinity. Like I definitely did. I believe that you can find God in every religion. That's kind of like where I'm at, like spiritually. Like I could go to church today and like have a experience with divinity, and any type of church, because I think that like all religions are just like the map, not the territory, you know?
That's very nicely put.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Alan Watts said that. So
That's
I don't
right.
think-
We'll credit it to you.
I also appreciate that she's willing to be honest and not take credit for it if she's I really appreciate that.
But who knows? Alan Watts might not have made it up either. He
We'll
probably-
give it to you. I don't have any problem with it. I'm just glad you were willing to be honest.
Quote tweet.
Yeah. Creatrix.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I feel like you can find religion. You can find God in every religion. I forgot where I was fucking going with that, but
So you
Yeah.
said that you were 16. You got kicked out of the house when you were 16?
yeah, and when I was a little kid, I remember like them telling me that I wasn't allowed to have any doubts. Like that was the thing, that like you weren't allowed to have any doubts about anything. And I was like inherently just someone that questioned and was just very like I had doubts, and they were telling me that having doubts was a sin, and I was like, so I'm just sinning all the time, like, because I can't stop.
Right.
And I also I knew that I liked girls when I was in 3rd grade. Like I liked both, and I was attracted to girls and boys in 3rd grade, and like that was inherently very bad. Like that was like one of the worst sins you could commit, and I was just naturally like this. And so I think that made me realize, I was like, something's not right, because I do feel like I have a connection to God. I do feel that, but like I don't feel like everything that I am is wrong. Like, why would God make me like this if everything I'm naturally is just evil?
Right, because in that same breath, you're made in God's image, right? And so if that same ideology, so you are perfect however you were made, and if that's who you are, then how could who you are be inherently a sin?
Yeah.
Exactly.
And we just talked about that in the pre-show of ideologies, of sometimes when a lot of very strict ideologies do not stand up to even extended conversations, because it takes 5 minutes to be like, well, that doesn't make sense. 5 minutes from a child, who just is trying to be who they are, to say this inherently doesn't make sense, and that's, I think this is a deep thought, this very first, right? But part of why religious schools are so strict, because of the black and white thought of, like you were talking about, faith and doubt, it's very difficult to conceptualize even as an adult. And so if you're a child trying to just gain a bearing on the world, and you're being told this is the way to live, this is it right here, it's your natural instinct to work against that, and it's only if you're, and this is not to denigrate anybody, it doesn't matter, but it's only if your will is stronger than the strictness of that school and that ideology that you're going to be stuck inside of it. Obviously, your grit, your will is stronger than whatever the form of that ideology is, And
my little sisters aren't, like, they weren't there, or it's not that they're not strong, it's just that like the brainwashing worked,
right?
And like even to this day, they're still brainwashed. But I can see my little sister, who's 21, kind of be like, something isn't right, and I don't know what to do. I've told them all that they could come live with me, but they're terrified, because in their mind, I'm like this evil sinning girl who lives a life of sin, so they're scared, obviously, of me. My nieces and nephews are terrified of me because of this idea that my sister-in-law creates of me, because she's just like my mom, so yeah, it's unfortunate. There's really nothing that can be done unless they figure it out. It's something that you personally, no one can convince you, you have to I've given them the tools. I always offer them, I try to have these open conversations with them, and I try to come at it from a Christian perspective, because I know the Christian perspective, and because I can use any religion as a tool to talk about God. So I can use Christianity and communicate about God in that way, so that it makes sense to them. But maybe someday they'll come out of it.
Are you the only one of your siblings? Where are you at in the 8?
I'm in the middle.
You're right in the middle. You're number 4 or number 5, though?
I'm number 4. 2 older brothers, 2 older sisters, and 3 little sisters.
That's
and my older brother is very religious, like my mom. My 2 sisters aren't. They live in Maine. And then my other brother, he's not really either. He lives in Maine. They're kind of yeah, it's complicated.
It's complicated. They
I
kind
mean,
of
you
got
have
out.
siblings, it gets complicated.
Right.
Oh, I'm
right.
sure. I have a hard enough time tracking the one I have. Jeez.
And you
Man.
live in Massachusetts, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Massachusetts.
So you said that you have your two sisters are not that religious, so you're not the only one who's broken the mold of the strict Christianity.
Well, so as I said, all right. I grew up in kind of like a Brady Bunch situation. So like my brothers are my mom's, my sisters are my dad's.
Okay.
They actually, it's kind of funny because like they had an affair and were married to two other people, had an affair, and then they had me. I'm a product of an affair. I'm like a love child.
Sin
And then
from
they
a
got,
Christian, you don't say.
I know. Well, so she got progressively more religious through her life. She grew up Catholic. And then I would say she stayed pretty much like moderate Christian through her life, but got progressively more like fundamentalist. And then we joined like a cult when I was a kid, like a Christian cult commune during the Y2K time. They thought that like the world was gonna end.
Hey, you never
Ooh.
know. You never know.
Yeah, it
I
was
mean, I was
that.
ready.
Just got the wrong year. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying?
I know, and dude, I remember like it was like convinced Y2K was gonna like the grid was gonna go down. It was just that was what these people believed. And then we got out of that, thank God.
That's
Yeah.
lucky.
Yeah, so my brothers are my mom. So my mom had my oldest brother when she was 16. He is he's like a very logical person, but he's just like very religious, and he has always taken care of my mom. He's very much like a patriarchal figure in our family because he was the oldest, and he's just like he basically grew up with my mom while she was growing up because she was 16. So like he kind of feels like this like need to take care of her. Like he lives
Right.
next door to her in Florida. They moved to Florida. We used to live in Maine. And then my older sisters were my dad's. They didn't grow up religious at all. So like their upbringing was completely different than mine.
Yeah. I like somebody in the chat, the Autoxel. He says, and now you have your own cult. Which is, and that's what you call your Discord, right? Is the cult?
Yeah, I'm basically like reclaiming the word cult.
Yeah, I think the snake probably helps. Every cult needs a good snake.
I also promote I have a show, like I do event production. It's like an art show, variety
Yes.
show, and I call it Cult of Art. I basically am like, and that's like a word that my mom is like repulsed by, right? It's like me reclaiming the word because
When you're in a cult, you know.
Cult actually isn't a bad word. It's
Right.
a neutral word. It
Yeah.
actually just means like a spiritual sect. It's like a sect of religion. It's just not as organized. Anything that isn't a part of the main organized religions is considered a cult.
Oh yeah.
Literally anything. Like if it's not Islam, Christianity, and I think Buddhism, those are the top three.
Yeah, I
It's a
think so.
cult.
And Hinduism probably is in there.
And Hinduism.
Somewhere up there.
Which is weird because speaking of Hinduism, I've got
Shout out to all the cult bros.
I got
What
good
up, Novak?
Hi.
Novak's in the chat.
Yeah.
And I would just go out on a limb here and like I think of all religions as a cult. It's just some are accepted in the mainstream and some aren't. I mean, to one degree to another, all religions are a cult. I mean, they're all
everything. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
all a cult. I mean, even just like self-help shit is technically a cult. A lot of it's a cult. Like Tony Robbins, that shit's a cult.
Hard,
Like
yeah.
all that, that's like all a cult. And so I don't think cult, like the concept of a cult, is technically bad. It's like that's what it's being projected as. It's like people take words and like make them good or evil, but like it's not inherently evil. It's just it's neutral. It's like technology. Words are also neutral.
Yeah, and I think in today's era, I mean, it's pretty blatant for anybody to see now. I mean, the fact that a word that you would say 10 years ago now doesn't necessarily have the same meaning as that when you say it today. Words are only as powerful as the meaning that society puts behind them.
Yeah.
And if there's, like in the cult is a perfect example. It's like if there is a negative connotation given to the word cult for whatever reason by society, then it just means a thing versus
Yeah.
the actual definition of cult
Yeah.
is
Well, same with
very
like
neutral.
liberal,
I
right?
Yeah.
was just gonna say
Like
that.
Yeah.
the word liberal, like that doesn't even mean what it used to mean. Like people call themselves liberals, but they're not liberal by any definition of the word. If you look up what the definition of liberal is, like it means not someone that believes that the government should control any of the shit that you do, which is what most liberals believe. So, or what they're called liberals.
Yeah.
I was reading an article last night after the infrastructure package was passed last night, right? I don't know if you saw this. It happened literally during the stream, so it's
Yeah.
totally okay. Like, I was watching the stream, and then I was talking to Colin and Larry because I was like, holy shit, this happened at 10 o'clock last night. Or something like that. So 1 o'clock on the East Coast. The infrastructure package was passed in the House and sent to the White House. 1.25 trillion, something like that, of infrastructure.
An additional $550 billion in spending.
Yes.
Wait, so what is it exactly?
So this is an infrastructure package that is. I don't have a breakdown of it. One of us can find it pretty quick if you want to.
Yeah.
But this is the one that was crafted in the House, or crafted in the Senate, passed in the Senate, and moved over to the House. And so this is a traditional infrastructure package, like roads, trains, water pipes, all that type of shit.
Higher taxes.
This is
Only
this
for
is-
some.
Yeah, only for some. Half of it is deficit spending. The other half is done largely through taxes on the higher class. I don't even like that term, but people who have a shitload of money is who most of the taxes are going to. But
which means that all of those people that own businesses are gonna.
it absolutely will trickle down.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'm about to get
that's
fucked
what
on my
I don't
taxes.
understand is that it does it like people are like we need to tax the billionaires like. And I used to be like a raging socialist, so like I get it, like I know the mind frame of like it just makes sense, right? They have all this money, like they should be paying more, like it's logical. But it's like you have to understand that those people are. You think that they're not going to figure out how to not pay it,
Yeah,
like
Right.
Yeah, if they were really serious about making the rich pay their fair share, they would simplify the tax code so much that like everybody can understand how much everybody pays based off of percentage or however the hell we do it. But they refuse to do that for whatever reason.
Right.
So just a really quick breakdown, what's in this: roads and bridges, public transportation, passenger and freight rail, electric vehicles, internet access, modernizing the electrical grid, airports, water and wastewater, and paying for it.
So you're the pay for the
I
5-year
am about
spending
them
package.
making a better train system.
Let's hear the pay for
I
it
am
real
actually.
quick.
The pay for
I am about that.
All right.
If they would
So this is
make the
as
I
that
think
would
that- I
that would
think-
be nice.
I think everyone could use better roads, better trains. I think that's something we could all agree on. You know,
Yes.
and that's Colin and I talked about this when the infrastructure package first was announced. You know, we talked about it obviously, and I think it's been months now. And I think even as someone who's fiscally conservative on a government level, the one thing I'm cool with deficit spending on is infrastructure. You're literally investing in the country, and if you think that it will be here for the life of that physical infrastructure, then there doesn't seem to be a downside to spending money on it.
Okay, so listen to this here. This is as reported by the AP, so the Associated Press, paying for it. The 5-year spending package would be paid for by tapping $210 billion in unspent COVID-19 relief aid and $53 billion in unemployment insurance aid some states have halted, along with an array of smaller pots of money like petroleum reserve sales and spectrum auctions for 5G services.
But that's also only half of it, because like we said, the
Yeah.
other half, $556 billion roughly, is deficit spending over the next 5 years.
Yeah.
And so what we just listed is only half of the 1.25 trillion that it will be spent over the next 5
And
years.
it's already money that was essentially outside of the standard budget, just it's leftover COVID relief money.
But we needed more at the time. if
But
you
we
remember.
definitely needed more.
The bills we passed at the time were not big enough. They were not big enough, and it was a blight on the country, on this republic, and this democracy.
This
that we would
democracy.
allow people to be left behind, even though we have some $210 billion left over on a federal level
Oh my
that
God.
we can reallocate somewhere else. And this is not the first time that we've done this. After
No.
we have already had multiple states, we talked about this last episode, multiple states do lotteries. We had a COVID lottery in our own state of if you are vaccinated, you are eligible for winning 4 prizes of $250,000 and one prize
this.
of $1 million that was all leftover COVID money. But we needed more.
Nice.
But we need more.
Yes.
That makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
because
the
if we don't have
infrastructure-
100% vaccination, then we're doing it wrong. We need to put more money behind it.
Yeah.
I
I don't remember why we started talking
Aren't
about
we?
this.
I feel like our vax numbers are high.
They
That's
are
why
now.
I'm like I don't understand what more people want. It's like you want really 100%. Like that's impossible. You can't make every single person do it. Like
yeah, and
This
it,
is not
now
it wouldn't stop there.
And now the
That's-
federal mandate has an actual date, right, of
Yeah.
January 4th. The OSHA regulations have apparently been lined out by the federal government.
it's only 400 some pages long, too.
Only 400 some pages. So if you work for a company that has 100 or more employees, you are now required to get vaccinated before January 4th or be tested at least once a week. And the last time it was talked about, it seems as though it will be left up to the businesses to decide whether or not you as an employee will have to pay for the test or the businesses will take on the cost of the test, because the federal government is not going to do it.
Yeah.
oh, and you
So-
know that the businesses are just gonna make it so that you have to be vaccinated because they're gonna say, "Fuck that, we're not paying for tests."
Yep.
seen
And,
Like,
and anybody that's on the line is just going to go down to 99 employees.
And that's my biggest concern, right? Is how many groups of 4 and 5 employees are going to have their hours cut, or they're going to be laid off, or they're going to be something just to get under the cap, or just straight out fired,
Oh,
just
yeah.
to get under the cap of 100
Yeah.
people.
Yeah.
I've seen very few companies, mostly firearms companies. That's a lot of like what my social media is personally, but only a few companies come out and say we're not going to require vaccination or testing for our employees. And we
I
saw
think what people don't understand is that for every type of business, right?
every
it's
business
and
with over
yeah.
100 employees.
good luck with like things like nightclubs, strip clubs. You're gonna get every fucking stripper to get vaccinated. You can't even get those people to show up to work on time. Like, what,
Yeah.
like this is what I mean. Like, because I used to manage a strip club. Like, that's the shit. So we're just not gonna have any entertainment, or entertainment businesses are gonna fucking be working. They're gonna be like very. Like they're already having trouble. So in Boston, there's a vaccine mandate here. Like, and a bunch of businesses have them. It's not a vaccine mandate
passports, like-
federally. Yeah. So
Okay.
a lot of venues. It's mostly venues. It's a private business decision, and like because it's Boston, everyone like they are like, we want to seem like we care. Even it's just for show.
Yeah.
But all the venues
Gotta be woke,
now
man.
do it. Yeah, if you're not woke, like people
What
ain't
is
about
it?
it. People
You ain't real.
Yeah, so they have to show your vaccine card, or a 72-hour test is what most places do. Some places say only vaccine, you have to be vaccinated. But like those are very rare. There's not many of those because people realize that that's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
But most places say that you have to be vaccinated, 72-hour test to go to an event. All employees have to be vaccinated though, and this is why they're all short fucking staffed and they can't get staff. And they just post all the time like, we can't find workers, and it's like, because you literally refuse to hire people due to the fact that they're not vaccinated. Like people that are able-bodied, people that have probably had COVID, multiple, or have probably had COVID, that like are probably less likely to get severely ill or get sick than people that could be vaccinated and never had COVID. Like,
Right.
but you're refusing to let them work just because they're not getting vaccinated. That's stupid. Like,
Our state
Oh, yeah.
mandates. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say that seems like it's not sustainable. Like, eventually these businesses are going to realize that, like, you can't, how are they going to keep up with that? You're not going to
Right.
be able to hire people.
Our state mandate just went into effect 2 weeks ago, right before
Yeah.
we did the last episode. And on the way here, I was listening to NPR, as I do right on the way here.
So self-abusive.
And you got to do it. You got to know what the opposition is talking
That's
about
right.
if you want to be real. So I was listening to NPR. To their credit, they had Brandy Cruz, who is a local Fox News reporter. So to their own credit, they did have a Fox News reporter on the live stream that they were doing.
Ooh.
And not Brandy Cruz was talking about how all of these police officers who had just quit and all the firemen who had just quit. What the fuck am I trying to say?
Firefighters
Thank
and
you,
paramedics
firefighters.
and stuff that
Jesus
just
Christ.
yeah.
Yeah, they just quit. I don't know.
Like firemen?
Fire
Yeah, that
something.
sounds about right.
Yeah, so all the firemen that just quit Well, they're not going to have such a good time because it's not going to be so easy for them to find a job because now there are going to be all these other businesses that are requiring vaccinations and they're going to regret it, and maybe they should have just got vaccinated in the first place. It was just seems like a not healthy outlook to have of, well, if you don't, it's
also not empathetic. Like people on like the left, I thought pride themselves on being empathetic, and on the far left, like that's why I've always kind of leaned left, is because there is an aspect of their policies that comes from a place of empathy, right? Like you're supposed to care about the poor people and everything, but like all of a sudden they're like, well, we don't give a fuck about those poor people. Yeah. We don't give a fuck if they're unemployed, those people that aren't getting vaccinated. Like it's just so elitist, and it's not coming from a place of empathy. It's not you're a shit person. Anyone that thinks like that is a shit person. And like, in my opinion, I think that they are like horrible people, regardless of if you're vaccinated or not. If you're vaccinated, you shouldn't care if other people aren't, because you're protected, and like you shouldn't want to impose that shit on other people. It just says a lot about your character to feel that way, in my opinion. That's what I think. I think that like anyone that feels that way is
an authoritarian.
And
we can have sympathy for you if you agree with us, and if you don't agree with us, you can burn in the fire.
And we post a lot of this type of content, social media. We got to do the plugs real quick, right? Every 37 minutes we do this, Creatrix. So we talk about this a lot on our social media. So obviously we have our YouTube here, Salt of the Streets. We have our Instagram at Salt of the Streets. Our Facebook, fuck Facebook, is Salt of the Streets. Facebook is the worst. We have a Patreon, Salt of the Streets. Go over there, get signed up, help us make more better content. Discord, Salt of the Streets, you can access that through the Patreon. We have our own personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is at Big Birdie Offie on both those things. Creatrix, is your name the same on all of the social medias, or does it differ depending on the platform?
Differs.
Okay,
on Instagram, it's Creatrix with 2 underscores.
2 underscores. And I knew that it was somewhere, but I wasn't sure. So on Instagram, it is Creatrix with 2 underscores. And on Twitter, it is Creatrix_TTV. TTV, and then Twitch is just Creatrix.
Creatrix __. I tried to get just the Creatrix, but I couldn't fucking get it.
Yeah, where's this OG Creatrix? Let's take her out. She don't need to be there.
Where did the name Creatrix come from? All this on saltofthestreets.com. That's all. Sorry. Okay, go ahead.
The name Creatrix. So Creatrix actually just means female creator. Like that's what the word Creatrix means. It can be creator. So I really liked the word, and I consider myself a female creator in all forms. So
speaking of which, Twitch, Lexi Kayo, right? For Colin's wife, obviously. My wife, Cakes. She's at Leggings and Aprons on Instagram. Local businesses, Swab Blended, haircut. I gotta take my headphones off real quick. I got my haircut yesterday. It's from Paul, who is actually having a baby. He has his baby shower today. It's also Paul's birthday today. So happy birthday, out, Paul the barber. If you want a skateboard, go to the location Skate Shop. It's a local skateboard shop owned by a guy that I went to high school with. They're doing a lot of great stuff for the community. Big fan of everything they're doing. Yeah, we have some of their gear and stuff like that. Movember. That's the last thing. Jesus Christ. We have a lot of plugs. A lot of plugs in November. We have Movember going on. Obviously, I think I'm 10 days in right here. Paul did me up, so it's nice and trimmed along lip here. But
fantastic.
I made my first donation this morning on Movember.com. You can search my name. It's a great foundation, obviously. Men's health, testicular cancer, prostate cancer, things like that. Suicide awareness.
Yep.
Go there. Help us fight all those things.
Suicide's the big one right now,
Looks
man.
like Brady just took a shot, so...
I think it's time.
Don't do that. No. It's fine. It's fine.
We like shots around here.
So, sorry.
Dude, advertising makes me want to drink. It's a thing.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying. I know it's a lot of plugs, but that's where we're at. Some of these dudes, like I said, the one guy location skate shop, the town that we're in, or that I'm from, is called Bremerton. And it's a very small town in Washington State that has a lot of drugs and a good amount of crime, and the largest employer is the federal government. And so there's very few choices other than the military and the federal government. And so... like I said, the skateboard shop is owned by a guy that I went to high school with that stayed here and opened it, and he opened it as a place for children in the community to be a positive place where they can go and not get in trouble and not get into drugs and not get into crime, which is severely lacking in this area. Yeah. So we give them free plugs every week. My barber is the greatest barber in town. So
the dude is just
He's
Legit.
fantastic. Yeah, so we give him free plugs all the time. He plays our show in the store. He said he was playing the show at the baby shower today, which is
Hell yeah.
hilarious. So
Get them indoctrinated early.
exactly. So, and obviously our wives, female creators, we gotta the Creatrixes. We gotta be there for them. So
Oh, yeah.
yeah, we're happy to have you here today. What were we talking about before this?
We were talking about
Religion,
cults
all
and
kinds of
all the
cults
things. We haven't even gotten to almost any politics, which is hilarious.
Yeah, no. So let's talk about. Oh, we're talking about the infrastructure bill and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
That's fine. We can move on from there. So we were talking about earlier about your cult of art, right? I said in the pre-show that I Instagram stalked the shit out of you. So I got a lot of real good questions for you. So you've been doing photography for a super long time, right?
Yeah.
When did you first start doing photography?
So, well, I'd always like taken photos like in high school and stuff. I've always like liked cameras. I took like a photography class in high school, but and I actually considered going to school for photography, but I went for psychology instead.
Where did you go to school at?
University of Southern Maine.
Okay.
And then so I kind of like stopped taking photos and stuff till I was 21. And then
From what age to 21?
18 to 20, 19 to 21, I would say. I started like my first year in college. I took a lot of photos, but like I was in a sorority, and I actually got very into. I actually owe my sorority a lot in regards to learning how to organize things, and I organized a lot of events for them and everything. So I kind of like fell on the wayside.
I saw that you were in a sorority. What is the name of the sorority?
Sigma Iota Sigma, University of Southern Maine.
I remember seeing the picture of what they call it, littles, right? When you have a new person who comes into the sorority, it's called your little when you get assigned to them. Yes. So,
Yeah.
telling you.
Interviewer
so-
extraordinaire over here. Cheers to that, buddy.
Cheers.
Cheers
when I
to the
was-
sorority.
Coming on.
Cheers. But when I was 21, my friend was a photographer, and he was taking photos for like these rich people on a boat. And he was like, "Come take photos with me. I need help. I need a second shooter." So he had 2 cameras. He gave me a camera, and I shot
shooters.
the boat. Yeah, so I shot it, and he was like, "Yeah, take the photos, edit them." I edited them, posted them, and then one of the guys that like owned the boat, he saw the photos and he reached out to me and he was like, "I love your photos. Like, I think that you have like a natural talent." I actually think I was shit then, but like, thank you to that guy.
Yeah.
And he ended up buying me a camera. He bought me my first DSLR. And
Oh,
then
that's awesome.
the rest is history. Yeah. I mean, I believe heavily in like manifestation, and like, I feel like I definitely manifested that shit at that particular time in my life.
How? Sorry, go ahead.
No, you can.
I was just going to ask you how old you are now, just to get a gauge on how long you've been doing.
Oh, I'm 32.
32. Okay.
Yeah.
21 to 32. Word. Okay. So I saw some of your most recent pictures. 50 Cent. Where were you at that you were taking pictures of 50 Cent? What's the?
The Grand.
Yes, I'm a big hip hop guy. So this was my wife too. She's like very old school hip hop. I told her I was like, yeah, I was looking through her pictures. Fucking 50 Cent. Also, 50 Cent. He doesn't look. He's thick, right? But in a good way. He's fucking. Do you know what I'm saying?
Fat shame 50 Cent.
No, it's not a bad thing. This is a positive thing. I don't know how old 50 Cent is, but however old he is, I wish I looked like he did then. I'm a big fan.
How old's 50 Cent?
I don't know, but I will be
far now?
He's
envious.
like gotta be in his 50s. I think.
Oh,
I've looked this
absolutely.
up for him. He's old.
Yeah.
He ain't young.
No,
He
and
looked
I
good
don't.
for his age.
That's exactly what I'm saying. So whenever I'm that old, 46.
46.
When I'm 46, if I look like 50 Cent does now, I'll be totally proud. I'll be totally proud.
Eminem's 49.
Oh, fuck
Damn.
yeah. Eminem is on the...
Even Lil Weezy, bro. 39.
Yes. And that's Eminem is Jordan. That's my wife's like...
Well, yeah, they're all Gen
the
X.
guy.
That would make sense.
Yeah.
Yes.
They're all like the generation ahead of us.
Yes.
Yeah.
So big,
Yeah,
big
50
fan of that. So do you hang out with 50 Cent, or were you just taking pictures of him? How
I
involved
took
do you get?
photos of him. Sometimes I get to hang out with them, but like 50 Cent, not so much. He brought like a crew. Like he brought like
sure.
every fucking cousin. I don't know. Like I think he had family members that like he brings like everyone with him. It's insane. Like I was like, who the fuck are all these people? He comes with like a huge crew and gives out. He has a champagne brand, so he was just giving out champagne to the crowd.
Oh shit.
Yeah. It was actually a weird show though, because his videographer's camera broke, and so I had to let him. So the owner of the club was like, "You need to give him one of your cameras," and I was like, "He just broke his.
I was like not going to give it
What are
mine.
Why would I fucking give him my
Yeah.
camera?" And like they really pressured me though, and I felt like I had no choice. And so I was like, because this manager in particular of this club was like, is really intimidating, and I was just like, okay. And then I just talked to the guy. I was like, please be careful.
Just be careful. A rich
This
guy
is my
from a boat gave this to me.
No, actually, this is a newer camera. Like I have the 2 cameras I shoot with now are newer. That's an old camera. I still have that camera, but it's shit.
So let me ask you this, just kind of randomly, as far as cameras go. How do these new phone cameras stack up to, like, the analog cameras of old? I mean,
Oh, analog? Are we
is it?
talking about old cameras?
Oh, let's go
Like
new.
we're
Like
talking about
the new
not
iPhone 13 camera. Is that going to be? Is that going to be, that much worse than going out and spending like $5,000 on a
Yes.
Nikon? Yeah.
Well, I think mirrorless is the future. I shoot on a mirrorless Sony A7 III, and just that is a
Wait.
huge.
Is that a brand or is that a style of camera?
Well,
I don't even
Sony
like
is the
computers, so
brand.
you gotta.
Sony
But that I know.
is a camera model.
Okay.
And it's mirrorless. Mirrorless is so there's like sensor. There's like the cameras, the old DSLRs, which have a sensor in them. Mirrorless don't. Mirrorless are completely different. Or maybe it's not that they don't have.
What is different about
I need to learn more about cameras. That's all I know.
So I don't know all of the technological differences, but the one thing that I can tell you is that the quality of my photos went up significantly, and it also feels like cheating. So like a DSLR is it's more work. Like on the Sony, it's got this touch focus, so you can like touch where you want to focus.
Yes.
That's
yeah.
not a thing on a DSLR.
My phone has
Like yeah, it and just the quality of the images that you get. Well, I'm a big lighting person. Like I like to play with light. I love low light. I like to play with different colors of lighting and things like that. I'm actually hoping to, if I can get, I live in a 3-bedroom, and I really want to turn one of the rooms. It's like my art room right now with like paint stuff, but I want to actually turn it into a photography studio if I can find like the stuff. I have like some ideas on things that I want for it. But yeah, I vote mirrorless is the future of cameras.
What does that
100%.
Is
mean?
that mirrorless?
Mirrorless, yeah. Mirrorless
Okay,
cameras.
so I didn't want to call
don't
her
know that-
out, but I was
like,
on,
"What's
I was,
up,
I was
Mater?"
on the verge of being like, "Will you spell what you are saying?"
Mirrorless. Oh, is it because I'm not saying my R's or something? What did I do?
Oh my god, I love it. No.
Mirrorless.
Mirrorless.
It's like so slight that I
Mirrorless.
didn't expect it, and that's why I wasn't sure.
I
Like,
almost Googled mirrorless,
Right.
like 7A, and then I was like, she said Sony. We'll go Sony.
because you don't really have an
Mirror.
accent, you know.
So it's mirrorless.
Mirror. Is it mirror? Mirror? Now I don't even know.
So in Washington, it's mirrorless. But
Okay.
We like to
I don't-
we like to enunciate all of our vowels. You know what I mean?
we also
Oh,
feel
yeah.
like when we, at least the times that I've traveled, which is not very often, I get told a lot that like you guys talk really fast. You know,
Do we?
I am told
Interesting.
that frequently of people of the Pacific Northwest, and maybe that's because they think that we live in Seattle. I don't know. Maybe I also
Maybe.
talk fast, so I don't know if
You
that's
do.
just
You're a
thing
fast talker.
They attribute. They're like, well, you talk really fast, so you guys must just all talk really fast. I don't know if that's an associative thing, but I've been told that frequently when I've traveled.
Racist.
That
Okay,
it's
so
racist. It's racist as fuck.
Auto XTL. This is a
This
perfect
guy just
chat.
followed me on Instagram. Shout out.
He says phone cameras are okay, but look at the size of the lens. Yes, size matters.
Oh,
And I think that's probably where we're at.
Yeah.
Is size definitely matters when it comes to your lenses on cameras.
my double phone has a pretty good.
Yo,
Man,
you can't
I don't
shield
know
the double
shit
phone right now,
about
right?
shit.
Big lenses.
But the double phone is pretty legit.
Oh wait, let me do
you
this
know?
so I could say white power on
Yeah.
on the internet too.
Oh,
My bad.
God.
I saw Rachel Maddow do it the other night. It must be fine.
Cancel us. Let's talk about that. So you said last
Oh.
night that you had been canceled before, right?
Oh, yes.
What is
Yeah.
the story on prior cancellation? And I'm
Okay.
gonna take a picture of this and send it to her.
Boom.
So yeah, I was canceled last year. It was
Nice big lenses.
around it was during the pandemic. I used to produce events for a company. That shall remain nameless.
Are you sure?
I wanted,
Do we want to get canceled again? Let's do it.
no, it shall remain nameless. And I had produced events for them for a while. They were very, I would say, like far left there had been moments through the years that I've worked with them where like things that I make jokes about and stuff, like they'd always kind of had like an issue with me. I remember one time I made a joke about, I was like, because I love comedy and I love Louis C.K. And we were talking at the bar,
Louis C.K.
and I
I
was
love
like,
Louis C.K.
and I was like, oh yeah, I fucking love Louis C.K. I was like, all he did, what? He just jerked off into a plant? Like, all those girls, they could have just left the fucking room. Like, I don't
Jerk off in your
understand. Like,
own
everyone's
stomach?
acting like he's a rapist, but like, he really like didn't do anything that
He asked
bad.
first. He
And
asked
I was
first.
like,
Mm-hmm.
I know he asked for permission, and I was also like just like drunk and like in like this joking tone, and like a few people working for this company were like, I can't believe you just said that. Like they were like appalled
On the
appalled
spot?
by me, on the spot,
Oh, no.
appalled by me. But this isn't why I got canceled. This was years before, and I was like, oh, maybe I should tone my shit down because I like make jokes about shit all the time. Like I remember getting into people got mad at me because I like misgendered them, used the wrong pronouns, which
Oh,
was
shit.
an accident. I never meant to do that. That was always an accident.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't matter.
It's a good thing you're
I
not
know,
Canada.
like,
You'd be in jail right now.
This
Yes.
one person was literally wearing a dress, long hair, like, and wanted to be called he, him. And I was like, bro, like,
Bruh.
not work with me here. How
Give
am I
me a
supposed to
break,
remember that?
man.
No, literally, like, in a dress, like, long hair, like, looked presenting feminine, but wanted to be called he, him. Not even they. And I was like, so that was before I got canceled. That was like still just something that they were like having issues with me, I guess.
Pre-cancellation.
Wow.
Pre-cancellation. And then last year, it was during the George Floyd thing. I made
Rough
a post.
times for all.
Yes.
Yeah, I made a post that that wasn't really that controversial. Like all I said was that I said I don't like if we keep this idea that all cops are evil, no good people are going to want to become cops, and we're just perpetuating a bad system. Like what we're doing is like we can't just say every single cop is evil, because then no good people are going to want to become cops, and then just
Yeah.
assholes become cops, and then we're just continuing the fucking problem.
Yes.
And that's what I posted, and that's what got me canceled. People said that was racist, that it was offensive to marginalized liberals, whatever the fuck that means. Said that and so what happened was there was this girl who I didn't even know she was Asian. I didn't even know. She looked white to me. I'm gonna be honest. But like she commented and was saying that my posts were giving her anxiety and that I needed to stop. And I was like, I need to. No, yeah, it was basically saying like I was like perpetuating microaggressions or whatever, and I was like, this is just my opinion, and I actually have been arrested before, which is true. Like I have been arrested, and I've had horrible experiences with cops. Like I know that there are shit cops out there, but I've also had friends that are cops that are good people. So like I feel like we have to understand that there's a balance, which was all I was fucking saying. And like all of these people attacked me. Then this person said that I was like microaggressioning her or whatever. She and a bunch of her friends went and contacted the company I work for and were like, we're boycotting you guys if you don't.
We're boycotting you.
Yeah, they were all like performers or whatever the fuck. And they were like, we're boycotting you if you don't get rid of her or have her make a public apology.
I've been there.
So the company asked me to make a public apology video. Like I'm fucking like Justin Timberlake or something. Like what? Like I'm not even fucking famous. You want me to make a public apology video? What the that's stupid.
So you said no then.
So you said no.
I said no.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Way to go, girl. Cheers to that.
Well, and then they fired me. So.
That's right, man. It's all right. We've been
Such
talking
is the
about that
way
for a
it
while.
goes.
You got to be willing to make sacrifices for the things like that.
It was hard. I loved that job. I loved
Mhm.
working for them. I mean, I also loved a lot of the people that work there. Like, I don't think not all of them are like this, but they all are. They all definitely lean towards that far leftist ideology,
Mhm.
I would say.
Yes.
But like, I like a lot of those people I still care about. It sucked to watch everyone people I thought were my friends all of a sudden like just turn on me. It was quick. It
Oh,
was like
man.
all people just turned on me. And it was during the pandemic. I had started streaming at that time. I felt so fucking alone. Like
And-
I was like this is my first cancellation, you know? I felt like I had no one. Like I couldn't talk to anyone about how I felt. I felt
Right.
like
Mhm.
I was just like, and I was like, I'm losing my job, I'm losing everything. Like, and I just kind of spiraled for a minute of just like, fuck. But I knew in that moment that I couldn't publicly apologize. I didn't say anything wrong. And if I had
Nope.
publicly apologized, I was admitting that I had said something wrong, which I didn't do. And I actually contacted some of the girls. Like I found out some of the girls that reached out to this company. Like there were people I considered friends.
Yeah.
So I reached out to them and I was like, hey, like, can we have a phone call? Like, I consider you a friend. Like, I would like to talk to you about this because I maybe you misunderstood what I was saying. Like, I'm not like racist. Like they were saying I'm racist and stuff. And I was trying to be like, let's discuss. Like, I want to talk about this. You guys are just like keyboard warring right now behind
Yeah.
a keyboard. Nobody's allowing me to have like an actual conversation with them, like a video phone conversation. Nobody would let that happen. So yeah, it was a rough one.
Well, and I will say this too, like when it comes in the era of cancellation, those people definitely aren't your friends, obviously.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
it
that's
sucks at the
terrible
time, but you know, this era it's been there's pluses and minuses, obviously. The negatives are pretty self-evident, but the pluses are, you know, you do find out who's worth a damn and who's not. Because these people that you might have considered friends at the time, the minute they go silent, the minute your entire livelihood is under attack, they're complicit as much as the people that are accusing you.
Well, that was the other thing is there was like nobody had my back. Well, there was a few people actually that like came out. Like, it was very few and far between. And after that happened, a bunch of people like messaged me because after that happened, I got more vocal because I got mad.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like I got mad. So like I got more vocal about my controversial opinions because I was like, fuck you guys, you fired me? Well, watch.
Right.
Like fuck you. Because that's kind of how I react, I think, which might not be the most mature thing to do, but I just
And these days it's healthy.
I and people started reaching out to me and were like, I can't say the things that you're saying because I don't want to get fired, but thank you for saying these things. But honestly, I just want to be like, fucking just
Yes.
say them. Like,
Just
Yeah.
fucking say it. Exactly.
We've talked a lot about that over the last few weeks. That
Hold me back. Hold me back.
I 1,000%. The most interesting thing about this is that of the two of us, I am the more boisterous, and I am the most willing to give grace in this scenario.
Right.
I 1,000% understand because I am willing to do so. I am, however, lucky enough to be in a situation where I work for a company that is relatively conservative, and I am very confident. I know for a fact I will never be in a position where I will have to get vaccinated or I will have to get a vaccine or lose my job. You know, all these mandates that are happening are things I will never at this company ever have to worry about. That's just not a reality of my existence there. Even if we were over 100 employees, it's not something I would have to worry about. So I try and give a lot of understanding, and grace is the word that I've used. I'm not religious at all, but that's the word I've really tried to use, is try and give people grace of being scared and feeling like they don't have a choice.
yeah.
Even though I 1,000%
same.
think that they're wrong and that
Yeah.
I think they should do it. I have some friends, my best friend who is waiting to get fired. You know, he works for the federal government in the shipyard in town. He's waiting to get fired.
The homie?
My best friend. He's unwilling to be forced to do something, you know.
Yeah.
He's
Good
just
American.
waiting to get fired. We also have other friends that stood up at first and then capitulated, and it's those people. I'm not going to judge you at the midpoint, you know. We're our friends, so it's a very difficult position,
Yeah.
where I have had people question my choices as a parent to not get vaccinated and not, think my kid he's going to be 3 in January. And so I've had people literally say, how would you feel if your son died because you brought COVID home? So I've had people go.
Your son's more willing to kill you with COVID.
I brought COVID home from my work when a vaccinated person brought it in and infected 9 people, I think 4 of which who were vaccinated, 5 of which who were unvaccinated. And I brought it home, was homesick for. We had the fantasy draft and everything. I thought I just had a sinus infection, and then my whole family got sick over that time. So
That's how I learned my antibodies are fucking beast.
he came to the fantasy draft. We hugged. We everything. We shared joints. We
No Delta for this guy.
no COVID. I don't think anybody at that draft. I shared a joint with everybody there, and no one got COVID.
Yep.
I had no symptoms both times.
Yeah.
None, zero. Like, I only found out the last time because I was managing the strip club at the time, and everyone got COVID. Like, everyone. And I was like around them, and I was getting tested multiple times a week just to be sure. And one day, Monday, I was negative. Thursday, I was positive.
Yeah.
I literally would have had no fucking clue if I didn't get tested.
And
I was just this asymptomatic bitch over here. And the
it
first
just
time I
depends,
didn't have any either, so.
It just depends, I know now. I actually know people who have died from COVID, and so it just depends. There are so many
Were they older?
variables. No,
Comorbidities?
it was a younger person, definitely comorbidities. Yeah, and that's 1,000%, and that's we're very honest on this show, especially regarding COVID. Like I said, Colin had COVID last December.
Christmas.
On Christmas, he had COVID. I had it over Labor Day of this year. We've been as honest as possible from the very beginning about this show, or about COVID on this show. And so definitely comorbidities. I believe that he had heart attacks in the past, and so there are definitely things that play into this. But so it just depends. So that's the only reason I say that. But it also depends to the point that you didn't even know that you had it. I'm a relatively healthy person. I go to the gym 3 times a week, all this shit. I got super fucking sick. I was able to stay at home the whole time. My wife, who doesn't go to the gym, doesn't work out, nothing, she stayed home the whole time. I have a almost 3-year-old son. He was home the whole time. None of us had to be hospitalized, nothing. And he even, to your point, he was sick for a third of the time of me and my wife.
Yeah, he was, fuck you, old.
He had a temperature for 2 days and then was like, I don't want to be in the house anymore. Like, I'm tired of being stuck here with you fuckers. And that was the worst part, It's just that he's got to stay home for 10 days or whatever. But so that it was. But yeah, I've had people even question parenthood,
Oh, yeah. That's what I'm afraid that they're going to get to the point where it's like child abuse, or like being like, well, if you don't get vaccinated, you're abusing your child.
Yes.
Like that.
Don't give them any ideas now.
No, they already are kind of doing that in certain places, like saying that they're like domestic terrorists and shit.
Well, and in California, it's already mandated for
throwing these calling everyone a domestic terrorist all of a sudden. Like, I hate that.
We on the list.
Libertarians are domestic terrorists now.
Right.
Fucking, everyone's a fucking domestic terrorist. I'm like,
If you don't believe what they're and I'll bring that.
Hunting.
Yeah, I'll bring that word that we talked about earlier up. It's a cult. These people are a member of a cult, and if you do not agree with the cult's narrative, you are evil, unclean, domestic terrorist who might as well be in Gitmo or dead, and nobody gives a fuck about you, so you should just disappear. You don't deserve to be a part of our society. Just go away, you unclean, filthy piece of...
Yeah.
Not even go away. They're asking to, especially in regards to, it was brought up when the letter was sent to the Justice Department about the parents, right? From the parents,
school board meetings.
Yeah, from the school board association, right? That they're asking them, not only are they calling them domestic terrorists, so it's not just a title of domestic terrorism, they're asking them to use the full powers of the Patriot Act to investigate these parents as if they are terrorists.
Thank you,
We're
George
talking
W.
about fucking wiretapping, following people, emails, anything that you can imagine, any unencrypted private correspondence that you have, especially digital, is then subject to the federal government because you are a parent who is upset about critical race theory, transgender policies, any number of things, right? We talked about Loudoun County last episode, and that parent was, are you aware of the story that
The
Loudoun, it's
school
very general,
board
but
from
Right,
Loudoun
yeah,
County.
yeah.
Yeah.
So that parent who's there because his daughter was raped in a bathroom at school is asked to be considered a domestic terrorist because he's fucking irate that nothing is done.
Yeah.
Right? Because
Yeah.
because the principal says we're going to handle this in house. Right?
Yeah, you can go fuck yourself in house. How about that?
Yeah, exactly.
My daughter
So-
was raped.
It terrifies me, and I definitely don't say this like any type of leveling thing, but like as a parent who, like I say, my kid's gonna be 3. You know, we're looking at going to school in the next few years. Like that terrifies me. I'm not a quiet person. Far be it from I can't imagine sitting in a room where that's happening and just not saying anything at all. Like,
Yeah.
oh, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'll just let it
It
happen.
actually
You know.
scares me to even have kids. Like at this point, I'm like, maybe I'll not do that because I'm like seeing how that's is happening, and that is terrifying. You don't really have like because you also don't want to homeschool your kids because
Oh, we're
then,
homeschooling our kids.
yeah, well, then you have to as someone that was briefly homeschooled, I'm very against it. But
Yeah.
that's just because it was such a horrible experience for me. I highly
Yeah.
recommend if you homeschool your children, you make sure that they are heavily socialized.
Oh,
and that they
1,000%.
are- Yeah, and I think that that's something that a lot of people don't do because and your kids will end up if they're not, then they'll just end up resenting you in the end anyway. So
Yeah, no, in
it is
our-
important to.
Well, and that's
It's very social as it is our kids, so
Yeah.
there's really no escaping that. But
and I'll
no.
bring this up too. One of the hashtag COVID perks that I like to bring up was the kind of invention of this concept of pods, schooling pods, where a group of parents would get together. And I mean,
Montessori
technically-
schools that are not religious.
yeah, I mean, you could do that, or you could private tutor, or whatever it is.
Like
But you
communal
could still
schools.
get a group of children together so that they can partake in the socialization aspect, which is arguably the more important part of the public school system is the
Right.
socialization part, where you could still get that done on a different level, where most people think of homeschooling as like the parent and the child,
Right.
and that's about it. But it doesn't really need to be that way. You could do any manner of things. A group of parents could get together and all pool their money and hire
Well, they
a
do that.
tutor,
Right.
and that could
They
be
tried
a
to
nice
do that.
alternative, but it's not as
Try to do that.
yeah. They
But
tried
it's
to
not
do that.
the same. It's that the thing is there's also aspects of public school that are so that I mean, to be fair, a parent would consider not pleasant, but
Mhm.
like you're like dealing with bullying, dealing with the bullshit, dealing with the shit, and
Yeah,
I
that's
actually
very true.
personally think that that's important. Like that's how you build grit, like
Yeah.
you kind of have to go through some shit, and like in public schools. You did. I don't know about anymore because now things are a little different. But I know at one point that was kind of it. Like you kind of had to go through like shit at school,
Mhm.
and you grew and learned from it.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's the one thing I do know from like homeschooling. They do try to do those groups and everything, but the thing is that usually all the kids are also somewhat
Friends.
awkward because everyone's kind of awkward because like they're all.
And I
Yeah.
think that it just depends.
Like, I
right?
was awkward as fuck for a little bit. I'm still awkward.
So let me
I'm
give
just
some examples, right? In this particular area, there are a couple of different examples I know of. One of them is a doctor that I know, a chiropractor that I know, that was a resistor through the pandemic, right? And has since started a children's soccer league so that her kids could play soccer without having to wear masks, and she was able to like give medical exemptions for the kids to not have to wear masks to play soccer, and she also started a school so that her children didn't have to wear masks in school. And so it's a Montessori school that's not religious.
Oh yeah,
because-
I like Montessori
Right, 'cause
schools.
they're-
I actually
they're
Yeah,
also
they're
she's
cool.
also very spiritual, you know what I'm saying? She's a chiropractor by trade, but also like energy healing and all of the stuff.
Have you heard of the Waldorf schools? They're kind of similar. Waldorf.
That name sounds very familiar.
People like to call it a cult, but like I actually love the Waldorf schools. It was created by Rudolf Steiner, who like I think it was a genius. It is like he has books on politics, on spirituality. He was like a very I would say polymath Renaissance man, and he created the Waldorf school. which is very similar to the Montessori school. The only thing that sucks about those schools is they're typically pretty expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
They
this
cost a lot of money.
one,
But I think that they're dope. They're amazing.
and this one is relatively low cost, and there's one teacher, or I think maybe two teachers there, because they have like a lower grade section and then an upper grade section. But it's a small group of kids because it's new,
Yeah.
you know. But there's also like I don't remember what the name of it is, but because we live in Washington, you know, very leftist. There's a nature school that is like the same deal, a Montessori school, but it's all done outside. And so regardless,
Rain gear
rain or
required.
shine, because it pisses rain here 60% of the year, the kids go outside and they do their educational shit outside, and it's done through the lens of wilderness and through whatever, you know.
I mean, that's
These-
cool.
It's neither here nor there, right? I'm not saying that this is the future, but these are
No, I do
options
think
in-
Montessori schools are dope, but I don't consider
Right.
that homeschooling. That's different.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't-
just
I
more
don't
like
think-
private school.
Yeah, it's private school, which private schools make I'm all about charter schools,
Right.
private schools.
When I
I think
provide these as examples because I said they're Montessori style because they're part-time homeschool. The
Oh, I
nature
see.
school in particular is part-time homeschool, and then part of the week you're in this nature school, or for part of the day during the week you're at this nature school, and the other part of the day you're doing it at home. And even most of the homeschool here, because it has to be done through the district, right? So that you can fucking whatever, get the Department of Education to say that you're smart enough to be an adult. You have to show up at the school once a week, even if it's at the alternative portion of the public school, to turn in all of your work and do a little bit of whatever and pass a fucking test. And that's, I think, more of the bullshit you're talking about, of like, all these kids are weird. They're spending the other 38 hours a week by themselves at home,
Yeah.
and then the 2 hours a week here at this school, where they're not
Yeah.
getting any socialization at all up and through high school.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
And people think it's funny when I say I'm an anarchist. For fuck's sakes. I mean, is it that hard to look at the nature of the school system and how difficult it is to pull your child out of public school and still have them accredited and have them, you know, get the
Oh, yeah.
education that the state
Right.
requires? And then I say, and then I look back and I say, okay, so I can understand this. If you agree that the state should be mandating what level of education your child should be required to have before graduation, you
As
can
the
go fuck
authority.
yourself. I can
Yeah.
educate a child 10 times better than they can through public school, and you're going to tell me that just because you're the one in charge, like, you get to make the shots of whether or not this kid is educated enough to like go out and be an adult.
right?
It doesn't make sense to me, and I keep talking about this, but that's one of the things that I want to do long term with the show, with this company, is create a school, you know, like
Alternative education.
Yeah.
I think that we need alternative education. I personally think that that's like gonna have to be the move, is like us creating other ways to educate people, or giving them other options other than college, even just like
Oh, yeah.
after high school, you know, like other like vocational options, like especially for artists and
Oh, yeah.
creatives. Like it's hard, like figuring it out. Like I'm lucky because I have, I guess, I have a lot of drive that has made it so that I could pursue my art career. But like, I think that that's something that is needed. A lot of people go to art school and then it's like they have nothing to show for it. They don't
Yeah.
even.
it's because they just go to school because they
Yeah.
want, because they're an artist. They just go to school to
Yeah.
do that. When
Right.
in all actuality, and I think it speaks to a lot of your upbringing and your kind of ability to pull yourself out of this situation that you're in.
Bootstrapping us, Colin.
We bootstrap
You
here right
bootstrapping
now,
us?
but that's what is so lacking from
Yeah.
most people, I should say, is that inability to be able to look at the current situation that you're in and be able to pull yourself out of it if you don't want to be
Control.
there.
You take control. You got to
Yeah.
take control of the situation.
Yep.
100%. Like, so I'm getting canceled. Going back to that. Now, I produce my own show. My first show that I produced by myself, like not working for a company, like solo, starting my own business through that. Like, I wouldn't have done that if I didn't get canceled. If you
Oh,
think
yeah.
of it. like I probably would still be working for them, producing shows for them. But now I'm producing my own shows. I also could have, after getting canceled, just went into the shadows and didn't produce shows anymore because everyone hated me. You know, for a little bit I felt that way. But then I was like, you know what? Like, no, I love this. I love this. I love doing this. I'm not going to stop doing this because these people want me to stop. Like, I'm good at it. I'm going to keep doing it. And there was a level of fear for a little bit because I was like, what if people protest against my show? What if people like cause like this like drama against it? But
Yeah.
it was amazing. It was like better than any of the shows I've ever produced for them. Like, it was the best show I've ever produced, hands down. Like, it was phenomenal. So I think that it's just like making sure that even if you have setbacks, even if something feels like it's holding you down, like you got to just always get back up.
Yep.
Always get back up. Always realize that even though it feels like it's the end of the world, it's fucking not. And you can change. You can change your reality to be what you want it to be by putting in the effort.
So let me ask this, right? Because we were talking about schools. Do you think that and you guys both voiced what you felt was the importance of, do you want to get a shot ready? We can take a shot together after I ask this question. You guys both talked about the importance of public association, going to school, right? I had a horrible experience in school.
Yeah.
I had a horrible experience.
Why?
Socially, educationally, everything, right? So,
Same.
and I say that not to the point that it was just a bad time, but that I don't feel that those, looking back now as an adult, I don't feel that those negative experiences were relatively formative in who I am today.
You really
So-
don't? They are.
I
I disagree with you. I think that every negative experience, every experience in our life is formative, including the negative.
I'm not
And
saying it
will
didn't have
you.
any effect. I mean, largely formative, right?
I bet they did. I bet they did.
I think I would have to go through them individually to really decide, right?
Maybe in
just
like
kind of
the-
looking back.
Psychoanalysis.
So
Time
we
for
can-
psychoanalysis.
Neither here nor there, right? My question still stands regardless of personal situation, which I'm more than willing to dig into afterwards. But I want to ask you guys this: if it's not school, because I don't necessarily think that that's what instills that grit in people to persevere and continue to go on, right?
Just an aspect.
Then what is it, right? Because I was thinking when I formed this question, I thought, well, it's parents, right? It's got to be your parents. But you were 16 when you were kicked out of your house, so some of your deeply formative years were spent at least partially by yourself, having to figure out who you were, right? So it can't all be
They
parents.
let me back
right?
in. I got to move back into my house after I told my mom that it was a lie.
Okay.
Because my girlfriend at the time stopped talking. Because my mom threatened to tell her parents. She was like, "I'm sorry, I can't do this," and so she bailed.
Okay.
And then I stayed at a lesbian couple's house. They let me stay there for a little bit. It was like 5 months or something. And then finally,
You moved
my
back
mom
home?
showed up. Yeah, she said, "Just tell me it was a phase. Just tell me it was a lie." And I wanted to go home, so I said, "Yeah, I lied. It's not true. It's a phase." So I went home.
Okay.
To this day, my mom does not know that I'm bisexual. To this day, I've never. That's the other thing that really pisses
Don't
me
watch
off.
this, Creatrix, Mom.
Yeah.
Don't watch
I know.
this
Don't
stream.
do it.
I know. That's the other thing that sucks about, like, one thing that I've always had to struggle with, like, the LGBTQ community is, like, they don't. What's the word? Everyone's always talking about the struggle, but then there's people that have gone through that struggle, but they're not even, like, caring, or they don't see it, like, because
Empathetic.
I'm this. Yeah, there's no empathy, like, because I'm a white I guess I'm not cis if I'm
'Cause you're
bi. I don't know
privileged.
how that works. Yeah, right.
You're
So like
cisgendered.
my
You're cisgendered,
struggle
but you're
doesn't matter.
bisexual.
Like the fact that cisgendered. I don't know what the fuck this shit
It's,
means.
all
Okay.
the first letters in that thing get kind of like
Listen,
pushed off to the
get
side.
it right, okay? It's very important on this
Dave
show.
Chappelle
Pronouns
is
are very
king for
important.
this.
I'm just
Yeah,
kidding,
and it's just like I've experienced that shit. Like I know what it's like to fucking go through the having your family never accept you, knowing that you're never going to be accepted. But honestly, it's like you can't ruminate on that. Like you can't you can't ruminate on like that experience. Like at this point in my life, I just am like, yeah, that happened. Yeah, my mom can't know. Yeah, this is just life. And what's the point? Should I just sit around and mope and just wallow in my oppression? Like, no, that's not going to help anything. That's not going to help me. That's that's honestly just gonna fucking hold me down. The only thing you can do is just like move past it.
So
Oh,
do
yeah.
you have a relationship with your family, like with your mom? I know you said that your dad passed in December. Did you have a relationship with your dad, and do you have a relationship with your mom now?
I was very close to my dad. I have a well, so because obviously I love my mom. Like she's my mom. Even if she sucks a lot of the time, I still love her.
I'm
And
not the
so
right
at
person
this
to ask about this. I'm not the right person to have this discussion with.
I love her. So in my
Yes.
mind, I'm like I want to still have a relationship with her if I can. You know, like I
Yes.
want to just like keep the peace. It's basically it at this point. I'm
So you
just
just
trying
don't
to
really
keep
talk
the
about
peace.
it then.
No. And I can, as I said, I can talk in the lens of Christianity. So
Yeah.
I can speak Christian. I can
So-
speak the language. I can communicate about God in that way because I do believe in a higher power, intelligent design, and I can talk about it through the lens of Christianity and have deep conversations with my mom about it because of that. And so I can have a relationship with her to a degree. I mean, it sucks because she brings everything down to one thing that sucks is like sometimes like something will go wrong and I'll be like, I want to talk, I want to vent, and she'll just be like you just need to have faith in God. Like or like it'll just always go
Okay,
back to
yeah.
that one thing and I'm like, I just want to be fucking pissed and I want to vent, mom. Like
Yeah.
we just like it's like nothing you can't ever have like a logical discussion with her about like actual tangible steps that you could take because it always just goes back to well gotta have faith in God, gotta like be strong in the Lord, and that's the only thing you can do, which I do understand where she's coming from with there, but like obviously you need to make tangible steps in order to make changes in your life.
Yeah.
Right.
And
Yeah.
a part of me is almost envious of those kinds of people that can make it so simplistic like that and just chalk it all up to faith and just say, if you can, like you said, just, have faith in God's plan or whatever it is. I mean, I'm kind of envious to the simplicity that brings, but
Yeah.
ultimately we know that's all bullshit because you got to do something
Yeah.
to get
I mean, I
through
do
whatever
think
it is
faith
that you're
is
doing.
Important. I do think that having faith in something is important.
Yeah.
I
And I think it's
personally-
very underrated. Like I've been a guy that I don't know if I guess I'd call myself an atheist, I guess. But
I figured you listen to Sam Harris.
yeah, Sam gets on my nerves a lot. But I guess I would kind of more equate myself into your realm. Like I'm very spiritual, I guess. And like I just spent a week up in the mountains and God, there is something to be said about just the majesty of nature. And it really brings one down to kind of the self, and it makes you feel really small, makes you feel real insignificant, and it makes you appreciate the world, I guess, and for lack of a better term. But I talking about the relationship with your mom, and feel free, like if you don't feel comfortable about this, just don't engage. But because I lost my father a few years ago, and that was I didn't realize at the time it was a big deal in my life.
Yeah.
But I've had, especially ever since then, I've had this weird, I guess, kind of idea that, the old kind of saying, blood is thicker than water or whatever it is. It's, I don't give that a second thought anymore. I think family, the value of family, if family is something that is a negative aspect on your life, I got no problem saying, fuck you, I'm out. I make my own family if that's the deal, Like I have a good relationship with my mother. I better because I work with her every day. She works at the same company. We own part of the same company. But, what is it that when you said you love your mother, like what is it what is it that keeps you loving your mother?
I'm glad you asked this.
I think that because I know my mom's past. I know why she is the way she is. I know there's a lot of layers to why my mom is the way that she is. And she's human, and humans are flawed. My mom is a flawed person, and I don't think she's inherently bad. I think she's scared. I think she's a scared human who is filled with a lot of shame and guilt, and a lot of people that are drawn to certain sects of Christianity. It's usually because of something that they did in the past that they are filled with regret with, and they need to feel they need to feel cleansed of that. And so with Christianity, they can. And I
Mhm.
think that I see where my mom is coming from, and I understand. And I don't think she's inherently evil. I think she's just a scared person that can only love the only way she knows how. And I try to love her the way I can and give her love and appreciation. And I mean, sometimes it sucks because sometimes, who knows, she could find something about me in a week and never talk to me again. She could, like, anything like that could happen. It's happened multiple times where she just would up and stop talking to me. And I wouldn't even know why. I'd like talk to my dad and be like, Mom's not answering my calls. And he'd be like, ugh, Randy, she found out about that show you produced, and like she thinks it's like satanic and like all of this stuff. And I'd just be like, okay. And like my mom found out I managed a strip club, and that was a huge issue. And she disowned me after that. And so, and my dad knew. My dad was very religious, but he was Christian, but like he was not the same way as my mom. He was more open. He still loved me unconditionally. You know, like regardless of what I did, he might not agree with shit that I do, but he still was like, he still wanted that relationship with me. And I think that that's kind of where I'm at with my mom too. It's like, I might not agree with some of the shit she believes or the things that she does, but I love her unconditionally, even if she can't even love me unconditionally.
So can I ask you?
It's a good answer.
This is this is a personal thing. I have a strained relationship with my own family, so this is partially why I'm asking you this, right? Do you not expect growth out of your mother? You know?
What do you mean? For her to grow?
Yes.
No. I mean, I think she's just, some people are just stuck in their ways. It's always going to be a thing.
I'll turn the question back to you.
Yeah.
And,
Do you expect growth from your mother?
Yes, and that's
Okay.
so that's where I'm at now, right? Where obviously it's a different perspective, so I have to consider that now. I don't want to get too deep into it because I haven't hashed this out with my family, but I'll give what I'm willing to. It's still an active situation, so
Okay.
I don't want to call them out on the internet because I'm not talking to them. So that's but like me and my mother and my wife have had issues, and my larger family on my mother's side, on my side, have had issues essentially since my wife and I got together that were hidden from my wife and I for years.
But they just not
And
like your wife? Is it more of like
they they felt like I had changed and that I was ashamed of them and that I wanted to spend more time with my wife's family and all this stuff. And they hid all of this for years until we were married, and we were married for over a year. And then they decided to mention it after they're like, but it doesn't matter because it's too late now. And so things had been strained ever since then. That was probably like 4 years ago. And then in February, over my wife's birthday, my wife's name was Jordan. We had a falling out with my mom. There was a situation that happened over fucking childcare, like a simple thing she was watching, but miscommunication over that turned into a larger thing that we've like barely spoken since then. And over this time since February, what is it now? It's November. So over 9 months, I've obviously done an immense amount of reflecting on the way that I was raised and things like that. When I was raised, my parents were divorced, so it was my mom, my sister, and my grandma and me until I was an adult. And a part of my issue is that my mom is 60 years old, and I just
you're the only boy, right?
the only boy, yeah. And so part of my issue at this time is that I'm also the youngest in my family of all these people I'm having issues with.
Baby boy.
And so I expect that these people would progress forward, that they would make changes in their life and want to do things better. And that's part of where my frustration is that I don't.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
So have you always been close to your mom?
Probably, when I was growing up, because that's the only parent that I had,
I also do feel like mothers tend to have a special relationship with their sons. My mom definitely does with my brother. And I would say they always feel like no woman is good enough. I feel like that can be a thing that some moms have. I don't know if this is a similar thing in your situation, but
Yeah.
sometimes moms can feel like no one's good enough for their baby boy.
Yeah.
No one, like, that's there, especially if there's not a man in the house and you're the only man in the house type of thing. Like, then, like, there's just a lot put on you at that point as
Yeah.
like the masculine figure, and then they are gonna have a hard time accepting any woman
Yeah.
come into your life. I don't know if that
And I don't know either. There's so much. A family is not talkers. As much as they would like to say that they're very emotional and supportive, it's not. They're sweep things under the rug type of group of people. They would just rather forget about it and not talk about it until you're gone, and then they'll talk to everybody else about it, but they don't want to talk to you about it. And that's what happened, except for like 4 or 5 years or whatever, until they finally my cousin sent me a text message of like, oh hey, I just wanted to let you know, I felt. And we've all felt, for the last 5 years, like you've, like Jordan's family more than us, and blah, 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 all these things over fucking text message after 5 years. And so that was the beginning event of the last probably like 3 years of. So it's,
Yeah.
so that's why I ask you that question, that like my mom, she's 6 years old, and I expect to be fair, my Jordan tells me that I have high expectations of the people in my life. That you could probably attest to that or deny that. I don't know whether or not
I think that's a very true statement.
So that could definitely be part of it, but I expect progress. I expect better. It's been 4 years at least that we've been having these same issues, that I've been having these same issues with my mom, that I expect progress, so that's what I'm interested in. So that's why I ask you that, like how old is your mom?
in her 60s.
And so
She's older.
And so you are, and I'm not judging you either way. I'm genuinely curious because I don't know, you're just accepting that this is just how she is, and you don't expect progress from that point.
I don't expect her. She's formed.
She's formed.
Do you think there's a point where it's too late for change?
I think that probably not for everyone, but most likely for her. And I also don't expect people to change, because you can't expect anyone to change. I think that she also, I don't want her to die and have regrets that I didn't do everything I can to show my mom that I still love her regardless. And like,
But that's a regret for you and not her, right?
No, I mean, yeah, for sure. She's like this good Christian, but like, obviously she's not coming from that place of unconditional love that Christianity is supposed to be based on. But at least I can give that to her, and I'll give it back. And who knows, maybe that could have an effect. Who knows? But I don't expect anything. I don't expect her to change. I wonder, my little sisters, I wonder if them rebelling in any way might cause a shift. Who knows? I also think that everyone, like my siblings, also feel like the need to like cater to my mom.
Your older siblings or all of them?
My oldest brother,
right,
and my little sisters for sure. It's just like there's just aspect of just like keeping mom happy, just keeping her content and happy, and trying not
just
to
letting her do her thing and not cause issues. Appreciate what you do have.
Yeah, not make waves.
Yeah.
I mean, she's got a very strong personality.
Right.
Like my mom is actually very passionate about politics. She's very passionate about religion, obviously. She loves debating. She loves it. So like me and her get into heated debates all the time, and we talk about politics and religion, and we can have really deep, in-depth conversations. It's just, unfortunately, we'll get to a point where we hit a wall because we can't go any further, because she can't go any further, and that's where it ends.
So you have a lot of respect for your mom?
In certain ways.
Yeah.
No.
I don't know, not really. I would say no. Probably not. I love her and I appreciate her. I would say the word respect probably wouldn't be the word I would use. No.
So you're blowing my mind right now. I'm just very intrigued, right? And I feel bad because obviously you're the guest, but I can't help but be drawing parallels to my own life because this is an active situation that I'm in. So it's just very.
It's very interesting.
I'm wondering.
I think it
what
speaks
the,
more
I'm trying to
to.
figure out what the difference is.
I think the
in the
difference
logic.
is between you and you. I think it's just the difference of you as an individual versus Brandy as an individual.
Certainly,
right?
but that's why I'm trying to figure out what that difference is. Do you know what I'm saying? And so that's why I'm going through the thought
grace.
process because it's crazy.
It's great. No, I think it might be a little bit more clouded to you because
right.
you are so logical
Yeah.
and analytical that at this point you're expecting some kind of progress.
You also can't expect everyone else to be as logical as you are.
Yeah, like I hate to say it, man, but you pretty up there. You're top tier, and most people are not at your level.
Unfortunately, a lot of people aren't. Like, my mom
Yeah.
is not logical at all.
Yeah.
At all. And I have to accept that. And a lot of people aren't fucking logical. It's actually
Yeah.
a problem.
And it
A lot
almost
of people
it almost makes more sense for your mom, Brandy, because there is the excuse of religion to play. Right. Whereas your
My
mom
mom's
doesn't.
not religious. I mean, she's finding religion now that she's older. She's going to like a Unitarian Universalist church. So as much as you can call that religion, it's she's going somewhere and talking about God where everyone sees God a different way, which is what you're talking about. I would call that more spirituality. I wouldn't call that religion.
Yeah.
Right? Which is maybe semantics, neither here nor there. But we were raised Christian. We went to church every day or every Sunday until I was probably 7, and then we just stopped going. It wasn't a thing. And then when I got into high school and I was looking for something and I got rebaptized just as like New Life or whatever the fuck that random Christian church is, my mom flipped shit, that had happened. So
That's the discount used car salesman of the religion world.
so that absolutely
It's like, whatever, bro. You kind of feel with us, we'll take you.
anybody that will baptize a person who's under 18 without talking to their parents first, what are we talking
Wait,
about?
they baptized you without your parents' consent?
They had
That's
never
hilarious.
even met my mother before.
Hey-o.
She had
Also,
never
yeah.
even been there. It was at a youth group. I had been going to youth group at this church for a number of weeks, blazed out of my mind. And while we were there, we'd been there for X amount of time. I was 18 years old, trying to find out what I want to do. Pretty sure I want to join the military. Looking so lonely. I was looking. This is a horrible
I
thing.
didn't know that. For fuck's sake, this is good.
storied past of Don Phillips, right? So, and I don't Donovich, right?
No, you called yourself Don.
Only on
that.
this show. Only on this show. That's so to the point that I was literally trying to get in a relationship with somebody that was willing to marry me because I wanted to join the military and I knew I was going to move somewhere else and didn't want to be by myself. I was like selfish thinking to the point that I was like, I will subject you to whatever the military is going to do because I don't want to be alone when I come home from deployment from doing whatever I want to do.
Interesting.
And so this church was part of the way that I did that because that was also one of the things that I was trying to find at the time,
I didn't know this about you. This is very interesting.
This is like in the end of high school,
Yeah.
right at the end of high school, and then right when I got out.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Because that is so counter to my reasons for joining the military.
I wanted to.
Oh, Jordan
desperately-
loves her. I
yeah.
love it.
I this whole time that we've been talking to her, my wife loves you. She's watching the stream right now.
Yeah.
And she loves you. So, and I thought that this whole time. So, yeah. So I asked you the respect thing because, again, one of my issues with my mom is like, well, I don't respect you anymore. I don't have respect for you as a person. And so I struggle to have this relationship that was very odd and abstract to begin with. I struggle to continue this when I don't have any respect for you, especially if I didn't feel and don't feel any respect in return.
Yeah.
And so I'm so curious.
Freud would have a lot to say about this.
You do?
I think Freud would.
Oh,
Probably.
yeah. I try not to think about it. It's not good. But
Yeah.
so I'm very intrigued. I'm very interested by that. I'm very confused. Part of it, I don't know. I don't know what to attribute it to. Just because
Well,
I'm
I
different,
think
like you said.
I think it's just also I'm also very forgiving, like to a fault.
And I am not. And I am very
There
not.
it is. We
I
found
am
it.
very,
No,
I'm
I'm-
very not.
Yeah, no, I'm very forgiving to a fault. This actually can be a problem. Because I feel like I can always see where someone's coming from. I can always see their side, their perspective, and even in like, so I have actually this has gotten me into abusive relationships. I've been in two in my life. One in high school. I thought I would never get into one again, and then I got into one fairly recent, like a year or so ago, and I was in one for a while, like physically abusive, and it gets to a point just because I'm like I can like be like, oh well, this is why they're like that, and like maybe I can love them better, maybe I can fix
Right,
them with
right.
love. Obviously it's not a thing. So yeah, to a point I can, like, even with friends, like I can have a friend fuck me over, and then like they could be like, hey, like I'm sorry, can we be friends? And I'll be like, yeah, like that's fine, like I understand, we all make mistakes. Like, I mean, I've made mistakes and I've done things that I regret, and I've hurt people. And I think we all have that. None of us are perfect. All of us are flawed. We're all flawed people. And I think that having that humility of realizing that we're all flawed makes us be able to love other people's flaws and realize that, like, okay, I understand that you're flawed because so am I.
Or
Yeah.
love
But
them despite the flaws.
despite the flaws, which could, I mean, as I said, it can be
Could
a
be
problem.
dangerous. Yeah.
It can be a problem. It's been a problem in my past. It's something I'm working towards, of being able to realize that sometimes you need boundaries and need to realize that sometimes you shouldn't forgive everybody all the time.
So my wife is very big on that boundary. She talks about very like all the time. You know, it's very
Yeah.
common. It's very consistent in our house. Through that negative interaction with our family member when she was talking about, you know, like what would you do if your kid died because of fucking whatever, to, you know, relationship with our parents and all kinds of stuff. So that's very interesting.
This is almost making me think that I might be cutting people off too early.
I'm just thinking that, bro. Like, am I too quick to? Because I'm very much a person. I'll light the bridge and fucking laugh as I watch it burn. You know,
Yeah.
It's not depending on the circumstance. You know, there are, and that's what I'm thinking about. Is there are certain things that I have very little grace for. You know, deception, like lying. These are things that I don't, because
You've never lied in your life?
It's not that. It's not that, right? I lied probably more than the average person in my youth.
Yeah.
I would be
When I was
willing
young, I
to.
used to lie all the time.
So
Like,
now,
when we were
right.
kids.
But
Yeah.
now, as an adult, I make a conscious and concerted effort to not lie for any reason.
Well, I also
And-
believe in personality disorders. So I do think that some people might have a personality disorder that makes them more predisposition to lying. And like it's like unfortunate, and like it's like those people, obviously the only thing they can really do is like be aware of it and be like, and usually most personality disorders do stem from something that happens to them in childhood, some the way their parents treat them, things like that. And like unfortunately it's just the way that they're formed. And like, yeah, they can be conscious of it and work towards not doing those things, but like I can understand why they do them and see that and be like, okay, well, let's, obviously it sucks when people don't make any effort to change and don't make any effort to work towards making themselves a better person. That sucks. I mean, it all comes down to like being able to be reflective, but as I said, you can't control other people. You can't change them. I have a friend right now who, like, actually, she's kind of a piece of shit. Like, I went a while without talking to her because she lies, she steals. But I love her as a person. Like, I love who she is. Like, she's got this amazing energy and she's super fun to be around. And I think that she just has a personality disorder. And I don't hang out with her very often. I pretty much try to keep her at arm's length. But, like, she's still someone I consider a friend. Like, not a good friend, but like I don't hate her. I don't have any like hatred or animosity towards her. I think she's just someone that has a personality disorder that's hopefully eventually will grow, but you can't make someone change. That's something that they have to figure out, that they have to do on their own. No matter how, you can kind of be like, yeah, show them the way a little bit, but you can't force anyone to change.
Can't make anyone change. Like a drug addict. You can't force a drug addict to get clean.
Yeah.
They only want to get clean when they want. So let me ask you this in the way that it's framed in my mind, right? Because I'm using you to now decode my own personal problems. That's what this podcast has turned into now.
Nice.
So that's where we're at now. So
This has been a good podcast
I'm
so far.
so happy that you're here. Yeah, we talk about these things all the time on social media. So I don't even know what to just throw the thing up. I can't
Hit
even
the
run
button.
them all right now. Yeah, we'll talk about it in a minute. So the next time the timer goes off, we'll talk about it.
Where's my?
This is the way that it's framed in my mind, so I'm going to ask it to you this way, but I don't want you to take offense to it. My question is, when you accept, especially in the case of your friend who steals shit and is deceptive and is whatever, right? Why would you subject yourself to unhappiness and frustration when these people, your mom, this friend, have
She is working towards it. She's
potential
better
for
now than
growth?
she was- No, but she is better now than she was when I first met her. She's
Okay.
working towards it.
So
So,
there's
like,
progress.
there is progress. It's slow,
Which
and
is
I see
important.
her back. I see her go back a little
Okay.
bit and go forward. It's like it's definitely it's a mix. It's like she'll take 2 steps forward, 3 steps back type of thing, and it goes back and forth. But I think that that's kind of like a war in her own mind.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I also think it has to do with she personally substances. I think she has an issue with substances that
Okay.
makes certain aspects and certain
Certainly,
negative aspects
certainly.
of her personality come out when she does those substances.
And I will say, just real quick, I've been following the chat. I haven't said a whole lot of these chats, but there are some people in the chats that are getting a lot out of this conversation too, is decoding some of their own situations by what you two are really getting into right now.
You're
so
helping
keep
a
it
lot
going.
of grown men right now is
Yes,
what you're doing.
that's
So-
what that exactly.
Yes. Yeah, that's very, very interesting. That's very interesting.
It seems so funny because I am so. I guess I mean maybe I'm cold-hearted about this because I don't have a lot of room for grace, I guess, when it comes to like deep-seated relationships like
Right.
that with the families and best friend
It's
type
okay to
things,
keep
but
an arm's length type of thing. Like that's the thing. Like the
Yeah.
people, I keep the arm's length, but like I'm not gonna cut them out of my life completely. Like if someone reaches out to me and says, I need you to be here for me, I'm not gonna be like, no, fuck you. Like anyone that reaches out to me and says that they need me to be there for them, regardless of what has happened in the past, I would be there. You know,
So-
I mean,
here's just I use this as an example because it literally happened to me one time in my life, and
Okay.
I did it right. Whoever the person is in question, right? If you call them at 12:30 in the morning, and you're broken down on the side of the road, and you need them to go to your house, grab their other vehicle, and then meet them 2 hours away so that they can exchange vehicles and they get home, right?
Mm-hmm.
This actually happened to me on one of my first dates with Carolina, or you might know her as Lexi.
Lexi.
But it happened to us one time on one of our first dates. I got a call from a buddy of mine that I was working with at the time. They were stranded on the side of the road on Jersey Turnpike because their car, I can't remember exactly what happened, and he wanted me to go to his house, get his other car, and then drive down to go pick him up and his family, and then we could switch vehicles and shit, and he'd bring me back and all this stuff. And I just didn't even think about it. I was right there. I was like, sure, man. I made sure it was okay with Carolina because obviously this was like our second or third date maybe, and
Right.
that's weird. This dude's going to bring me out in the middle of nowhere and murder me, but these people that you're talking about, right, are they, whether it's your mom or maybe it's your friend Creatrix that you've had this, these kind of arm length relationship with, or like, is that somebody you could call in the middle of the night when you have
No.
an issue and they will come
no.
hook you up?
But I
Because
don't
that's kind of
expect them. I would never call them because I don't expect that from them. I don't expect that from that friendship. I also don't think that you should do things for people because you expect them to reciprocate.
Mhm.
Like I think that that's the other thing is like you can't just do nice things for people because you expect them to reciprocate back. Like I guess this is like an aspect of the Christian religion, that's kind of like a basis of what
Right.
Christianity stands
the old
for.
pay it
is, like,
forward type of deal.
no,
Right.
no, like you are just you give without expecting anything in return.
So
And
let me.
I-
Sorry, go ahead.
No, continue.
So let me reframe it this way, right? The same question, but not as reciprocal favors or like doing the right thing, but maintaining a relationship because you would expect that through that, because you expect this is a person that would do that for you, right? Like that seems, it feels to me less transactional, you know, like I choose to maintain a relationship with this person because I know they are of the quality that if I needed them to come to me 2 hours away, then they would do it. Not I
Yeah.
continue to do nice things for them so that they will do it because they feel indebted to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know I'm coming to hook you up, bro.
And so that's okay. So let's take a shot to that.
Let's take a
real quick,
shot.
right?
Cheers.
To the friends that'll come pick you up at
and
the
then
side of
we'll
the
hit
road.
socials because it's the time.
Oh,
Okay.
I just played the thing, but we could do it again.
Buffalo Trace. Well, we haven't said them is what I'm talking about.
Oh, word.
The last time it went off, I
Audio
just hit
listeners.
restart and then just went forward. Exactly. Audio only, Colin. Jesus Christ, that Buffalo Trace.
It's good shit.
You guys have been watching us here, YouTube, Salt of the Streets. You can find the podcast anywhere. Instagram.com/Salt of the Streets. You're killing me. Jesus Christ. Patreon.com, Salt of the Streets. Go there, get signed up, help us make better content just like this right here because this has been a fantastic episode thus far. Discord.com is through the Patreon. Good God, the Buffalo Trace. We have our own personal social media. I am at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram and alpaca
Bad that
Salt
I
of the
drink a
Street
coffee
on
at
Twitter.
9:30.
Hard no.
No. We just, it's whatever time, 4 o'clock, we hit a bang, bang, energy drink. So it is what it is. Colin is at Big Board Offie on both those things. Swell Blended for a haircut if you're in the local area. Location, Skate Shop in downtown Bremerton. Creatrix with 2 underscores on Instagram. Creatrix_TTV on Twitter. Creatrix_ on Twitch. Lexi Kyle on Twitch. Leggings and Aprons on Instagram. Movember. Go to Movember.com. Donate to my face. I think that's it. I'm sorry. Creatrix.
At some point in this conversation, we have to talk about Twitch, but we'll get there.
We'll get there.
Right now, we're dealing with some deep
Let's deal
psychological
with our mommy
stuff.
issues first, and then we'll move
Yes.
on to Twitch.
Let's solve the world's mommy and daddy issues
That's
first.
why I went to school for psychology.
Exactly. You know the University of Maine. I mean, that's what's up.
I've always loved psychology and like the inner workings of the way people's minds work. Who knows? Probably from my upbringing and seeing how my mom's
Oh yeah,
mind
and don't get me wrong, I'm a huge fan of psychology. Kant, Freud, Nietzsche,
Is
the whole
Kant
9 yards.
psychology? I thought Kant and Nietzsche are
That's philosophy, but it all melds together at a certain point because
basically-
philosophy, once you apply it to the human, becomes psychology. I mean, let's be real about this. But I love psychology. I question whether or not you should go to school for it.
I mean,
I feel
yeah,
like
no,
you should be reading, you should be trying to comprehend, you should be having conversations, which is where the schooling comes in. But
yeah, I mean,
but-
if I could have picked where I would have gone to school for something more in the art field, but my mom wouldn't have let me do that.
So
Mm-hmm.
why
They
did you? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, my mom was like she didn't believe that like art or anything like that was something you could go to school for or anything. So I picked psychology because at the time I wanted to be a psychologist. I thought that's what I wanted to do. But then after like 2.5 years in college, I was like, actually, maybe this isn't what I want to do because I don't want to be in school for 10 years. And then I was like, I want to make money. And so then I just ended up getting a job at a nightclub, making ridiculous money, and also worked at a strip club as the door girl. And I was just making like, at the time, it felt like I was rich, like being like a college kid, and all of a sudden I was making like I had 2 jobs, and I was just like racking in the dough. So I dropped out of college and was like, nah,
So you don't have a degree then?
I do not have a degree.
That's no problem. I'm just asking because I was gonna ask you why you went to school, but if you wanted to be a psychologist, that's why you went to school. So
Yeah, and then I realized I didn't, but I had already gone for like 2 years, and I was like, ooh.
right. No, we talk about that consistently. The local vocational school in Bremerton is called West Sound Tech, and when I was in high school, and I believe also when Colin was in high school, it was very much billed as like it's for retards and fuck ups. Like you only go there, if you can't handle regular public school, which is not the truth because they had carpentry programs, nursing programs,
Yeah.
cosmetology programs, everything.
Yeah,
Yes.
vocational schools need better branding.
Yes.
Like when I was a kid, I wish I went to fucking vocational school. Like I'm an idiot. Like now I reflect, like they had such cool programs, but because of how it was painted,
Yeah.
it was painted for like the fuck ups and the people that weren't that like couldn't, that didn't like because we all have different ways of learning and different more hands-on learners, I would say.
Yeah.
Not as good test takers typically, but like then like the way that that's painted when you're in schools, like those people are stupid, those are the dumb people.
Right.
But like
Yep.
it's not that's not even fucking true.
Yeah.
And I have regrets of like because when you're a kid you're impressionable and like you care what other people think and like you're just like, oh well, that's where that's like things that have regrets of when I was in high school because I cared so much what other people think. I feel like I'd be like 10 times better off now if I had just stopped caring so much what people thought then. Like,
Right. What do you think helped get you to the point that you don't care what people think? Because that's where right now you think you don't.
care.
You still
I
care.
still care. I'm working on it. It's
Just
something that I
less
work
now?
on. Less now, yes. I still do have a problem where I care what people think. With the canceling thing, like that really
Yeah.
I was
hit
gonna
me
ask if
hard.
you thought that helped with that, right?
Yeah,
Obviously, going through that.
Though it didn't, it did, but because I have an instant reaction to rebel. So like when
Right.
it happened, I like kind of was like, "Fuck you! I don't give a fuck what you think," but I did deep down inside,
Yeah.
like I was reacting like that, but I actually secretly gave a fuck and was just like. Didn't know what else to do other than kind of be like, well, like you think that's controversial, like wait to see my other fucking opinions, like it was just more like
Right.
that was just the fucking like that was the surface, bro. Like let's keep going.
Right.
And so then I just kind of like was poking the bear, I guess, and it wasn't like I've ever none of my opinions I consider like controversial, like they're really not
Well,
controversial.
us either, but
Well,
Yeah, but
we haven't gotten to
We've been in
we
the
haven't
black
gotten to
hole
that
for
portion
quite
of the
some time.
podcast yet. Wait till we
Yeah.
start bringing up political issue A, political issue B, and then people are going to start hating us. But that's fine.
Well, I mean,
We'll move
I
over
don't
soon
feel like
enough.
I'm pretty
Soon enough.
moderate. I'm pretty moderate. Like that was the other thing. I said I'm a centrist.
right.
And they actually said in the email, I have the email, it said that me calling myself a centrist was offensive to marginalized liberals. And I was like, how does that make any
That's
sense? I
awesome.
was like, how does me being a moderate affect, like, because people now believe, like, on the far left, like, this isn't as much of a thing on the far right, I don't think, but, like, people on the far left believe that if you're not with us, you're against us.
Yeah.
If you're not as far as us, then you're the enemy. Like,
Well,
you
they don't
can
see it
only-
as far, but that's
No,
yeah.
well, they are, yeah, no, because even because I usually use the like political compass as my like scope of how I
Oh, there you go.
how I view politics. Like there's like the
We haven't done that in a
authoritarian
while.
left, authoritarian right,
Mhm.
libertarian left, a libertarian right. I'm right on the cusp of libertarian left and right. Like I'm pretty close. I'm pretty fiscally conservative, I'd say. But
The far
very
right thinks the same. Thanks, Dan Moto.
I-
Dan Moto.
But yeah, so on the like what I've noticed, because then if you go far left libertarian is what neo-Marxism, and like that would consider like left libertarianism, like which is kind
mean-
of like, or what is it called? It's like
Neoconservatism.
no, there's like Noam Chomsky. He says that he's a
Man.
libertarian, right? But he's like he's a
Noam Chomsky, a libertarian.
No, and
Jesus.
that's
That's what he says. He says
Yeah.
he is. He calls
He
himself
says
a
he is.
libertarian. Yeah,
He's
says
also
he-
1,000.
Right, because
Yeah.
neo-Marxism is like what is progressing through with critical race theory,
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
that's neo-Marxism. So
Yeah, and that's the left, and that would be on the political scale. They usually, when they take the political compass test, they're on the
Yeah.
far, like the
Far
libertarian.
left and pretty authoritarian.
right.
Well, no, they usually don't land there though because of most.
Because of them lying.
Yeah, well, I force my friends to take those tests, and they usually end up.
You're an authoritarian in your own right. Look at that.
I know. I'm like, you got to take this fucking test, because I want to see where you are. I think that they're pretty accurate, at least for me. But the thing is like, so what? Bernie, he usually lands like authoritarian left, but like on the
Yeah.
cusp of libertarian left.
Yeah.
Like that's the thing. It's like it all just depends on like how you feel about civil liberties
Yeah,
and how you
and,
feel
and
like the
he
government should control. Theoretically, neo-Marxism are supposed to say that they don't believe there should be government control, right? Like real, like that,
yeah.
like that's what they say, decentralization.
Yeah,
Which is
if
like,
every single
It's-
little community of 150 people could get together and make their own little version of rules and laws, and then you drive 10 minutes down the road and they have their own little community that makes their own rules and laws. Yeah,
Yeah.
that is that version of that utopia, but it's all bullshit.
But I don't think
I'm-
that's. I don't think neo-Marxism would still.
There's
It's still definitely involved in centralized power. Do you know what I'm
it
talking
is
about?
involved
So
in centralized power, but the
well, it's an oxymoron.
It is.
It's like they say these things, but they don't realize that half of the shit that they say is contrary to like the ideology that they follow.
Yes.
Like it's just like it's fucking just talking bullshit out your mouth. Like they literally just say a bunch of shit, and it's all fucking nonsense. None of it is applicable in the real world, is what it feels like. It's not anything.
very utopian.
Sure, communism could
right.
work on a very small scale. You know, like there are
150
that's
people
happened.
max.
Yeah, like and like that can work. And honestly, I am a proponent of decentralization. I am a proponent
Huge.
of less federal government and having it like be more local based. And then like
Right.
that I am 100%.
Mhm.
And then sure, if fucking California wants to be a fucking commie state, let go. Like they're already doing it, right?
Yeah.
like,
And
Yeah.
I guess my point is I just wouldn't attribute that to Marxism, right? But it is an oxymoron in the way that Marxism, communism, socialism are a political and governmental system that have no means of production. It is inherently only a system of consumption.
Yeah,
just
'cause it
consumes
consumes
and
the production.
redistributes. That's all that it is. They
Yeah.
don't have a means of production, and that's I hesitate to say this, but from a communist perspective, the beauty that China has found in that they
Is the
allow
free
free
market
markets to exist so long as you abide by the rules and regulations and standards of the Communist Party. Because
the
if
central
if you
authority.
want a license to operate, then you need to get it from the Communist Party. However,
Yeah.
once you have this license, you can do what you want with it. And that's
Mercantilism.
the only way.
not what you want with it. They have a lot of guidelines.
As far
like
as
you,
business, I mean, you know what I'm saying? You
Yeah,
can
no,
have
but even-
pretty much whatever company you want, so long as
Yeah.
it abides by the regulations and
they
rules and
usually put
standards
ahead
of the
of
Communist
company
Party.
Yeah.
that is a part of the Communist Party. They usually
Exactly.
are pretty.
Exactly.
They make sure that it's overruled by someone. So it's
Exactly.
They
But they
based
are-
as fuck, but they based in the CCP.
yeah, like they are using like free market like economic principles. But and the thing is like with like
Up
means
until
of
the government
production,
level.
it's like, well, I think that's the thing is that communism's all theory.
Yeah.
It's like all theory. It's all theoretical. They're not actually thinking about how economies work, about how
Right.
supply chains
Right.
work, about
Supply
how
chains.
Because in
how
practice,
any of this shit works, like in
Right.
practice, you know. And then that's why typically communist countries fail because there is
Every
the
time.
logistics. There is the fucking logistics that nobody.
Logistics all the way.
Yeah, like you got to
Correct.
think of logistics of how these things operate, and that's why, like, I think it's hilarious when it's like communism just sounds good on paper, but like it's just not applicable.
in
I wish
practice,
it
it
would-
leads to the death of millions of people every
Yeah.
time.
Every time.
Literally
Every
every
time.
time, and everyone's like, "No, but this time it won't.
But
We're
if we
gonna
do
do
it right,
Better. We're gonna be different. We're gonna be fucking different." Yeah,
we
because
are the
everyone-
exception. Good
It's
job.
narcissism. It's narcissism in thinking that you like because it's narcissism by not learning from previous mistakes. You think that you're fucking so fucking smart that you will do it
Yes.
better than everyone else. It's
Yeah.
it's a narcissistic way of thinking.
I would
Yeah.
draw an equivalence to the ideology of an American exceptionalism, right? Of the same people that think like, oh, well, civil unrest would never happen here. A civil war
Huh.
could never happen
Yeah.
here. Government overthrow could never happen here. The
We in
toppling
it.
of the government could never happen here.
We in
because
it.
this is America. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That ideology is just as ignorant as the
Yep.
opposite side.
Yeah.
There's no reason that anybody in this country should assume that we are the exception to the rule, that every country before this has failed.
Yeah.
We're only the ones that exist right now. That this is not the rest of history. This is just us being alive right now. Because if you went back 300 years, we weren't fucking here. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? This country didn't exist. So that's at that time, you would have thought the same thing about the British powers, the French powers. Don't worry about it. These things are never going away, regardless of the revolution in France, any of this other shit. All these things are going to be here forever. You know?
Yeah.
It's an ignorant ideology to hold that communism could be done better to make it perfect and then no one will die. The same thing as America will just be perfect forever and we are the best and we've got it figured out and we've got to just keep pushing forward with what we've been doing for the last 2
I mean,
years.
for God's sakes, they're already talking about, like, on Twitter and on TikTok, which, by the way, don't forget, you wanted to rant about TikTok,
Oh, I have that written down.
right?
I have to.
Oh no, you have to.
You have to, because fuck a TikTok. But
Yes.
it is so ignorant to think that we, in this era, who have no ties to the revolutionary times, right? To have the assumption that it could never happen here because this is America it's to forget the foundation of revolution that America was founded on.
I also think a lot of people don't actually like. So people say that they like politics, but nobody looks into economics.
Oh, yeah.
And like that's actually an important thing to look at. Like you can't say that you know like a bunch about politics if you're not going to like actually look into like how economies work.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's like a huge part. Well, so I do think. So I mentioned Rudolf Steiner earlier. He started the Waldorf School. But he also like writes like political. He wrote like some books on political theory. And one thing that I thought was interesting is he wrote this book. It was called The Threefold Law, and it was about how in order for society to function, you need to have there's like the social sphere, the political sphere, and the economic sphere. And so they said that the only way for society to be functional and like without corruption is for those three spheres to stay separate, which I actually kind of agree. I agree that like our economic sphere and our political sphere shouldn't be intertwined. We shouldn't have privatized businesses scissoring with our politicians. We should have privatized businesses and our politics separate. We should have our social sphere, you know, like the way our schools run, religious institutions, media, all that stuff should be separate from politics and economics. Like these three spheres should be separated. And like there can be an aspect of where they're like intersect smally, but like for the most part they should just be completely separate spheres, because once they intertwine, once the political sphere starts affecting the social sphere, or the political sphere starts affecting the economic sphere, or the economic sphere starts to affect the political sphere, you know, that's you get crony capitalism. When the political sphere starts affecting social sphere, you guys start getting authoritarian things where like they're starting to fucking control our speech and control the things that we do. You know, it's like keeping those things separate, I think is I think that theory is something that should be like
Promulgated.
expanded. Like,
Right.
cause it's very it's very like basic of what he's written. It's a pretty, you know, like
Base as
basic
fuck.
but I think that that's something that should be, I don't know,
Right.
discussed, because that's one
Yeah.
of our big issues is crony capitalism,
Mhm.
is the fact that these spheres are conjoining into one centralized fucking thing that's
Right, the
controlling
culture
everything.
war and
Yeah. And if they were all just separate from each other, then they would all be decentralized.
Well, and
from one.
economics is always the outlier, right? Because when you look at the way the United States is formed, right? We have the three distinct branches of government. We have the judicial branch, we have the executive branch, we have the legislative branch, right? There's no economic branch. There's no cultural branch, right? The cultural branch should be the legislative branch, because the cultural branch should be made up of the people, if you will,
Yeah.
to make
Laws
up
governing
Congress,
our
right?
society
And
based off of
obviously
what's acceptable.
that is not the case now, because every single politician that's in office is shilling for something or other that is not doing justice to their constituency, right? And then we have the executive branch, which is basically just become the dictator in chief, regardless of who's and they only just kind of sway whichever political party is in power at the time.
Yeah.
And then the judicial branch is just kind of, I don't even know how to classify the judicial branch anymore. I mean, it's become politicized to every end, but
Yeah.
but you miss out on the culture because it's not being represented in the legislature. You miss out on the economic factors because once the legislative branch gives way to, we'll say, populism, I guess, in a way, just once they quit actually representing their constituency, the economics goes out the window. And at that point, we've missed both aspects of what you guys are talking about. There's no economics and there's no culture anymore. All there is just somebody standing on a high telling you what to do. And that's.
I feel like everyone should read like Thomas Sowell.
Thomas Sowell's legit.
I love Thomas Sowell, and like I don't even agree with everything he says. Like he comes from I don't agree with really anyone like 100%. I feel like you have to take everything.
Yeah.
A grain of salt. Yeah. And like I actually think that people are missing out because like for example, people hate people like Jordan Peterson, right?
The greatest human being.
I mean, I wouldn't go that far. Turn him into a demagogue, but like I definitely think that I definitely think that like so for example, I don't agree with some of the things that Jordan Peterson says. Like Jordan Peterson says that he doesn't believe that women can that he says women will not be fulfilled in their life if they do not have children, if they are not married. Like, and I agree to a degree that maybe that's the majority of women. But
there are exceptions to every rule.
Yeah.
There are exceptions.
There's
but like
24 rules now. There's exceptions to all of them.
There's exceptions to every rule.
And he always does say that there are exceptions, which I appreciate. But as I said, I don't fully. He's a traditionalist. I don't fully agree with everything he says. But like, I think people that like instantly will hear something that he says, and then they disagree, and then they're like, "Well, I hate him. He's evil." They miss out on so much of the value that he says. Like he did this lecture called "The Psychology of Creativity," and it was so good. Like some of the lectures he gives are amazing, and it's like you're missing out on that value by writing this person off because you don't agree with a couple things that he thinks. Like even Ben Shapiro, I don't agree with. He's an Orthodox Jew. Half the shit he says is just based in religion. I don't agree with 90% of it, but some of the things he says I do, and it's like you're missing out on that value if you just disregard someone because you disagree on a few things.
Right.
And I think that that's a problem. And so like Thomas Sowell, Milton Friedman, those people would be like, they might write them off like, oh, conservative economics. Even those are conservative. I mean, they do come from a capitalist perspective, but like there's so much value in what they say. And Thomas Sowell used to be a communist. Like he was like a full-blooded Marxist for a long time. And the only way he changed from being a Marxist was when he started working he like got a job, I think was in the government. He like got a government job and started to see like how the government is run. And he was like, these people cannot do shit. We cannot expect them to fix our problems.
Right.
Like,
Oh my God.
Scale back on giving them tax money because they do kind of like
They fuck it all up.
No, they're horrible at money management. Like they're not good at. That's like the problem is like you have all these people, and I'm not gonna say that I'm sure that there are certain people that are decent with management. That would be, like for maybe there's that one person in the world that if they were in charge, they could make communism work because they're just that fucking good at like the logistics or whatever. No, maybe. But like, what are the chances that person's gonna fucking be the one in charge? Like, probably not. I'm just saying, like, maybe there is a chance. There's this like mathematical.
Do you know who that person was? Do you know who that person was?
Who was it?
It was Hitler.
It was Hitler.
And I'm being serious. I'm being serious to the point that you start something called the National Socialist Workers' Party, and you then convince an entire country to turn a blind eye to the genocide of an entire race of people. So there is a person like that exists, but when you follow communism to its natural end, millions of people die.
Yeah.
No, I
You can't divide people along class lines and expect no one to get the short end of the stick.
No, it's true. I do think that is the problem, is that they do think of things as like oppressor and oppressed type of situation, which is a huge issue.
It's never equal. That's the issue with equity, right? And that's
equity is never equal.
Jordan's been so we got to talk about this for a second, right? And Jordan's been talking to me about all kinds of stuff. She's part of a Facebook group that's like
Facebook.
The district around here is Central Kitsap, right? That's the school district around here.
Yours,
it's like
maybe.
Central Kitsap Parents for Freedom or whatever. It doesn't matter whether or not you're in CK or not, Colin. You live in Washington, right? Anyway, the point is, so Jordan sends me stuff all the time that's supposedly from that they've received from the school district, that parents have received from the school district. She shows me one this morning, but it's not a document. It's like a Facebook post that someone says, this is the text of this email that I received, right? It turns into a larger discussion of this supposed email is from a woman who is, whether or not she's real or not, is supposed to be the head of the Office of Equity for Central Kitsap School District. So Jordan's like, I just can't believe that this exists, right? And I said, first of all, we have a taxpayer-funded equity task force for this state. So it shouldn't surprise you that this exists in every administration across the board.
Yep.
From everywhere, right? And it's I told her, I said, it should frustrate you more that it happened without you knowing than that it exists, right?
Yeah.
Because it's happening everywhere. And our president, Joe Biden, ran on a platform of equity. When it's happening on a national level, you have to expect it has started on a public level.
Michelle Wu just won in Boston, and she ran on a platform of equity. Which, I mean, there are aspects of her platform that like sound really good on paper. And I remember I was reading about it, but then as soon as I see the word equity, I instantly am like,
Yep.
like it gives me a feeling. Like even though all of her platform looked decent on paper, I mean, and everyone just keeps being like first person of color to win be elected mayor in Boston, and that's like all everyone's focusing on.
not
And I'm
right.
like, I know, and I'm like,
I remember a time when we didn't judge people by the color of their skin. I remember that.
Yeah.
I mean, but who knows? She might do amazing, and I'm not even saying that she won't. But like, whenever I see the word equity, I instantly start to be like, I don't know how I feel about this, because that means that they have some sort of plan in order to what? Like, what's the plan to create equity? Like what? Like it's going to involve taxes. Yeah. Like usually, it's going to involve taxes that are going to go one way to be siphoned into something else, and everyone says like it'll only be the rich people, but like when those people get taxed, they're just going to take that money away from their employees. They're just going to, or through goods, they're going to raise the price of goods, or raise or lower the wages of their employees, you know, like, or however else they're going to figure out to fucking like reconciliate their bottom line, you know, because that's the fucking end goal. I do need to say, like, I do believe in ethical capitalism. I like to call it, that's my type of capitalism. I'm actually a huge fan of like co-ops, which is like one thing that people are trying to kind of, I know that this is what all fucking like Marxist fucking, what's his name?
Something like REI and shit?
No, like Robert Wolf. What is that his name? Robert Wolf. He's like the big fucking,
I believe so.
Marxist that's like always on YouTube. He annoys the fucking shit out of me. But I watch his videos because I have to always hear the opposing opinion in order to really like level out my own. But
Robert Wolf died in 2014.
And that's not the guy.
No. If he's still making videos, that ain't the dude.
Marxist. Wait, what is it? Wolf Marxist. Look up Marxist, last name Wolf. I know he's Jewish.
Will you expand a little bit on what you mean by ethical capitalism?
Yeah, so, all right. So I actually do like the concept of co-ops, which is like what a lot of communists like love the idea of.
And by that you mean like employee-owned businesses?
Well, so I do think that there has to be...
Richard David Wolf.
Richard! Thank you.
Boom.
Richard Wolf.
Okay.
There we go.
There you go.
That guy.
So ethical capitalism.
Okay. Yeah. So back when I was a socialist, I took a course on.
I love that.
It was called. It was a permaculture design course, and it was like all about like it was actually about gardening design.
Okay.
There was a lot to it, and there was a section about co-ops, and there's different types of co-ops. The thing is that one thing I don't agree with the communist concept of a co-op is that they want to force every business into becoming a co-op.
Yeah.
That's no. Like if you want to fucking start a co-op, start a fucking co-op. You can have a co-op in a capitalist society. You shouldn't force every business to do it. But the other thing is that you shouldn't, like, for example, the reason why co-ops, most people don't have co-ops is because a lot of them do fail. Because some people shouldn't. Like, so like some people should not be in charge. You kind of need leadership to a degree in order to make a business function. In order to make
Yes.
things function, you need to have some sort of leadership structure. If you have everyone equal in a job, there's no one delegating, there's no one telling anyone what to do. It's just kind of like fucking mayhem. Nothing gets done.
Yes.
If you don't have leadership or any structure, nothing gets done. You can't do that. So I like the concept of co-ops. I think that there's a way to make it work to a degree. I do think it comes down to not being greedy. I think that there is an aspect that is a huge problem. Is people are greedy. People want as much money as possible.
Yep.
So for example, how I implement ethical capitalism, it's something I do in my show. I try to be very transparent with my budget, with how much money I make from the show, and I try to be fair with what I pay people. And so for example, I paid people more than what they made because I made a little extra than I expected on that show. So I got the opportunity to give everyone not much more, but a little bit more than what I had planned. I tell everyone at the beginning, this is the base pay that you're going to get. There's a chance I might be able to give you more, but I don't know, because it really depends on how it goes. Really depends on what happens. If we fucking sell out, yes. If we make a shit ton of money, I'm gonna be able to fucking help you out a little bit and give you more. But it starts here, and then there's a chance for more if things go well. And I think that that's kind of what we need to do. Instead, most businesses would be like, well, we did great, you get the base pay, and like I'm gonna pocket the rest. You know, like instead of doing that, I think there has to be more transparency on what businesses make, and not just on transparency on like what you're spending your money on. For example, like people might be like, oh, well, you made X amount on that business. What are you doing on that show? What are you doing with that money? Well, so for the next show, I have to pay for advertising. There's also a venue fee. There's all these things that also has to be paid for. A lot of people aren't thinking about how businesses run and like the expenses of what makes a business run. So if there's more transparency on that, on how things are run, so people can kind of have like an understanding, so they're not just like, you're this evil person at the top taking all of the money and pocketing it. And if people would also be more willing to give as well, to give to people that are working for them if they can, and like not be completely greedy. I think there is like this problem with capitalism is like an inherent greed. People are greedy as fuck, and like they want to have as much money, they want to take as much, especially if you work your ass off. Like obviously I worked my ass off on that show. I put in a lot of fucking work. Like, so most people would be like, oh, well, I deserve this. I worked for this money. Like I should keep it. But it's like, I think that you, in order to keep people happy, you have to kind of give a little bit as well. I don't know if I'm making sense. Are you guys understanding?
No,
Yeah,
it does.
it does
make
make
sense.
sense.
I have a question for you. That does make sense. So,
Okay.
my question is from a capitalist perspective, right? If you are paying all of your associates and employees fairly, whatever you want to call them, everybody who's involved, if everyone's getting fairly compensated, you've paid all of your bills, you've paid all of your everything, why does it matter what you're doing with the rest of the money?
Well, it actually doesn't matter. But it's just, in my opinion, if I made all of this profit from their work, because like obviously the show, it's like, yeah, I put work in, but like also they were the performers. Like it is them as
But
well.
you paid them fairly, right?
I did, but
The base pay was a fair pay.
Fairly as compared to.
fair. Yeah, like it was fair, but like,
I don't know. I don't
Yeah.
know what a fair rate is, so that's
Yeah.
why.
Well,
That's why I
I
just
mean,
use the term
it's
fair
relative.
rate because
It is relative.
certainly.
Like some people might think that it's not fair. Like some people expect ridiculous wages. Like especially in the art world, like people kind of set their shit like whatever.
But then
the
you
fuck
would
they
think
want.
they're greedy, right? If you're saying it's a
Well-
ridiculous wage.
But then they're going to turn around and call you greedy.
I know. So, but like what I'm saying is that I try to, if I can, give everyone extra. I think that it would depend on how businesses are structured too. Like, I think it's possible to have a cooperative where, say, there is X amount of profits. The person in charge is taking, you know, X amount to survive, to live their lives comfortably. And then there's all this extra profit, you know, that
Right.
could just be going in, like, other than the profit that's going into the business, other than the profit that's going into the paying people, there's like extra profit that typically the person running would take. because it's extra. It's like extra income, so they'd just be like, okay, well, I'm gonna fucking add a couple zeros onto my salary. You know,
Maybe.
like
I mean, there's also a lot of companies that have, what do they call, like extra cash, like a slush fund. You know, that's not the right thing. Slush fund is not the
no.
right term. What the fuck am
Well,
I thinking of?
slush-
Petty cash.
no,
Petty cash. That's what
Petty
I'm thinking
cash.
of.
Petty cash.
Petty cash on hand that a lot of people will take the leftovers from that year, and instead of losing it in the budget, if you work for a corporation, you'll keep it as petty cash for the company. You can use it for extra supplies if you need. So
No,
the reason
my old boss used to do that, but but the thing is that it depends on the business because every business is going to have money coming in different ways.
And
so,
that's
like,
why
I say if there's extra money, I'm talking
Right.
about like because I've worked at businesses where where there's a lot of extra cash. Like, if there is extra money and there is a way for you to even like equally distribute it between everyone, I don't see that there's an issue with that. And I also don't believe everyone should be forced to do this. This is something that I do because I want to and because I think I can do it. Do I believe every business should be forced to do this? No. I think that I think that it's more of like an idea that if we can implement it and if it can work within the way your business operates and structured, we should do it. But
so that's the only reason I'm pressing you on it is because you said that you are a proponent of ethical capitalism, which from a political perspective, right, which is it's assumption. I'm not saying I'm assuming this, but the reason I'm pressing you on it is from a political perspective, I would assume that you mean that that's how you think capitalism should be run in this country. And that's why I press you on it, is because if you're a proponent of it, you think that that's the way to go, then
I think that we make our own decisions on how capitalism is just
you just think it's a good idea ethically.
Yeah, yes. I'm a proponent of free markets, and when I say free markets, I mean that free markets. Like, I believe that we should be able to operate our businesses the way that we want. Obviously, we might need a little regulation so people aren't like having like slave workers or whatever. But like, I am more of a proponent as little regulation as possible. Like, I'm actually like that libertarian where like I believe that like less regulation the better on how a business is run. Like, we should have our options. I hate fucking legislation. I hate, like, I live in a place where it's like overly legislated. You need a fucking permit to do everything in this fucking city, and I hate that shit. But like, that's why it's not that I believe everyone should be forced to give their money to their employees, but I also think that that's how capitalism works, though. It's like, maybe people will be more likely to want to work for me than that other business because I am doing this. And it's more of like a business decision on my end, because it's might make people prefer to work for me. And also, when people know that I am doing these things, it makes people also want to participate and help because they realize that people are being treated fairly and the money isn't just being like siphoned fucking into the void.
So let me add this real quick. This is from the chat. Mr. Dan Moto. A person starts a business to make money, to better their lives. The extra profit is the whole point of starting the business, to add to their salary. So when you start a business, the concept being that the more salary, the more profit the business makes, the more money you make, because that's ultimately, whether you call it salary or benefits or whatever it is, the whole idea.
Whatever.
Yeah. So if the business makes a shit ton of money, then you make a shit ton of money, and then I guess, like in my company, that's the only way I could square it. In my company, everything is based off of percentage, right?
Right.
Percentage of ownership, and then let's say the end of the year is coming, right? We always do an end of the year distribution of profit, and that's not just for the owners involved. That's for the employees as well. We take how much profit there is at the end of the year, and then we say, okay, how many employees do we have? How long for they work for us? Based off of ownership percentage, how much of the profit are we making? And then, okay, let's cut out X amount of dollars to give bonuses to our employees because they should share in the profits that the company makes.
Right.
Their hard work should make them more fucking money.
Yeah.
And that's the way it works. I mean, and then it
And that, in
ultimately
my
comes
opinion,
down.
is a version of is like ethical capitalism. I
Yeah.
worked at a place that made a bunch of like, so for example, the strip club I managed. I mean, shocker, they were pretty fucking corrupt. And
What? Cash
yeah.
business corrupt?
I mean, so it sucks because I personally think that that industry has like a lot of potential, like especially for like the empowerment of women, because it is a way for a woman to make a fuck ton of money very quickly. And like if it was woman run, like I think that there could be a lot of beautiful things that could happen with that.
Certainly.
But what happened was he underpaid everybody. Dever we were supposed to get like bonuses if we hit a certain cap. We could see in the computer that we hit the numbers, and he wouldn't give us bonuses. Like, it was very corrupt, very fucked up. And like, that's the opposite, in my opinion, of ethical capitalism. That's someone that's so greedy that he's trying to take as much money as possible. And so obviously that's like an extreme case.
Right.
I don't think most businesses are like that. I personally, and I think that, so for example, I don't think that I need millions of dollars. Like, I think I could personally be happy. Like, I'd say sure, if I made $1 million a year on my salary, right? Like, that would be amazing and I'd be about it. But like, if I had all this, if I had like a Jeff Bezos salary, I don't think I would need all of that extra income. I don't need 1,000 mansions. I don't need all of that. So like, in my personal opinion on what I would do with that money is that I would figure out a way to give back to my employees.
Right. I mean, to be fair,
and even not even
To
just
be
giving
fair.
that money to just like making sure that the business can empower people. Like, you don't even have to just give them money, but figure
Right.
out like structures within the business to empower them all.
So
Like,
to be fair, there's a difference between Jeff Bezos money and moderate wealth, right?
Oh, yeah, no.
That's pretty cool. If you have moderate wealth,
Cat cam.
right? That I don't know if
Oh, it's
I don't
not
even
working.
know what moderate wealth is at this point in time, so I can't even speculate on what a number is, right? But I have a question for you. As far as ethical capitalism goes, you were talking about you're not in favor of legislation because as far as ethical capitalism, because you don't think this is right for everybody, right? You did say this is kind of the right way to go. Would be a difference in possibly personal ethics, which I think maybe a personal problem I have, that like, if you say ethical capitalism, you may not think that you need $1 million to live, but who are you to say that I don't need $1 million to live, or what I should, right? So that's my only issue with.
That's not what I'm saying.
Right.
I'm not saying that you should be forced to do that. I'm saying that this is just what I personally would do.
Right.
Like,
but
how
that's
I would like to create this type of structure. I would like to help like do this, but that doesn't mean that I believe other people should be forced to do that. Personally, I think what would end up happening is like me creating a business like this will just make people more likely to want to work for me than you.
Right. Okay. So
So in the end, I think it's going to end up helping me, in my opinion, in the long run. Maybe I won't make as much money at first or at a certain point. But in the long run, I think it could actually be more beneficial for my business and for what I do.
That's
Right.
the Randian concept.
I think that it depends, right? And my
Well, obviously, you
I have
don't
a
want to go
deeper-
bankrupt. You have to always make sure that you
No.
have, like, you have to be. I'm really good at budgeting. Like, I'm actually amazing at budgeting my money. I am fairly good at that type of thing, especially when it comes to shows and stuff. So when I'm talking about, I know that, like, for example, with like producing a show, there's like an X amount I could pocket. And I know that. Like, there's the X amount that I have to put back into the show that I have to prepare. But then there's an X amount that I could pocket. I personally will take a little bit less of that if I can. If budget wise it is possible, I'll take a little less just to be able to make sure that all of the people that I work for are taken care of and happy. And that I'm just making sure that everyone feels like and I will actually, so for example, I had someone that worked super fucking hard that like unexpectedly like blew my mind at how well they helped me manage the show, like helped take care of shit that I didn't even expect to happen because it was such a new concept. Like, the show was new. It was a very new concept. And so I gave them more than they expected, like a chunk more. And like, obviously I gave to certain people that really fucking helped out a little bit more because I was like, they deserved it in that moment. As I said, I don't think this is something that I believe should be forced on every single business. Like that's basically what communism is like they believe, like most communists that I know, Marxists, neo-Marxists, they believe that every business should be forced to follow this structure. You know, like they should all be forced to be like worker owned co-op type of thing. I don't agree with that. I just agree that we should personally, I want to help people if I can. That is
So-
me, personal ethics.
Yeah,
I call it
right.
ethical capitalism. And it's not something that I believe other people should be forced to do. I just think that it could potentially, if I'm budgeting my money right and everything, potentially, like obviously if I don't get to the point where I'm just giving the money out and going bankrupt, like there's always that concern, you know, but like as long as I'm budgeting correctly, I think that in the end could make it more successful because
So this
compared
is-
to the show
Right.
that's
Yeah.
underpaying people, that's not treating their people fairly.
But that's why I asked you very specifically about you. Everyone's being paid fairly, right? To begin with, everyone is being paid a fair wage, right?
Now that
And that's so. This isn't my larger question. Is not this, but it's. I think this lends to us being able to really not argue, but debate about ethics all day because I don't think that it's unethical. This is just an example.
Well, it's also
right?
what's a fair wage? Like some people
But
say
that-
50
exactly.
an hour is a fair wage. Some
Exactly.
people say
Yeah.
it's not.
Exactly.
Like
So
that's what I mean. It's the fair wage aspect is relative. Personally, when it's actually when I say fair in my like because it's my fucking business.
Yeah.
It's I'm giving extra to people that like really went the extra mile and the people that I can. You know, like
right.
so
And we-
so if you're putting in the effort in and you're really trying, like you're showing that you are putting that you're what's the word? That you're
dirty
adding
word?
value. Yeah, no, that you're adding value. Like then I'm gonna give you extra, in my opinion, what I think is
you made me more
equivalent
money.
to that value. Yeah, and what
Yeah.
I think is equivalent to that value.
So
Um,
let me bring this up because this is a guy from the chat, Dan Moto. And I think this applies pretty good. He said, so, and this was when we were talking about like ownership and salaries, and I think it works perfect here. And he says, agreed. But I would guess that you as the owner get a bigger percentage than the average worker. A fair wage is an agreed upon wage between employer and employee. Simple as that. So,
right.
I don't believe
Now
there's
that-
anything wrong with me taking a little
More.
that's what I'm saying. No, I don't
Yeah,
think that's
I don't think so either.
But
But what if I
also
think that's
don't- I think-
unethical?
And that's
I know,
the problem.
Well, obviously, but it doesn't matter what you think because I don't think that anyone should control what how other people run the. Like,
I think
I'm
that's-
not going to control how you run your business. I think it's unethical for you to want to control the way I run my business, and so.
And I think that's what I've been getting at is the idea of ethical capitalism when you are defining what that ethic is.
And
It's
then
difficult to put that label on it when I don't think there's anything. And this is the example, right?
Well,
The
basically,
example
it's
is I
like
work for.
anti-greed capitalism, where
But
it's
that's
not
the
for
same
all.
thing. Is who decides what greed is, right? If I've established, I
the
work,
employee.
the employee.
I will
but
tell
if I've established a certain level of life,
Yep.
this is where I live my life at. This is how much money I need to.
Mm-hmm.
I live a moderate life. I live in a single income household. I'm not by any means, you know what I'm saying, defending whatever. But my question
Doing a
is
good goddamn
the
job of it.
ambiguity of these terms and the implementation of them into a larger social structure, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the example, the company that I work for has sub 55 employees. We are, for a fact, a multi-million-dollar company every year as far as production goes, right? We make medical braces, hand splints, stuff like that. We get bonuses every year that are Mark McGuire. Yeah, so we've talked about it a bunch of times. So there is a percentage of the profit. No one knows what the percentage is, right? But there's a percentage of the profit every year that is doled out as bonuses to the employees based off of how many hours you worked, how long you've been there, and like 2 or 3 other factors, right? So is it unethical because we don't know what the percentage of that profit is?
Actually, you know what I think is so here's an
'Cause
example.
I think my bonus is pretty fair.
Unethical. Actually, no. So what I want to give an example of what I think is unethical capitalism, so you guys get an example. Even though, so one thing, I actually know someone who is heavily overworked. They do make a lot of money, but like working 70 hours a week, like ridiculously overworked type of thing, and like the business not
By mandate
not-
or by choice?
by mandate.
It's like
Essentially,
it basically. It's
if
like
you
want
wanna
to
keep your job, you work in
if you
70
wanna
hours.
if you want to keep your job, you have to work the X amount, and
Well,
it's because
I
they
think
care
it's-
about profit
I
over
think
the
it's important
well-being of
because
people.
I think it's important because I work almost 60 hours a week, but I wouldn't
Yes.
get fired if I stopped working overtime.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? That's
And
why.
that is-
that's why I
Yeah,
asked.
and that's
It's
a very
important
different situation.
But that's why it's important to ask. If they
Yep.
don't
Yeah.
have to work 60 hours a week, but they're taking it upon themselves, you, for example, you didn't have to work as many hours as you did, but you took it
Yeah, I
upon
do.
yourself for one reason or another.
business
I don't
tells
mean-
me.
I mean when you worked at Bennick.
Oh,
I
word.
mean when you worked at Bennick. You
Word.
didn't need to work that many hours,
No.
but you did.
That's right.
So that's why it's important to ask. Do you know what I'm saying?
I do.
Yeah, I do think that sometimes businesses will have like there is like this unrealistic expectation where they'll be like, we expect
Amazon.
you to work X amount, and it's unspoken. It's like it's like they're not going to
Certainly,
say that they're
yeah.
going to fire you if you don't work this amount, but like in their head they're like, you better work this amount, you know, and it's like it's frowned upon if you don't type of thing, and like you'll potentially like
Yeah.
lose hours in
It's
the
situations.
future, and they'll cut you.
I can neither. I can't. It would be conjecture either way because
Yeah.
like all I can
It
say
definitely
is,
exists,
all I can
though.
say is from my
Yeah.
own personal experience, I feel a lot of anxiety and pressure, personal pressure to work as much as I do.
And
but
you
again,
know-
if I stopped working 20 hours of overtime and just worked 40 hours,
20 hours.
I'm
Jesus
not going to
Christ.
get fired. Tim and Dan are not going to say, "Hey, what the fuck? You used to work overtime, and
But
now
you may
don't,"
not get that
you know?
raise if you get pregnant again or something like that.
Who knows?
Right.
I don't. But I
Like,
also don't
that's-
have any way.
But I
to
consider
say
that
it, you know
different.
what I'm
That's
saying?
not what I'm talking about businesses that literally will be like, you have to work like 70 hours. Like they expect you to
But that's
work
why I'm
crazy
asking, though,
amounts.
is what I'm saying. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Is it's important
Yeah.
if it's a perceived pressure, because I feel a lot of anxiety. My wife would certainly attest to that I pressure myself to work more because I feel
Yeah.
like I have to. I could
That's
quit my job
different.
today and work for more money for Jake.
Yeah.
But I feel an obligation to this
Yeah, don't do
company. I
that.
feel like I need to be working there. That it would be a dick move for me to quit and go work somewhere else.
And
Well,
even
that means
for
that
more
that
money.
company did a good job
Yes.
at making you find value in wanting to help. You know, that's a sign of a
That's
good
why-
company, because
that's
you
why I
want to
asked,
make your
you know.
employees feel like that they care about the company. You
But
know,
it
like
could come
that's
from
important.
a place of fear, which is why I ask. You know what
and
I'm
that
saying?
Yeah.
I think leads to
In this case, it does, because I
Yes.
do get treated well at this company. But
Yes.
it could also come from a case of fear, which is what it sounds like. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's why I
and
ask. I'm not
and
trying
now
to be
like
difficult. I'm just-
as a
There's,
business
like, this
owner who
thing-
pays people, like I
Yeah.
am very self-conscious of this because there's an
I
aspect
love
of
this conversation.
yeah, this is really good. Creatrix, you welcome back anytime. I'll put that out. Usually we wait till the end to say that, but this is good because this is the thing. Like, there is a difference in ownership, right? When you run a company, or you run, like in your example, you run an event, right? You have. It's almost as if, like, I'm just gleaning from the conversation we had, but it's almost as if you have kind of set percentages of profit, go to X here or X there, this employee, that employee, because they are doing a thing. And if they do more, and if I make more, then you get more because you've done more,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And now it becomes incredibly complicated because there's an aspect of transparency that doesn't really allow itself to, I don't know, the idea of like community involvement, right? Like you're running an event, I'm running a business, like, and if we have X amount of profit over the year, if you make X amount of profit over an event,
Yeah.
it's not necessarily the employees that you have or the gig workers that you have that sign up to do a thing for the gig that you're doing, the event that you're doing, the gig that they're doing for X amount of dollars, right? It's not really up to you as the owner or the runner of the event to like clarify or like show them how much money you actually made at the end of the event. It's more or less up to you to decide that, hey, this person did better, so they get an extra kickback.
Right.
Well, yeah, I
Right.
personally just like to be fairly transparent with everybody,
And
because
it's-
I think that it's to build trust.
Fairly
It's to make sure
transparent,
that
I think,
they-
is a good way to put
Yeah,
it.
yeah, because I want to build trust. I want them to trust that I
Yeah.
am I am being fair. Because, people will get this grand idea. They'll, like, go to the show and they're like, she must have made thousands and thousands of dollars.
Oh, yeah. You a fat cat now.
I know, like, they get this idea. I mean, I've done it before. I remember being younger, working in events and assuming, like, oh my God, they must be making so much money and paying me shit,
Well, and it's usually,
I wanna
up
ask
to
about
the
that.
ignorance of the people that are working for somebody to assume that the event runner or the
Exactly.
business owner makes more than they actually do.
And that's what
Yeah,
my
yeah.
question, this particular question is rooted in, right? And that has to come, or it certainly from your experience and from what I would say, it comes from the assumption that you aren't making enough, that you are being undervalued. So that's
Yes.
where my question of fair pay comes
talk
back
about
into place. That
unicorns.
if you are paying everyone what is considered to you, if I'm your employee and I'm making what I consider to be a fair wage, then why would I think that you are being unethical, regardless of however much money profit you're making? Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, I think it's also different because it's like I work in like the art scene, so like I think it's not.
Well, I'll tell you right now, it's not
art
different
is
from an employee
relative.
standpoint.
Well, what I mean is like art is relative. Like, how do you measure how much it's worth? Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
it's like some people feel like their art is worth. Like, obviously, you're gonna feel like your art's worth
Millions.
millions. Yeah. So it's like it's more of. So I'm gonna be honest. Like, I didn't give every single employee extra money. Like I gave a lot of them but like say, for example, there was one employee that like barely did shit. I gave them the base pay, what they made. Like I gave them what I promised that I
But
was
if she
gonna.
feels like she busted her ass, though.
I doubt it.
But the question still stands. If she feels like she busted her ass,
There's no way. There's no way.
the question still stands.
Well,
If
the thing
someone
is
is
that-
narcissistic enough to believe after they haven't done
Sure.
shit
Well, then
that
I would
they
have a
deserve
discussion.
more money.
Yeah, but I would be open to have a discussion on to every single person why they got paid what they got paid. I feel, as I said, I'm all about transparency. I could be like, okay, this is why they made this, and this is why you made this. I know it's actually technically none of their business, but like personally, I think being transparent with your employees is important. I think that it's important for people to understand where you're coming from, like. But this is just personal. This is just how
Right.
This is how I personally want to make people feel. I mean, but to be fair, that girl that didn't do shit, I'm not gonna hire her again. That was a one and done type of thing. Like, and then I now know I'm like, okay, well, I won't be working with you anymore.
Yes.
Like, but
It all
I don't
comes
know.
down to, I think, the ignorance of employee versus employer. Because
yeah.
only
100%.
so many people have become employers in their lives, right?
Yeah.
To be able
You
to
don't
hire
realize how
people
much
to do
it
a thing.
costs. Yeah, you don't realize
Yeah.
how much it costs to like operate a business, to do
Yeah.
everything. People also don't realize how much fucking taxes are. People don't
Ugh.
they don't like actually put in all of that shit on like how much it takes
Yes.
to make something happen. You just see
They-
made all this money.
Yeah.
You know, like
They
that's all
assume
they're
the
making
fat
all this
cat-
money.
Yeah, they assume the fat cat corporatist,
And I actually have nothing against like Jeff Bezos. Like I don't judge any billionaire like that makes a bunch of money because they did a fucking service. Like I actually love Amazon. Like personally,
Yes.
I use it a lot.
It's hard not to.
I know and I love Uber. I'm someone that doesn't drive. So like, and sure, the owner of Uber heard he's a piece of shit. He's probably an asshole.
Do you have
I
a
don't give fuck.
license?
No.
What?
But he. I live in Boston.
I don't understand totally because of
live in
where
a
I'm from.
city.
I just cannot comprehend.
Tell your story about getting
people
pulled over at
not-
like 16 because you don't
Like-
have a license.
Yeah, driving without a license. I
Yeah.
mean, that's different, I don't understand, like I said, because of where I'm from, not having a license to drive a car. Like, I just do it. It escapes me. The idea of it escapes me because you just can't.
Yeah, I had to
rely
learn
on-
because
and you
of
can't rely on public transportation
Yeah.
around here to get you fucking anywhere. You know,
and it makes sense because
Uber or
like
taxis.
Carolina didn't get her license till she was in her early 20s, I should say, because
If
she
your
lived
family
in New
doesn't
York
own a
City her
car,
whole life.
Yeah.
You know, like,
Yeah,
why
I
would
don't
you
know.
want a car?
I don't need one.
You take
It's
the
actually
tea
more of a
everywhere.
bitch- Yeah, it's more of a bitch to have a car. It's actually
That's a good point.
it's actually like everyone I know that has a car has to deal with the stress of the fucking car and like paying for parking and all of the shit. So like, and then at this point, it's just like, oh, why? I should probably get my license just to have it. But like, I just don't because I don't need it.
And I've never
big
lived
time
in a big
Bobby
city like that.
I'm also like very pro like public transportation. And that's why with the infrastructure bill, like I would love it if they made like speedway trains, like super fast ones, like they have like in Japan and stuff. Like,
and now we're gonna argue. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that I actually would be about, because isn't that one of the things that they wanted to do was like make the Amtrak all throughout the country and like making it like fast, like making it like a speed. Is it called
the high speed rail?
Yeah, high speed rail. I'm actually pro that because I think that would be great. I would love that for our country. It would probably be expensive.
I just gotta say this real quick. Big time Bobby 66 in the chat. He said it's probably for the best of the rest of the world that Creatrix doesn't drive.
That's true. That is true.
So I want to ask one more question that I've been trying to get to for a long time. Now that I'm upset about it.
Get it in there.
But I really want to ask it because I think that it's very important. So when you're talking about ethical capitalism not being enforced by legislation, right?
Yeah.
But you doing what you think is ethical versus what I think is ethical could push more employees to your business as opposed to mine, right?
Yeah.
So then
that's the free market. That's like that's like the free market at work, in my opinion.
So this is my question, right? This is my question.
Yeah.
Is that if that's happening because ethics is arbitrary, and if you're choosing to be, this is a really good example. If you're choosing to, in your opinion, be ethical and be transparent, and maybe you're paying people a larger portion of the profit or something like that, and I'm not being transparent, but I'm paying people more money, right?
Yeah.
The enforcement, quote unquote, for the audio only listeners, right? Because that's really the only word I can think of. The enforcement structure of that would be on a societal level, on a social level, which
what do you mean?
People would be talking about. People would be saying that my company is shitty, even if it isn't. Right? There's an interpretation that company is unethical, and this company isn't. So I'm going to go and work for here, even if it isn't. Right? Yeah. That would be a social enforcement of that, right? And so my question is, that would be in the 3-circle Venn diagram that you laid out earlier. That would be an overlay of those 2 circles that could potentially be unhealthy.
How?
Because who is to say that I'm being unethical?
No, but I'm not saying you're being unethical.
That's what I'm saying, though. But this societal structure that's been formed of you saying I am a proponent of ethical capitalism, and me saying
maybe
nothing,
I should call
and
it
just
transparent. Maybe I should call it transparent
at this point, I'm not questioning
your. I made it up. So.
At this point, I'm not questioning your term, right? I'm questioning this situation that in a world where you own a company and I own a company that are doing similar things, and you are openly saying the same way that people are posting black squares and fucking rainbow flags and shit, right? If you were to say I practice ethical capitalism, but I don't say that, there's a social influence there that you're ethical and I am not, even if I'm paying people more or a larger percentage of the profits.
What the social sphere does. I have no control over what the
But that's exactly what my question is. The overlay of those 2 things, I think, is potentially dangerous. Do you know what I'm saying? And which leads to, and by no control of your own, because it's a term. It's just what you've called it. It's neither here nor there, right? But the arbitrary nature of that term of ethical whatever lends to a social enforcement that I think is concerning.
I think maybe I should call it transparent capitalism or something. No.
And like I said, I'm not questioning
honest capitalism. Like, I don't know. I feel like because when people say capitalism, I actually get really mad. Well, people will be like, fuck capitalism. I hate capitalism. But what they're thinking is crony capitalism. You know, they're thinking like the worst part of capitalism. That's why it's like I want to say like honest capitalism. Like I want to transparent capitalism, something like that. Maybe ethical isn't the word, though. It's
and
more
I'm not trying to tear you apart. I'm just it's a more thought experiment at this point than anything. You know, I definitely don't want you to feel like I'm getting after you about.
No.
It's just you know.
So let me interject between both y'all motherfuckers for a minute here, because what I think Creatrix is talking about is it's kind of like communism on black and white. Ethical capitalism
capitalism.
works
I think
out.
Transparent
Capitalism
is really
works
good. I think
out,
that's
right?
Really good.
And essentially, there's a requirement for that system to work, right? Which I believe, like in the modern context, in the contemporary context, right? As a business owner and as people who pay employees and give them bonuses and shit like that, like I understand there's always this perspective that the employee feels like the employer makes more. And generally speaking, that is indeed the case. Because generally,
By
Or
design.
the employee doesn't understand exactly what it takes to run a business and to make it
Yeah.
function and to make sure the employees can collect a goddamn paycheck at the end of the month, right?
Yeah.
But what I think the two of you essentially are, I don't want to say disagreeing on, but the point you guys are trying
It's a thought experiment.
trying to balance out is the idea of a transparent capitalist system works really good on paper, right? Whereas the actual true world IRL implementation doesn't exactly work that way.
hairy.
And it would require a different world than what we have today. It would require a world that any employee of any company at any point could look at what they're making and what their employer is taking and be able to make a judgment based off of that, whether or not they want to work at this
Right.
place or not. Now, understanding that concept, it really comes down to, in the IRL world, it comes down to, I know, I hate the fact that
No, I love it.
it's 2021 and I have
No,
to say
I
that.
love it.
But in the real life world, it comes down to a fact that an employee has to make a gamble that when I interview at this job or when I want to go work for this company, I'm taking a gamble that this company is going to treat me well based off of whatever factors you could throw into play. And it is up to them at a certain point that they have to make a judgment call and say, this company is not working for it because they're not paying me what I am worth, right? This is the true problem stems from the divorce that we have kind of undergone societally from the relationship that people should have from employer to employee, right? The employee should hold all the cards. 100%. If I go sign up to go be a worker at a company, I am signing on at the fact that I have agreed with this employer that my time, my labor, whatever it is that I'm going to do is worth X amount of dollars per hour, and I'm signing up to do that thing. Or I am signing up to a gig to perform a certain task that will net me X amount of dollars at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And then it is up to the employer at that point. If they make more money than I had anticipated in my initial negotiation of employment, it is up to my employer to give me that difference or not. And I should be okay with that because I, as the employee, have negotiated my time and my labor for X amount of dollars. And the divorce that the employee has to the employer at this point has led us to this exact conversation.
Yeah.
Because the employee doesn't know what they're worth anymore until they go to a company and say, hey, I want to do a thing. I want to work for you. How much money are you willing to give me? No, that is not how this works. The way this is supposed to fucking work is that I have a skill or a trade or whatever the fuck it is, whether it's graphic design or surveying or whatever it is. I have a skill that should be worth X amount of dollars per hour to you as the employer. And during the interview process, I should say, I am presenting my going rate as somebody that you can hire to do a specific task. And if you do not like that, then you can go fuck yourself. I'll take myself somewhere else where I am paid the worth.
Someone else to do that job for the rate that they
Exactly. And as the employer, that's great. If you want to charge me $40 an hour and I can't afford that, and I know for a fact that I can go somewhere else and find somebody else that'll do it for $35 an hour, I'm going to go somewhere else and find somebody that'll do it $35 an hour. Unless I'm really desperate, in which case the employer is now at the disadvantage because the market is so flooded with people that they can demand the rate that they want to take. But I think that concept of a give and take between employer and employee is so, I don't know how exactly it got there, but it is so bastardized, it is so misconstrued that Amazon should be paying all of its employees X amount of dollars regardless of whatever.
Well, I mean, and that's the thing, though, is that, like, do you know how many employees they have? Like, and
I know.
the way that the business runs, like, I feel like a lot of people don't really think about the logistics side of, like, how to make Amazon
Yes.
run and function and to get
Yes.
all of our, like, how do they get next day delivery? Like, how do you think all of this shit
Yes.
happens? Like,
How do you
that's
think a
why.
company is able to supply the entire, I don't know how they do globally, but let's just say the entire nation with essentially next day delivery for an online order that comes in at 10 o'clock p.m., wherever
Yeah.
the fucking time you are. And you're more or less guaranteed that you'll have that shit tomorrow morning on your doorstep. That's because
Amazon is about customer satisfaction.
Yes.
Which might not to the detriment of employee
employee.
satisfaction. Yes, exactly.
Because
So, like, and
that-
that becomes the thing is they
Yes.
care more about the customer satisfaction than employee satisfaction.
And at the end of the
Customer
day,
ethics over employee
those
ethics.
customers will come back to Amazon. So
Yes.
so Amazon will be able to employ that employee who is they're dissatisfied with whatever wage they're getting the next day because they were able to fulfill the order the following day.
Until another business does what Amazon does but better and treats their employees better, and then maybe they'll
Exactly.
leave.
Which
Like
is
that.
which is where the conversation about monopolies comes into play, which is
Right.
which is
possible.
tough
Yeah.
because the textbook monopoly is not exactly the same thing as what Amazon
Well,
is, and blah blah
that's
blah.
the problem with, like, the way when economics and politics start scissoring and they start subsidizing businesses and
Economics-
all of that. Yeah,
Economics
like
and politics always scissor. It's a matter of who is leading that scissoring,
yeah.
which is the question.
Who's the dom and
Who is the
sub?
dom and who is
That's
the
what
sub?
really matters.
Yes.
Who's the top?
Oh my god! I
Yes.
can't. I was like, oh, that's the name of this
Because
week's episode, and then 5 more
employees
titles
have
came up.
forgotten that they are the force that runs capitalism. Employees are the ones that they need to
Yes.
realize their own self-worth and demand more from what they
You
are
sound like Karl
giving.
Marx.
No, I am not Karl Marx.
No. So let me
Because
make-
the employee should
Right.
demand more, and when the company that they are wanting to work for does not offer that, they should go
know,
fucking
it's just
somewhere
more
else.
Let's make a good capitalist point out of it.
Let's
right?
do it. I feel like I'm getting way too
No.
Marxist
We'll
here.
make the beautiful capitalist point out of it. That is the inherent beauty in the labor shortage that we have been seeing, right?
The labor
Yeah.
shortage,
Let
my
me-
ass. Go ahead.
Okay, that's what I'm
true.
saying.
Yes.
Labor shortage because jobs are unfilled.
I need
not
more
because
tequila.
there aren't enough labor. Do you have a shot ready, Creatrix?
I do.
All right.
All right,
let's
we're
do it.
drinking jalapeno tequila.
God, I hate you.
I'm sorry. Do I need to have Carolina drive you home?
Cheers.
Oh,
Oh, that's fucking good.
Yeah.
Jalapeno tequila. Sorry, brother. I kind of switched it up on you.
okay.
We were drinking
What the
bourbon, and
fuck
now we're
was
drinking
Sam? Capitalist point. Jobs. Oh my
capitalist
God.
and jobs.
Oh,
Learn to love the tequila.
I'm a quarter Mexican. I love tequila. That just shook me.
Tequila.
Okay. That's the inherent, I think, the inherent beauty of the quote unquote labor shortage. Again, quote unquote for the audio only listeners, right? That
Oh yeah.
while
I've
this is a
benefited.
labor shortage, there are indeed a shitload of jobs that are open right now.
I
right?
have gained
It is
significantly from that.
It is not, in fact, a labor shortage.
No.
There is an
There's a COVID
influx,
shortage.
an overflow of job openings,
Yep.
right?
Yeah.
And while it's unfortunate because it's caused some obviously unfortunate ripples of inflation and things like that and limited hours of operation, it has also provided, outside of vaccine mandates,
Chat, where
an
you at?
enormous amount of choice and opportunity for employees, potential employees in this country, right?
It has given them
There-
more power than they have ever had at this.
Yes.
At this point in the history of the United States, the employee has so much power now. I mean, Bernie Sanders should be creaming his pants
I classify
over how
this
much
as
power.
an overwhelming positive
Yes.
for people who are proponents
Proletariat
of
for the
personal
win?
liberty.
No, it's good for capitalism.
Anybody who is a proponent of personal liberty and choice, this is a win for you
Mm-hmm.
because
Yeah.
you now have more choice and more freedom than ever before. and so long as
Well,
right, like I
uncertain.
said,
Yeah.
outside of
Yeah.
COVID
Just
mandates,
wait.
and these are things which
Yeah.
I would absolutely agree and say and pronounce and whatever public statement term verb you want to use, right? That they are
Sound the trumpets.
unconstitutional. They are unconstitutional and counter to personal liberty and choice, which I am abjectly opposed to. Right? We've talked about this a million times before. We can talk about these things a little bit because I have some of these things written down. Right? There was
Do we get to do a social media plug?
earlier this week. Yeah, let's do a social media plug. Fuck it. We'll wait till the next thing come out.
Buckle up, Creatrix.
No, we'll wait for the next button. Are you ready?
Yep.
We'll just do it now. Okay, fuck it. Social media, we talk about this all the time. I posted this article actually in our Discord, right? Discord, Salt of the Streets,
Yep.
which you can access through our Patreon, patreon.com/Salt of the Streets. If you want to see us make more content like this, be able to have the Creatrix on more, and all these things, it's fantastic.
If you can only see Creatrix.
If
The YouTube is
if you
streaming.
can only see, the YouTube is blessed with beautiful graphics that Colin has made up just specifically for socials drops.
Yep.
Facebook.com, fuck Facebook/Salt of the Streets, Instagram, Salt of the Streets. Well, there you go. There's the timer right there. Saltofthestreets.com for all of this information. I have my own. We have our own personal social media.
right.
I'm at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things.
Big Bird Offie.
Creatrix with 2 underscores on Instagram, Creatrix_TTV on Twitter, and at Twitch, it is Creatrix_Lexi
One!
Singular.
1_ Lexi Kayo on Twitch, Leggings and Aprons for Cakes on Instagram, Swell Blended for haircuts, location, skate shop for a skateboard, Movember.com for this beautiful mustache for men's health everywhere, suicide prevention, prostate cancer, testicular cancer, everything that affects men, because regardless of what leftist media tells you, men still matter.
Hard yeah.
I think that is the last thing. Saltoftrees.com for everything. It's beautiful. We're going to tag all these things at the end. So,
Creatrix, let me ask you this one question. Do men still matter?
I think so. I'm
you.
very.
I feel seen.
I feel seen.
Appreciate that.
I'm a meninist.
A meninist. Slightly off frame there, buddy. There we go.
I think that that's actually. Oh God! Don't even get me started on fucking like
The patriarch's so crafty.
feminism.
crafty.
Well, so I consider myself a feminist, but I also think that there's got to
As
be a
do I.
balance. There's got to be a balance. Like I personally think that men are
awesome.
important. No, they are important, and like I think that masculine energy is also important. Like,
Hard fucking
I
yeah.
think that if we just like pushed it, because masculine energy is action oriented. It's
Are you
like,
going to teach your offspring how to go kill an elk and harvest it in the woods?
only if I was married to Joe Rogan and hopefully.
I'll
Maybe we'll
teach
get
them that. That's
divorced.
fine.
I hope.
We'll do a
I hope
school
she
pod
says,
and I'll teach your kids that.
Call me.
Oh, Big Time Bobby 66. The Creatrix is kind of hot, LOL.
Okay.
Yeah, she hasn't brought her snake out yet, bro. That's all I'm saying. Snakes are the devil, so that's fine.
So yeah, I do think that masculine energy is important. I think that that's kind of a weird thing that's happening right now, is that they're trying to like make it only feminine energy, like make men feminine, which
The
I'm gonna
toxic
be honest,
masculinity and stuff.
I'm actually toxic max. So I'm attracted to men and women, right? I'm attracted to feminine women and masculine men.
Yeah.
Like, and this is like, this is considered
Hermes.
taboo. But I've always been like that. Like I've always liked feminine women. I've always liked masculine men. Like that's just like that's what I'm attracted to. I'm not like if I'm attracted to a girl, I want him to be
A girl.
a girl.
Yeah.
If I'm attracted to a guy, I want him to be a fucking guy. Like, like that's I
Yeah.
can't
You're the
help
true
what I'm
B
attracted
in
to.
the LGBT.
Yes, I'm
Yes.
I'm very much the B.
Hermes for the win. Thanks, Dan Moto.
I'm very much the B of that. So yeah, I think that it's important to have a balance of both within ourselves too, though. Like I actually think that I am inherently like masculine when it comes to like the way I operate my business. Like I am very action oriented. I'm like, what I mean is like, okay, you don't see like how I am when I'm like in charge mode,
No.
Like people
I want
will
to
be
see
like,
that shit.
people will be like in awe because like I am really good at multitasking. I'm really good at like doing 1,000 fucking things at once. Like I have like 4 positions at one time, and I'll just like, it's like I run on adrenaline, and I'm just like, all right, you do this, you do this. I'm really good at delegating and not sounding like a bitch, which is like a skill. Being able
Yeah.
to
It is a skill.
delegate
No, absolutely.
being able to delegate and not be a cunt about it is a
Firm and
skill.
not bitchy.
Yeah,
Yes.
yes, firm but not bitchy. So I have like that's something that I can do, but that's actually, in my opinion, inherently that's masculine. Like it's a being able to be a leader. I think is actually an inherently masculine trait. It comes from the masculine side. I think we're all both masculine and feminine, and the whole leadership aspect of me is actually masculine. There's the empathetic side.
And it's a
The
the leadership is a
feminine,
more
yeah.
dominant trait.
Yeah, like it depends because obviously there is that more like empathetic side of myself that comes out in my leadership, which is a balance between the masculine and the feminine. I think, which I think is actually like what like Carl Jung, who's like a psychologist.
Jung,
I love.
Right.
Yeah, so when he
Yeah, we're JBP followers. We know who Carl Jung is.
yeah, like individuate the individuation of the self, which would be like we have to like basically balance those energies. He would call it the anima and the animus within yourself, which is like the anima is the feminine aspect of you.
Yeah, the
Animus
male
is
and the female.
masculine. Yeah. We all have that within ourselves, and the whole point is to balance those within ourselves.
Yeah,
right.
And I think that that's the problem is people go, even women like will be so far on that feminine side, and then they go so far on the masculine side. It's just like I'm still learning how to be that balanced being, still learning how to do it, but I think that that's really important in all of us to balance both those energies as best we can.
And I think it's interesting that, especially when it comes to something like business, that it's so categorized as into, the masculine and the feminine, essentially. When you really think about the downstream effects of capitalism, I guess at that point, right?
Well,
You're talking about like
men are the people in leadership positions. I was the only female manager in my it's changing now. But
it is changing,
There are also
but
a myriad of reasons as to why
no,
that is.
yeah.
no, I understand. No, because there are certain things that are inherently different between men and women. Oh, here we go.
Oh, here we go.
But like there
Prepare
are
to get
things-
canceled again.
Hashtag canceled.
You're gonna lose your Twitch tomorrow.
I know. I mean, I think that there are things that biologically we are more what's the word?
Yeah.
Not susceptible, but
You're supposed to do.
Well, it's not supposed to. It's just something that we're more likely to be drawn to. Like
Yes.
I'm more like women are
Predisposed.
usually more likely to be maternal.
Yeah.
Right? That's like it's not a stereotype.
There's an
It's
M
just,
at the beginning. It must be
something-
true.
There's something that happens where most women,
Yeah.
like it's
Alliteration.
not everywhere. There's
Yeah.
exceptions. This is some Jordan Peterson shit, but yeah, women are more likely to be maternal. Men are more likely to be career oriented. But personally, I think that I'm an exception to the like women, the feminine kind of thing. I'm definitely not. I don't think I'm like traditional. I'm like feminine presenting, but I would say that mentally I'm not very traditionally feminine.
Well, this definitely hasn't been a submissive conversation on your end.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Which, at the risk of denigrating
with
women,
2 verse 1, I think you're
right.
doing all right.
Yeah, it's not been it's not been combative, but
No.
it's been a very cooperative and reciprocative conversation. So again, not to denigrate women, but the traditional idea of submissiveness, that's not been executed here on this conversation. So
Almost as if the gender roles, specifically when we're talking about like say business and capitalism, right? The gender roles that run that particular hierarchy aren't exactly true, but the traits we prescribe to a successful capitalist endeavor fall underneath masculine versus feminist, and it's not exactly up to a woman or a man to fulfill that conceptually masculine role.
Yeah.
Could that be something that it's not
Yeah,
it
'cause
doesn't
it's
mean
just
that a woman
cutthroat,
can't do the
Right.
job of
Right.
running the company and be able
Well,
to
now
make the
it's
same
becoming-
exact
it's being
thing.
seen that women are actually better at like some women. That
Yeah,
have
you
that
bitches need to get out the way. I'm losing out
Some
on business opportunities here. Y'all
Yeah.
motherfuckers is smart.
Because it's just
Yeah, that's the
cutthroat,
thing is that
like
some women that end up being in those leadership positions that end up getting to that level usually have that feminine masculine balance, like they have
Right.
that masculine self in them and then that feminine aspect, which is what makes them a good leader.
right.
That's what, because they have that balance of both of those energies.
Yeah.
And I think that now it's becoming more like they actually did a study that women are like more successful at being CEOs.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
they're
have you
now-
met a woman?
now
They're cold-hearted
realizing-
motherfucking
And
coldless.
that's exactly
No, I
that's what dictates success generally in a corporate structure is
Yeah.
people who are or in a company structure, just it's being cutthroat. It's being willing to put yourself ahead of other people. And that's not an
don't know if I
inherent
think that's
either
why.
way,
I don't think that's why.
I swear to God, within the last week there was a study that was done that's what it is.
Yeah,
I swear
I'm
to God.
sure that
And
could,
it's
no,
but that's
I'm
but
sure
what I'm
that
saying
there-
is it's not
there are
inherently
aspects of
male
that.
or female. That women are also inherently cutthroat, especially when it comes to traditionally when it comes to their children, their family. You know what I'm saying? Things like that. There's nothing to stop a female from being just as cutthroat as a male. But that's what progresses a corporation and a company to success is being
I don't know if
cutthroat
I
and
feel-
putting the
well,
company
maybe
ahead
to
of
agree.
other companies.
I don't know if I agree that that's like the sole reason, but I mean, personally, I'm thinking about from my own
Again,
personal.
it's a generalization
Yeah,
across the board. That's generally what is going to make a company more successful is if you are willing to put your company ahead of other companies, regardless of maybe perceived general ethical standards.
she's a dude in a female body, says big time Bobby.
Hey,
Well, and that's
I'm a
I
dude
think what
Oreo.
we're talking about is the conceptual masculine energy put forth in somebody in a position of power
Right.
compared to a more feminine energy
I
coming
don't
from
think that
somebody
masculine energy is cutthroat. So, like, I guess that
Oh.
my perception of these energies
cutthroat
are
as
different.
fucked.
Well, so I guess,
Mm-hmm.
what do you mean by cutthroat? Because personally, what I think, like how I ended up, so I was the only female manager at the strip club that I managed.
It seems
I
kind of
got-
one of a kind.
No, I was the only one, and honestly, my boss was super sexist. The fact that he even let me into that position was like a fluke. Like it was because I am action oriented, which is what I consider. This is what I think is the masculine energy, which is I'm very willing to take risks, and I'm very action oriented. So like I went to my boss. I saw one of the managers who literally was a drug addict and was like running the business to shit. And like I just went up to him and I was just like, "Hi, I want to help. I want to do whatever I can. Like I actually like want to potentially own my own venue someday, my own club. Like that's like my long-term goal. Like I want to learn as much as I can. Like what do you want to do with me, basically?" I was basically like,
Right.
"You give," and he just looked at me and was just kind of like, "Let me think about this." And so then the next day, the guy, he had to fire the manager because he was literally ODing at work. Like he was like, not
That's a
ODing,
problem.
but, like, nodding out like at work.
Right.
The next day, he just dropped a bunch of paperwork on like where I was a receptionist on my desk and was like, "Here you
You
go."
win.
He's like, "Figure it out." No, but he didn't even train me.
Yeah.
It was like basically throwing me to the wolves, saying, "You want to do this? You think you can do this? Try to do it." See
Well,
if you can do
maybe-
it. See if
so
you can
maybe-
handle it.
Maybe cutthroat is too aggressive of a term, right? But my point is, like I said, is being willing to put yourself, your company, your entity ahead of other people. And I don't think that opportunity that you just described is opposite of being cutthroat. It might be like I said, that might be too aggressive of a term.
I
It might
don't
be-
think it's-
That's what I'm saying. So that might be too aggressive of a term.
Yeah,
And
I
that
don't
might be
think
the
it's
softer
inherently-
hand of cutthroat in which you saw an opportunity in which someone was fucking up and
Yep.
you were going to take advantage of that opportunity. And you did it in a again, not to denigrate, but in a gentle way. You were very subtle in saying, "Hey, I want to do this," and this is you presented yourself when you saw an opportunity. So I don't think
Yeah.
that those two things are
Well, I'm taking a
mutually
risk.
That's
He
what I'm
could've
saying. So I
told
don't
me-
think
he
they're
could've been
mutually.
like, "Get the fuck out of here.
Exactly.
Especially knowing how sexist he was,
Exactly.
how he treated women. Like the fact that I even had, and I think that was something he was impressed by. The fact that I even had the balls to come into his office and sit there and say that, hey, like, give me this opportunity. And I think he was just kind of like, what the fuck? Like,
right. So that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying.
By the fact that he was very intimidating. So taken aback by the fact that I had the balls to even ask.
Yeah,
and
that's
then,
what I'm saying. You're using the term balls. That's what I'm saying. I think this just cutthroat is just an aggressive term.
I would say
resilience,
but cutthroat means that you're willing to do whatever you can to get ahead. Like when I think cutthroat, I mean you're willing to like hurt other people to get ahead. You're willing to do whatever it takes. I don't consider myself that. I would never.
If your manager asked you if that other person was on drugs, would you have said, in my opinion, yes, or would you have said, I have no idea?
No, I got in trouble because I didn't rat that manager out at one point. That manager
when asked directly?
Yeah, well, no, I just didn't tell my boss. So actually, now that I'm reflecting, that manager didn't get fired right away. So what happened was they kind of took me onto the management team. He gave me all this paperwork and was kind of like, okay, figure it out. That manager was still working there at the time. And it was like a month or so later that he got fired. And so I was like being like put into the management team kind of as like office manager at first, mainly like getting all the paperwork in order and all that shit, because that manager had those responsibilities, but he couldn't handle it. So they took those responsibilities away and he was just becoming a floor manager at that time. Gave me all of the paperwork. And then like what happened was one time I found that manager in the basement passed out and I never told my boss. I just woke him up and was like, you have to leave. I told the other manager who was my co-manager and he told my boss. And then I got in trouble for not telling him because I was telling him like, hey, I found this person in the basement passed out. Like I wasn't going to rat him out. Like I was just like, this is a thing that's happening. And then my boss was like, you want to be a manager, but you can't tell me that information. But I didn't because it was more of, honestly, that place is a fucking mess. Shit like that happened all the time,
right.
you know? So like, it wasn't completely like out of the realm of bullshit that I dealt with. But then the other manager wanted to look good. You know, he wanted to look good. He wanted to be the one that was like, I'm going to go tell him because I want to look like I'm the good guy. So he went to tell my boss. And that's how. So no, I wouldn't, because I actually don't think, like, I don't think like that. I don't think you should think like that. Like, I guess we all kind of might have that like self-preservation, like instinct. My boss would try to use that again. Like he wanted us to feel that way. He wanted the managers to like want to bring the other one down because he wanted them to be afraid that like they might be the one like getting in trouble. He was an abusive piece of shit. And so he wanted to like make us cutthroat. You know, he tried to like make us cutthroat against each other. But like I don't like that. That's not who I like to be. Like I'm not that type of person. So no, I don't. I think it's more like I would say resilience and action oriented and willing to take risks are the masculine things that. Well, I guess resilience probably isn't just a masculine thing. That's like on both sides.
Well, and that's why I said that I think cutthroat is. That's why I say I think cutthroat is probably just an aggressive term of what we're talking about. You know,
maybe
that's just
masculinity.
Toxic.
Yeah, maybe toxic masculinity, but it's even
might be that toxic masculinity part.
We may even be confusing corporate and personal success because even from what you've just described, if you had been more cutthroat, you may have been able to reach higher corporate success faster than you did. You know what I'm saying?
Well, maybe, but like
but that's what I'm saying is that corporate success, by this study that I'm referencing, seems to have been dictated by, in general, the term I'm using is just cutthroatness.
No,
but if
you're
you
right.
could say
The manager that my
resilience,
boss like loved was like super
that's
cutthroat.
what I'm
and,
saying.
Like,
And so that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I think that's.
But I'm talking about corporate success.
Yeah, well, that's the opposite of my ethical capitalism. So.
Right. I'm talking about corporate success from the beginning is what I've been talking about.
Yeah.
And I think it's an interesting thing because there are so many, we'll say, corporate traits that are prescribed to be masculine or feminine.
And are not inherently good either.
Exactly. And then are not necessarily good or bad, but like
being cutthroat.
it's a trait. It's not necessarily a
Well,
masculine
but I
trait
do
or a
think
feminine trait.
No, I think that there's toxic femininity and toxic masculinity. I do think that those things are real.
I think there's just toxic traits. I mean, if
No,
you're one of those people who would throw your coworker under the bus because you're going to go to the boss and
You're
turn the
kind of a piece of
motherfucker in that's OGing in the basement, now you get rewarded versus the person that was like more or less looking out for them and like, hey, bro, this dude's passed out. I don't know what to do. Let's just keep the train rolling. Let's worry about him and let's worry about the company's success on the back end.
Yeah.
Let's keep doing this too. The classifying either or as masculine or feminine, I think, is doing a disservice in which.
Well, no, there are toxic masculinity and toxic femininity.
Oh,
and
hard,
so-
yeah,
Certainly.
there definitely is.
I think that both of those things exist, and then there's things that are just like inherently more feminine and.
I'm
inherently
very
more
toxic in my masculinity.
Yeah. But like obviously there are traits that are neither masculine or feminine, they're just shitty. You
Right.
know,
Yeah.
like I would say like being a thief, I don't consider that a
not good.
masculine or
No,
a feminine
that's just
thing.
you're a piece
And
of
you
shit.
being an asshole.
Right.
Lying, like all of those things. Like yeah, those are separate. But like when I'm talking about like toxic masculinity, toxic femininity, like
Yeah.
those are also there are things that are in that category of
Yes.
stuff. Like I would say like for toxic femininity, like girls that gossip a lot. Like I think that's toxic femininity. There's like
Oh,
this,
hard, yeah.
like
Yes.
things that are
Hashtag,
like,
what's up?
We're having
Like-
employment issues in my company right now because of that. Because
Yeah.
in
Because
one
of toxic
department,
femininity.
the shit
Toxic
talking and the
femininity,
and the
yeah.
infighting and the clicking is so bad
Yeah.
that we
There's,
will
like,
hire
cliques,
somebody
that's
and they'll
toxic
quit within
femininity.
weeks. It's
Yeah.
terrible.
oh yeah, toxic femininity comes from like so women inherently like try to build cliques and they create hierarchies, whether or not they're like fuck the patriarchy, but women inherently
They are the patriarchy.
Patriarchy's so
No.
crafty.
but women are inherently hierarchical. Like they create hierarchies among themselves, like the
Yep.
queen bee, and then like there's always that thing. I've always been the outsider. I've never been very good at girls. Like I've always been more of a
Me
lone
neither.
wolf,
Don't
I
feel
would
bad.
say. Like even in my sorority, like my sorority was basically a bunch of girls that weren't good at hanging out with girls. And we all just like got along because we were just like the group of girls that didn't like girls, and we were like, "Hey, we all like each other now," like because fuck everyone else. But yeah, that's a huge issue. Is like, and it comes from I guess that's like that is technically kind of cutthroat. It's I guess cutthroat could be toxic masculinity and femininity. They just do it in different ways.
It's a very
Yeah.
general term, you know.
Yeah, no, yeah. But what that would be is like they are trying to get ahead through gossip. They'll find jealousy.
Right.
Jealousy is inherent. That's like this envious, jealous thing. I think is very a toxic feminine trait.
Mhm.
And like they get jealous of someone, and they inherently they want to take them down.
Yeah.
They want to like prop themselves up. They want to ostracize them. They want to figure out a way to do that because they feel insecure in themselves.
And they're
and they're
really good at it.
Oh, girls are so good. They're so insidious.
They're
so
terrible.
insidious at that shit. So toxic
Chicks are
femininity is, like,
terrible, man.
Yeah.
They're
There's
like
a-
high schoolers. They're terrible.
yeah, I mean, I've always wanted like girlfriends. Like I only have a couple like good girlfriends now.
Lexi be
to-
your girlfriend, man. She be
yeah,
alright.
and right now I have like 2 girlfriends in Maine that I still consider like really close, and I have like a lot of the surf arm level girlfriends, but like
Uh-huh.
yeah, I have a lot of those, but I don't really have a lot of like I don't have that person that I can call if I'm stuck on the side of the road, really,
Mhm.
other than the people that live in Maine because they're far away from me, so they couldn't
So-
really help.
Let me ask you, do you have a lot of dude friends that are really close to you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say that I've always kind of had more dude friends than girlfriends, like you know,
Yeah.
typical.
I think
Like,
Lexi's the same way. There's a difference between a girlfriend and a guy friend. There really
Yes.
is. There really is. You know, a
What
guy,
do you mean there are differences between girls and boys? Colin?
Yeah, right. Exactly.
How
Fuck
dare
me for
you.
saying that, but you know, there is a difference in like Lexi's at the gym right now with homie Chad, which I trust and respect homie Chad to the point I know that I can entrust him with the safekeeping of my wife while she's at the gym, and I ain't worried about him doing something nefarious on the back
Making
end.
moves on your woman.
But I also know that if Caroline was in a bind and like broke down on the way home and couldn't get a hold of me, she can call her homie Chad, and Chad's going to be there to hook her up because he's a good dude. Like, I understand that.
Yeah.
I don't, and maybe that's just my ignorance and having female friends, but like, I don't get that most of the time with like my wife's female friends. I really don't see that.
Yeah.
There's a fundamental difference in a bromance. I don't know, what's the female version of a bromance? Is there one?
I don't think there's a term for it.
You know, like I'm in a bromance with my boy Donovan here.
Besties. They're besties.
Yeah. Yeah, we homies, you know.
No, I don't know. I think that like that's I don't know. I guess I agree with you to a degree, but there are girlfriends.
She's home in the room right now.
Oh my god.
Thanks, baby. You should come in here and say what's up. Give me some sugar.
There are girls that have those friendships with other girls, though. That is a thing, and I've always been like, I'm actually envious of that. Like girls that have those really strong girlfriends that would be there for them no matter what, and like that. I haven't had a lot of that in my life, so like I'm envious of that because I think that's awesome. I've always just been more of the one that usually gets. I'm like always the odd one when I even go I go out with my girlfriends, and it's definitely like. I'm always slightly ostracized. There's always like this thing like
it's different.
I'm never in the clique, you know? I'm never in the clique. I've never been able to be in the clique. I'm always like a little bit of the outside lone wolf person.
The cliques are a bitch, man. The cliques are terrible.
I know. It might have something to do with the fact that I'm very like independent in like my way of thinking and everything, and so like maybe I'm just not good at the clique thing. I don't know. But yeah, that's always been a issue. In my life.
Donovan, I just want to ask this question. How many questions have we gotten to on your list?
Almost none.
Oh, wait. What's next?
I don't
should
know.
we?
These are all. Just,
this has been such a good conversation.
Yeah,
We've just been letting
I've
things
hardly
flow.
even needed it. Yeah, no, it's. I have.
I knew this was going to happen.
2, 3, 4. I have 4 things checked off, and this is.
I kind of want to ask like a
if
bunch of
you
random
can-
political questions.
I don't know
Well,
if you can
what's like
see. So I have 2
damn.
pages, and I've asked
What's
4
like
questions.
the most interesting question on there to ask?
The most interesting question on here? Oh God.
The most interesting. Yeah, what's the most interesting question you've written down on your
Yeah, that's
La
not a
Biblio?
good-
I'm super curious because, like, we haven't asked you about your stance on abortion or where you're at on voting rights or blah, 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 blah. Let me ask you this first question on the deeply political and fundamental level.
You can ask about guns
Do you
first?
feel
Keep going.
as if women are
Yeah.
subjugated in American politics in 2021? Do you think
What do you
you
mean?
guys are? Do you feel as if women do not have enough say
No.
to freely voice your opinion in politics?
No, Nancy Pelosi's literally like one of the most powerful women in the fucking country.
Thank
What do
you.
mean? Like, no, I
She's
don't.
number 3 in line
at
for
all.
presidency right now.
Oh, God.
Come here. Let me show your beautiful
I-
face.
I just worked out.
I know you did. She just worked out. Did you do what kind of workout did you do today?
Chest and triceps.
Chest and triceps.
They hurt.
They hurt. All right.
Yeah.
All right. I'll let you go. Go back to your
Yeah.
office.
Cheers.
Cheers.
I did shoulders on Friday with
You did
Trenton,
shoulders on
or
Friday?
Thursday evening, Friday morning with Trenton.
I did leg
And then
day
here,
from
I wish
Friday
I
to
would've done chest
Tuesday.
so that I was more fucking.
Ooh.
I
Are we
didn't know
shooting
the
right now?
lighting Was gonna be. Are we
But,
what?
Ooh.
I'll
Wait,
take a
what
shot.
were we?
Oh, are we taking a shot?
I don't want to force you,
want
bro.
any
I don't want
more
to
of
force
this
you.
tequila.
I'm going to take a shot for myself.
Say no.
No, I'm driving home.
Exactly.
more.
So you don't need any more.
You don't have an Uber?
No.
We live out in the boondocks. There ain't no such thing
Told
as
you, that
Uber.
doesn't happen here. I drive a truck.
You
Oh,
drive
God.
a truck. I'll take a
Okay.
shot.
I drive a truck with 4
Cheers.
doors and a full-size
Cheers.
bed.
Baby, come here. Take a shot with us.
This is why Creatrix's after parties are the best.
I know.
Yeah.
The call after parties, man.
After party.
I build.
That's pretty much. This is what we talk. I usually have these types of, especially once it gets to like a certain time. This is usually the conversations that we end up having.
God damn, she looks good. Sorry. Go ahead. I got distracted by my hot ass wife.
No, that's fine.
It's a problem. So, I was gonna say, do you remember the after party last night?
Yes.
What were some of the? Because you spoke before in the early portions of the podcast about some of the spicy stuff you got into.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of stuff were you guys talking about in your after parties?
Last night they did talk about the Meta Facebook thing.
Ooh.
I learned about the Let's Go Brandon.
Let's go, Brandon.
Biden, which I did not know about. I learned.
Fuck Joe Biden.
Basically, yeah. Well, I mean, the one thing that's nice about the after parties is everyone's kind of has different political stances, but like we're all very open and comfortable for the most part. Having like nobody gets offended.
Mm-hmm.
We did talk about like pronouns and like some like trans stuff.
There's a lot to be had in the trans stuff. I will say
yeah,
that much.
yeah, I know, and Lucille's trans, and she was in there.
Mm-hmm.
So we were just having like open discussion about all of those things and like how people, basically, yeah, just that's pretty much it.
That's pretty much it.
Open discussions. About
Yeah, I mean, we had a trans
topics.
person there, and then that was pretty much about it. So,
Well, yeah, when we talked
yeah,
about
I know.
trans rights or not even
Yep.
trans rights, but like
because
the
it's not about
older-
trans rights, it's about human
No,
rights.
Well, and it was all about like the whole like we were talking about like the crazy new pronouns that people
Oh,
are
yeah.
having, like not like the theys, like I'm talking about like the
The Fox Kings and
literally,
shit.
yeah, like they want to be fae pronouns and demon pronouns, and it's like okay, you guys are living. It's like Elder Scrolls role play, but with your
Yes.
gender. What? Like what are you doing?
Exactly. I'm a Khajiit. I'm a Khajiit female. But even in Skyrim, you got to pick a male or female. That's what's up.
Well, they're probably gonna get to the point where they get rid of that because people remember, dude. People were saying
Motherfuckers, they better not.
No, remember people were saying cyberpunk was transphobic. Why
Yes.
was it transphobic? What was the reason? I can't remember now.
With the
They
new
said it was-
Cyberpunk game?
Yeah, but there was,
Cyberpunk,
like, a
whatever the
reason-
fuck it was.
Yeah, people were saying it was transphobic. I don't remember why, but they were actually they were trying to be the most inclusive as possible. And this is what happens when you try to like please everyone. They were trying so hard to please that community, to please the community, the trans community. And instead, the trans community was like, you didn't do it good enough.
That's
Like,
right. Which is why most people should take the tact of Coca-Cola and be like, hey, going woke is going broke. So we out. We sell soft drinks that make you fat and diabetic, and that's all we're gonna do. Peace out. I'm not getting into this gender
Yeah.
pronoun bullshit.
Yeah.
Ugh.
You have to. I mean, the thing
I need
is
another
that
shot, is what's happening.
It's actually, I think, a form of narcissism
It
to
is.
expect other people to like adhere to how you want to be viewed. Like
Yes.
obviously, I think everyone should be respectful to everyone else. Like I'm gonna use whatever pronouns someone wants of me. I'm gonna do my best to do that
On
But,
the
like, if you're
individual
asking
level.
me- yeah, but you're gonna ask me to call you demon pronouns now and all of this.
Now we're getting
ridiculous
fucked up.
yeah, or like bug
Yeah.
pronouns. Like there's like all sorts of crazy shit, and it's like okay, now you're
Bug
just being
pronouns. Are we
Yeah, now you're-
cockroaches now? What are we doing?
dude. It's a thing. You can look it up on fucking YouTube.
Nothing
like,
surprises me these days.
I know, and I'm like, but what you're doing is actually like, you're mentally ill.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It's mental illness. And I actually, if we want to talk about TikTok, here we go.
Yes, I
All right.
need to know. Tell me your fuck TikTok rant. I need to know the fuck TikTok
all
rant.
right. So I personally think that TikTok is glorifying mental illness.
Yes, it is.
It is.
TikTok
oh,
is glorifying mental illness, Donovan.
Yeah, it is. And it's also, so did you see that article about how girls are developing tics
Yes.
like girls from TikTok? They're developing tics from TikTok because they're watching what is it called? Not epilepsy. What's the Tourette's? They're watching Tourette's TikTok.
Yes.
And
Which
they're
has gone from normalizing Tourette's and being okay with,
Right, yeah.
which is fine, which is good,
Yeah.
to
But now-
glorifying tics.
Well, now people are developing tics from watching TikTok.
Yes.
So
Do you know the creator Bridget Fetisi and her YouTube series Dumpster Fire is fire. We'll just say that. It's fucking fantastic. You should watch it. She used to be a writer for Playboy, and she's had a very, very interesting life. And Bridget Fetisi.
Dumpster
And-
fire.
yes, Dumpster Fire.
Dumpster fire.
See, look at this. Everybody comes back, and we're like, oh, hey, yeah, recap. We're on Dumpster Fire right
You
now.
will totally love her.
You
Everyone
would
watch it.
absolutely love Bridget Fetisi and Dumpster Fire.
I'll have to
Yes.
look at it.
Oh my God, she deserves all the people.
Yeah, you would really, really like her. Like
Talk in the
her
microphone.
Mind is fascinating.
Talk in the microphone.
Yeah,
You
I
gotta
would
get
not be able
close,
to
like
hear
within
you.
a
though.
fist.
Let's all talk more.
I would not be able to hear you. Oh,
There you go. Talk to your girl Creatrix right now.
Fuck. There. Oh my gosh.
Hi.
Hi, gorgeous. How you doing?
Good.
She's
How are
been one of
you?
the best guests we've had.
She
today.
is. Like, she's definitely the best. She's pretty fun, too. And her mind
Rivals
is
Mr. Larry
fascinating.
Dixon, local, national, regional, and national celebrity Larry Dixon. She's right up there.
Yeah. She's pretty awesome. But yeah, you should definitely check Bridget there, Fantasy, Dumpster Fire. I think that you would really, really appreciate her mind.
Yeah.
It's pretty fascinating.
And I think the episode before last, she had a whole segment on TikTok and the kind of, I don't know, the pursuing of these people developing tics based off of the people that are going on TikTok and the Tourette influencers and shit like that.
Yeah.
And so when you talk about that, like it's very real. TikTok is a problem. I mean, hashtag CCP supported, by the way.
I know.
I'm just saying.
But,
Tencent is
they
what's
don't
up.
they don't let people in China watch TikTok.
No,
Like, they're
they
only allowed-
fucking don't.
Yeah, because this is my conspiracy theory that TikTok is a psyops operation.
That's not a
That's how-
conspiracy, sweetheart. That's legit. That is
I
actual.
I think that TikTok could be a psyops operation, and that they're actually trying to like invade the youth's mind with TikTok. And
Yes.
it's pretty fucked.
Yes.
It's pretty fucked up because not
Oh,
only
the
with,
chat
like,
says, "What's up, Lexi?"
not
She
only
heard
with
it.
like not only with like the ticks, but like it's also like now they're noticing an uptick in all of these different like disorders, like mental disorders
Mm-hmm.
and stuff through TikTok. And it's because and it's mostly women, young children, like young girls.
Young
And
women.
it's because young girls are very impressionable and they're very so there's a lot of layers to it. So there's a lot of different theories on why it's happening. And one theory is that it's because these people are getting like viral, they're going viral, they're getting kind of like TikTok famous with these mental illnesses and like with these tics and all of these things. And so then they're emulating what is popular, what's getting popular. You know, they're like, oh, mental illness is popular, so now I'm mentally ill, you know, I'm gonna
Well-
that's one aspect. Or
Yeah.
it's like they're literally just like it's more of like influencing them,
Mhm.
who knows, subconsciously. Like there are a lot of different theories on what's happening. It could
I
be
think
a mix
it's-
of all of it.
Yeah, and I think it's much more buried in the subtext, right? It's not somebody that's 16-year-old sees somebody that has Tourette's and is like, well, I'm gonna have a Tourette's tic.
Yeah.
It's they see that this is a thing that is working. I'm going to adapt my social media presence on this platform, justly, and I'm going to go forward. So I'm going to show that I have the tics. I'm going to do this thing where I say beans all the time.
Yeah.
And, I'm sorry. I had to do it. It was on Bridget Fetisi, my bad. But, that is the problem. It's the influence coming
Yeah.
from a certain person that is the problem. And then, and this is not to say that like somebody with Tourette's can't be an influencer, right? Because that is a problem, right? Yeah. The idea that somebody with Tourette's cannot have a social media presence and not present ideas and concepts and whatever it is with their beans concept and continue to grow and to make money and shit. But it's the adoption of the tic that is the problem with somebody that's not mentally ill, which then essentially makes them in some qualified manner mentally ill.
Well, I think that like it's also how TikTok is digested. Like it's
hard,
so
yeah.
easily digestible because
so
it's
terrible.
fast. I think that it's actually like the best form of brainwashing because it's
Yeah.
like it does what Facebook and Instagram does, but better. You know,
Yeah.
like it does what all of those other social media platforms do, which is they're all pretty bad. Like they all have negative effects on us. But TikTok does it better. And TikTok is that's the problem. And the problem is it's mostly kids. It's mostly young people. And that's what frightens me is that TikTok is if it is this Chinese propaganda tool, if it is psychological warfare, it's working, and it's scary that it's
Super well.
working. And it actually genuinely frightens me, because it's all of these kids are on there, and what's gonna happen when they grow up?
Yeah,
what's gonna happen when they get older? What's that next when these because obviously this next generation, the Zoomers and all of them,
they're already there.
I know they're gonna be adults, and
yeah.
It's scary to think what that future is gonna look like, because one, there's also this weird thing where they all expect the world to kind of shape itself around them, you know,
Cater to them.
yeah, it's shape instead of it being building resilience and realizing that things are gonna be hard and you have to grow and learn and all of those things, instead of doing that, they're oh, well, you need to make me feel comfortable. I need a safe space. I need to feel.
I need a safe space. That's the problem.
I know, I know your words are violence. I need you to make sure that I feel.
And silence is violence.
Yeah, silence is violence too.
Silence is violence.
Everything is fucking violence.
Words are violence. Silence is violence.
Yeah.
Except for actual violence, as long as you're doing it for the
As
right
long
reason.
as you're doing it for the right cause, then it's violence is
If you're
legit.
punching
So
a Nazi, that's not actual violence.
now I want to take a point. I wanted to take a moment to just give the chat a little love here before I make a point.
Chat's been crazy today.
The chat has been crazy, and I give it to you, Creatrix, because a lot of these people I see in your stream, so I know they're from your world, and I love them as much as a guy could love an anonymous avatar.
Hopefully you guys enjoy it.
Yeah, but really stoned ENT says there's also the destruction of attention span via short clips, and that the short clips is it's a deal, dude. It is definitely a deal, man. Trying to keep YouTube, the algorithm of YouTube really only praises clips that are above 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And if you go below the 10-minute mark, you're not going to get caught in the algorithm, and it's not going to give you all the love and support that a
really,
normal
I thought
clip
they
would.
were trying to push the whole reel thing and
The
push
shorts.
Well,
Shorts
Yeah, I
on
thought
it
they were
kind of
trying to push
is.
shorts now.
They are kind of
They're
pushing
trying
the
to
short
compete with
shorts.
TikTok.
Yes.
Yeah, they're trying to compete with TikTok.
They are trying to compete with
so
TikTok.
my day job is in marketing, so I have to learn all about these things and how algorithms work and everything.
And it's
So,
so
yeah,
fucked up.
What I've been told is that now YouTube and Facebook are trying to compete, and Instagram, but Instagram's doing pretty good, trying to compete with TikTok, with the reels, with the shorts, with the Facebook stories. They're trying to compete because they want a piece of the pie.
Right.
I do think that it is a huge negative effect on. I think social media in general has a negative effect on our attention spans.
Hard
because
fucking
personally, I love to read. I love to read books, and if I'm
You
on
like
social
books?
media, I love books. If I'm on social media too much, I can see when I try to read, I have a hard time focusing, and I have to I'll be okay, why is this happening? My brain will start disengaging. I'll get distracted. And so I have to keep trying, and eventually I'll do it, and I'll be able to do it. And people always be I can't read. Oh, I can't read. And I'm that's why. It's because
Illiterate
of the social media.
motherfuckers.
Right.
No, it's because of how it's affecting our attention spans.
It is.
We're having a problem engaging with reading because it's not stimulating us enough.
If it's
we're
200
so used to being
250
stimulated
characters
so
or less.
fast. Yeah, we're so used to being stimulated so quickly that when we're trying to read something that's not going to stimulate us that fast, it doesn't give us that dopamine release. That's the problem.
Have you watched The Social Dilemma?
I have, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Because
that was
that
pretty good.
dude, and it pisses me off because the Social Dilemma dude is, oh my god, something Harris.
Tristan
Harris.
Tristan.
Tristan Harris,
Yeah.
because he's got to be pinky out.
Yeah.
Tristan.
It's funny when you watch that, which, oh my God,
I mean, I hate Netflix. Anything on Netflix, I always am like,
boo. Netflix is legit. It's kind of like Twitter. I'm gonna bring you over to the Twitterverse, sweetheart. That's the
God.
deal, bro. The Twitterverse is where it is at. As long as you understand. I should say, do you know who Michael Malice is?
Yes.
Okay, Michael Malice is the king of Twitter. Do you
Is he?
disagree?
No.
No.
Undisputed king of Twitter.
Undisputed king of Twitter between Donovan and I. The guy is he is troll factor 1.
Yeah, he's super funny. He's
The
on.
dude
I saw
is
him on
legit.
Joe Rogan's podcast and on Lex Friedman's
Okay.
podcast.
So oh my God, Lex Friedman. All right. You definitely good to come back whenever you want,
You
because
gotta
Lex Friedman.
what you need to do.
My
I'm not
dream
gonna
is
tell
to
you
have
what
Lex
you need to
Friedman
do,
on the
but-
podcast.
Oh my God, I
But
would
the-
smash Lex Friedman.
The best
I'd fuck you, Lex.
I'll tell
best
him.
interview that Michael Malice did was with Glenn
Glenn Beck.
Beck.
Yeah, of all
and
people,
Oh.
If you haven't watched that one,
I
that's,
haven't watched that.
it's so good.
It's just over an hour long. It's absolutely fantastic.
I was an anarchist. Like, I was dabbling in anarchy until I watched that podcast, and I was like,
It's
oh
like
shit, I'm an
dabbling in
anarchist.
Satanism. Like I was dabbling in Satanism. I was dabbling in anarchy.
Yeah, that's not a big deal. But like, yeah, ever since then, I've been like, oh yeah, no, everything I've been feeling is true. I'm an anarchist. That's dope.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not an anarchist. I definitely.
Well,
believe
you
that
should
there-
be.
Well, no, because I actually do believe that there has to be like I do believe that there is
Checks and balances
having
and shit.
yeah, and they're like having like
Between corrupt individuals
Well,
sounds like a good
no,
idea.
no. Like obviously, I think that having a government having
Is
minimal.
tyranny.
I'm obviously I'm pro very small government, but I'm also pro having. I think that having a government is a necessity.
I
Like,
think
at
you're
least to a
wrong, but
degree.
that's okay.
But yeah, no, I know that's fine. I personally think that like at least if I think it would have to be more like decentralized locally. That would be
Yeah.
the only way to make it work, and not have the federal government do. I feel like the federal government they really don't do. They shouldn't. I don't know what their point is. Like
They don't do
they're,
anything.
They should just.
They exist to spend more money than
I guess
should
they
be.
are basically would be like our. This,
Nico here is an anarchist. Aren't you, buddy?
they're
Dude.
I guess they're like our liaison to the global
The
world,
globalists?
you know?
Yeah.
they're
it's-
like
it's
the
good.
global world, that's
The
what
global
federal
economy?
government- yeah, the global economy, that's what the federal
Some
job, I guess,
structure,
is,
Lexi
to a
says.
degree.
Bullshit.
Yeah, there has to be at least some structure
Yes,
to a
there
degree.
are structure.
But-
You know what the structure is? It's on a community level. Where it should be.
So are you an anarchist?
Yes, I'm an anarchist.
No, but anarcho-capitalist?
I mean,
how
you
can be
could-
a capitalist and an anarchist? Like, so if you're a pure anarchist, then you believe in, like, you can't be also a capitalist unless you're an
I can.
anarcho-capitalist.
Why can't I be an anarchist and a capitalist? Anarcho-capitalism works just
Free-
as fine
free
with
trade
anarchism.
Well, no,
between
then
two
you're-
people is not counter to anarchism if you and I both freely agree on the price of a product and a good.
Thank you for defending
Yeah.
anarchism, first of all.
Even
I
though
I don't disbelieve in the concept of policing. I believe that it is much better handled than in a way that is counter to somebody that has a monopoly on force. I
Yeah,
believe that, like, if a community wants security, they can fucking find it if they want to.
Well, then what? You're gonna have militias?
Yeah.
'Cause then either way, but then
Why-
why not?
Wait. Why
No,
not?
but then because corruption is actually inherently human.
Yes, it is.
I think that it doesn't matter whether you have anarchy, then people are going to organize and structure themselves,
And that's fine.
Like didn't they just do that? What was it? Fucking Chaz.
Yeah, the
Remember
fucking
Chaz?
Chaz
That's not a
shop
militia.
is not anarchy, all right?
So-
No,
Let me
no,
ask
that's
you a
what their whole
question.
point was. Is anarchy?
All right,
That was
do you
their.
want-
They wanted
no,
anarchy.
Do you want me to handle this one?
No. I
Okay,
wanna ask
go
a
ahead.
Question. Because I think that there's an element of truth to what she's saying, that their intent was anarchism. However,
Yeah.
when you allow things to go completely unregulated and other people's rights to be infringed
how do you-
upon, when you allow other people's rights to be infringed upon, which is what happened in Chaz. People were
Yeah.
murdered, people were raped.
Murdered.
That's what happened in
Yeah.
Chaz, right? You
Yeah.
have a problem there.
How do you regulate?
So this is the problem, right? And this is what I intended.
I love that you're
I
making my
intended
anarchist
to-
point for me.
I'm not, and that's what I'm going to do right now. I intended to interject in the beginning that I agree in my heart of hearts. I believe that anarchism is the only way to true freedom amongst individuals. However, I do not hold the faith I believe necessary in my fellow human beings
Yeah.
to believe that anarchism is attainable.
It's
And that's-
extreme. Well,
and
I
that's
think
what
that's
believe you
extremism
saw
on one
carry out.
degree.
And that's what I believe you saw
Yeah.
happen in Chess.
Yeah.
Is
Yes,
when things are unfettered and people don't respect other people's rights, anarchism
Yeah.
is unattainable. And that's
And
what happened in
we
Chess.
are inherently human, and we are all inherently flawed. And unfortunately, there is
Because-
no utopia. Anarchy can't work, just
Certainly.
like communism can't work, because they're banking on people being better than they are. Both communism and anarchists are, and that's why they won't work. And so, unfortunately, we do need some sort of structure, some sort of checks and balances situation that happens that can keep people in order. I do
And
believe that it
the-
should be minimal, like as
Minimal.
little as possible. I'm all about small government and minimalism when it comes to that, but like I don't believe in pure anarchists.
And
Anarchism.
so, and the modern anarchistic take is that that organization is loosely organized on a very communal level,
Yeah.
in which, like I said,
Yeah.
trade is organized between you and I. If you want something that I have, then you and I organize that trade.
Mm-hmm.
And then you know what's going to happen globally? You're going to get invaded by some other country that isn't anarchist. You know what I mean? Like that has
Certainly.
a stronger government
Certainly,
structure.
yeah.
Like you have to think about how. I mean, I'm a huge fan of Civ the game, turn-based strategy.
Yeah,
Fucking
what's
love
up,
it.
Civ 6?
And
What's up?
Whenever I think of like global politics, I always like look at it through the lens of playing Civ. Like I'm always like China's going for a
God
cultural
damn it, I
win
love
right
this
now.
girl.
Like China's going for that cultural.
That's
they're
right.
going
They're calling for the cultural victory.
They're going for the cultural victory. They're going for the
don't even know what's up right
cultural. They're going for an economic victory. They're
Oh, yeah.
they're fucking trying to triple victory right now. They're going for a lot.
I'm going to
Like-
play Civ 6
I think
tonight
the
so hard.
response on a social level, right? I'm not by any means a full-on anarchist, right?
Yeah.
Just
No.
simply to try and defend the point. I think
I'm trying to work on
I
you,
think
but
the defense on a societal level would be that people would be but people would be freer to decide their own societal affiliations.
This is
which
like the
would-
argument for
which would
communism,
make
though.
it-
Like people
Well,
say this all the
which would
time. Like
make
I'm
it
talking
much
about.
more difficult for which would make it much more difficult for a Chinese, Russian, whoever influence to infiltrate the entire country. I am not defending the anarchist view. I
neither is
as
Lexi.
a deep heart of heart practice,
Yeah.
I
She's on
wanna
your
be
side.
as free as possible. However, I believe there does need to be some structure to enforce the non
Well, because if there is no like, this is why I'm not like pro defund the police or anything like that. Because okay, you know what? Without police, there's gonna be militias, and what's gonna happen with militias?
So-
They're also gonna be corrupt because we're inherently fucking corrupt. It's humanity. We're not flawed
My-
until humanity's perfect. There's no way to make that work.
This is where my only pushback would be that I actively consider myself as a member of the militia.
As you
And
should.
in no form would I consider myself corrupt because there's no reason for me to
Not
take
yet,
any.
because you have no power.
For what reason? What
Power
power do I
corrupt.
need over other people?
No, but that's the thing, you don't have power yet.
Let me answer your question. My role as a member of the militia
I love
is
this
simply to
podcast.
defend the freedoms of my fellow man. I
Yeah.
have no power other than to defend my own life and the lives of those people who depend on it. I don't
Yeah.
think that a militia is a bad thing. I think a militia is
I-
an inherently American
Neither do I.
thing.
Neutral.
But you're
I don't
saying
think
a
the same
militia
with
is
police.
inherently
I don't-
corrupt. I actively,
No. That's not what I
actively
said.
consider myself.
That's
You
not
said
what
that
I
I don't
said.
have power yet, so
No,
I can't be corrupt.
You don't have power yet.
No, you guys are not hearing what I'm saying. I
Tell
don't
me.
believe that militias are inherently corrupt. I believe that they're neutral, just like police. The system itself is neutral. It's the people in it that can become corrupt because we're all flawed. Are you going to say you're perfect? Because I'm not.
I wouldn't
I
say
know
that
that
I'm perfect,
I
but
am
don't-
capable of flaws. I'm capable of making mistakes. I'm capable of being selfish. And
Sorry, I
so
have to answer this call. I'll be right back.
Yep.
Okay.
Get it.
we're all we're all capable of making mistakes and being selfish and not and power is known to corrupt us. Power
Yes, it is.
That's the thing. You think every politician thinks they're going to become a piece of shit? No, they think that usually most politicians, when they first start, they think that they are helping, that they're doing what's good for humanity. You know, like
Their
that's usually
constituents. They're standing up for their
every-
constituents.
I'm going to say most politicians go into politics because they want to help.
I
and
think
they
that is
don't-
very true.
I think most of them do that. There are
Yes.
probably some that are like secret sociopaths, but like most of
Like
them,
John Ossoff.
I think most of them are going in with like I want to do good.
Uh-huh.
And then slowly, the more power they get, the higher they get, the more corrupt they get, and the more
Slowly
I
or
think
quickly,
that-
it doesn't matter. It's
Yeah,
as quick
but
as the
that's the
power
same with-
comes, the more corrupt they become.
and I believe that not every cop is corrupt. I believe that there are good cops. Like that was why I got canceled. I actually do believe I know good cops. I know cops that became
I know-
cops because they
Yep.
care
I know people
about
that are cops.
No, and that became cops because they wanted to help, because they
Yep.
wanted to do good.
One of my best
like
friends
that.
just became a cop in Arizona. I'm
And
very
I know-
happy
and I
for him,
know-
but
And I know bad
He's
cops
still a
as
cop.
well. Well, so then you're just coming from this perspective, like, then
Becoming-
you're just coming
I'm
from a
coming-
perspective that's saying like all cops are evil
bad.
just because they're cops. No,
I'm coming from a perspective that all cops essentially are tools of the monopoly on force that comes from the state.
Well, what if the state did try to pull a totalitarian move? Tried to do what the cops are the ones. Those are the ones that are going to hopefully be on our side because they're citizens too. And so in the end,
yeah.
if they
Many cops-
refuse orders, if they say no, we're not going to do that. No, we refuse.
Yep.
That
and
can happen. Like
and
that. Can
how
happen.
many cops over the
But
last
when you
20
dehumanize them and make them all feel like they're all evil, then yeah, they're probably going to be fucking against you.
And how many cops over the 21, 22 last months have decided to bar people from going to a park or bar people from practicing their religious freedoms because
Where?
the
Not
state told them
really.
to in New York and
Yeah,
in
well-
Massachusetts and all this stuff.
I mean,
Look
they're
at
really
Australia,
cops here.
first of all.
Actually, I'm gonna say that cops here are actually really good.
In
That's the one thing I will
Massachusetts?
say. Yes.
Okay.
Oh my god! Comparatively, the cops that I've dealt with in Maine, the cops
In
in
Maine.
Massachusetts, yes, the cops in Massachusetts are actually really good people. They're like for all the ones I've met, not probably
Mhm.
not all of them, but like I would say that they are mostly have a decent police force here from what I've seen and from what I've experienced comparatively to like the fucking power hungry people that I've dealt with in the past, like the people that are just like enforcers and like just want to be enforcers. I've had only positive
So-
experiences with cops here.
And-
So I don't think that every cop is evil. I think that idea is what I said. It's going to perpetuate more
Yeah.
shitty cops.
No,
That
because at
was
the
my
end of
whole
the day,
argument.
I want to defend anarchism a little bit.
Anarchism.
Anarchism. Thank you very much. I've had a lot of
You know
shots
where he's
today.
at.
Give me a fucking break.
He's
So,
shit-faced.
You know
Dan
why-
Moto-
You know why I stopped drinking?
Dan Moto said most people hate cops because they usually deal with them when they have broken the law.
Broken the law.
And and how many times have you been arrested? Net zero, motherfucker. Net fucking zero. I've known a lot of cops. You've been
I've
arrested.
1.5 times. I'm gonna say
1.5?
But I've been in a lot of run-ins, so I've had a lot of summonses.
Okay, go
But
ahead.
I've had, but so the
So
in high school,
a summons
I
is
was
not an
being-
arrest.
No, but I have been arrested. So
Okay.
I've gone to jail. Like but in high school I was caught with weed. That didn't count as an arrest. I was detained.
Oh,
But,
you were
and
detained
then-
by the man.
But I've had multiple summonses for being disorderly in public, for mostly drunk in public. Those were all my summonses. And
Dude,
then
I'd be fucked.
when I was 22, I was arrested for drug possession. I had acid, Xanax, Adderall, and a pipe, and weed. And
So you must have intent to sell, and you must have been a very,
almost-
very, very bad person.
No, they almost gave me intent to sell. That was actually a fucked up cop. That and my time I got detained were both fucked up cop experiences. But there was a good cop there involved in the second time. So
But
I do know
but
that
do you understand the inherent problem with there being a good cop on the scene to get you off on something that should not be?
But if there was a militia, it would be the same. It would be the exact same situation because
God
they're all
damn
people.
it, you're not wrong.
That it's all people. It's just gonna be.
It
a
is all
different
people.
It's just gonna be the same. It's gonna be people, just in a different way. And
Yeah,
I
you're
also
right. You're
think
right.
I think
like to
that-
assume that the militia is gonna be less corrupt than the police just because they're not the police, like that's stupid. They're still people.
That's a good point.
That's
a good
correct.
point.
Certainly, as far as power structure, I think the
Yeah.
Yeah.
difference.
Because power
right,
structure is the important part.
The difference, as far as anarchism and the current police structure, would be that there are, as far as I see it, right, would be that there are a lot of laws and regulations and stuff now that can, I think, very fairly be considered revenue makers.
Yeah.
That wouldn't
Yeah,
be
they're stupid.
right.
I agree.
that-
Well,
hold
that's
on,
not the police issue.
Hold
Yeah.
on. Hold on.
Pump
Okay.
the brakes.
I know. I'm trying to rein him in too. I'm doing it to everybody.
Yep.
I'm trying to because
He's trying to
I
rein
think-
me in, bro.
Because you guys are saying the same thing as far as a monopoly on force. As far as power goes, power corrupts almost absolutely.
Yes.
None of us can disagree.
None
with
of us.
that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
As far as the differences between a militia law enforcement and the current law enforcement structure, is that a militia hired by a group of communal people who decide they need protection is not going to be enforcing noise regulations on mufflers on cars and noise regulations on house parties. And
Well, what if
bullshit
that?
like
No, but
that.
how do you know? How do you know that militia? What if that community's like, you know what? It's a Christian community. They don't like
And
gay people.
they
They
might
want
be-
to.
they
They want to
might
kill
be-
all the gay.
I think
No,
we're
that's
above
why
that
you
at
need
this
the
point.
structure.
Wait, they might be, in which case
Yeah.
I would say it's the same thing as what we talked about earlier with businesses. It's a different ethical perspective. If you don't want to work for that business because they don't treat you as good, don't live in that town because they don't treat you as good. That's the same idea as states' rights that we have right now on a much smaller scale. It's the exact same idea.
Yeah.
No, but
Like
I
if
think
Driftwood Key
Different
doesn't.
militia forces will be hired to enforce different laws in different places.
so you want to privatize the police force.
I
Completely,
am not.
basically.
I am
No, no, no.
absolutely
That would
not
be
saying
not
that.
his
I am
argument, that's my
absolutely
argument.
Not saying that. I'm
Yeah. But
absolutely
that would be
not
the
saying
militia
that.
What?
Because that's
And
my
again-
that's more my
and
argument
again-
than his.
My argument is completely different to that. That I actively consider myself part of the militia, so I don't agree with your definition of a militia. As what I consider myself, a member of the militia, I believe that it's my duty to actively train myself, be prepared with firearms to defend my rights and the rights of and the rights of my neighbors, not to
And
infringe
some
on
police.
them.
Well, some police
Let
feel
me-
that way. too.
Please.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with that. I
Yeah.
agree with you, in which I would say they are also part of the militia. I don't disagree with you. What I'm saying is my definition of the militia differs from yours, in which I don't agree the militia is an active military force hired by people that will inherently be corrupted. I actively consider myself a militia, and I don't want to say this because I don't, but I borderline take offense to the implication that I would be corrupt in the possibility that I am given power. My first and very first, and not final, but
Maybe
first,
not you.
and my first example would be motherfucking George Washington. Okay? You cannot say, you can roll your eyes all you want, but that's a perfect example of power not corrupting absolutely. A man being given the opportunity to be king and saying no.
No.
So what
Yeah.
I'm saying is I take personal offense, borderline, because I'm not a pussy, to you saying being a militia member inherently corrupts you because you're given
I never
power.
said that. I said that
the
people
militia
are
be-
inherently corrupt.
And I don't,
Weird.
and I don't agree
I
with that
do.
because me being a
I
militia
think that-
member. Okay, so then I
Because
disagree.
you are
fundamentally-
people.
Then I disagree
No.
fundamentally with your definition of the militia.
Uh-huh.
That as my job as a militia member is to defend my rights and the rights of my neighbors as
I never
Americans.
said what my definition of a militia
You're
was.
saying a militia would take place, and I don't agree with that. Militia and privatized security are not the same thing. That's
No.
why I disagree with your
Well,
definition
and
of a
either-
militia.
Oh.
Militia and privatized security are a very different thing.
Oh, yeah. Well, Chaz called themselves a militia.
Yeah,
That's
but they were
right.
Chaz
wrong.
are a bunch of communist motherfuckers who brought the John Brown Gun Club to defend themselves and choose who could and could not enter. They allowed rapes and murders to happen among their citizenry. So
Yep.
if you ask me, that's not a fucking militia. That is a sad, sad, disgusting excuse for people who choose to call themselves second rights advocates. 2nd Amendment rights advocates.
Yeah. As I said, I'm not saying that I think that militias are inherently corrupt. I think it's neutral. Same with police. I think that they're neither are inherently corrupt, but I think that people are inherently corrupt.
And what I'm saying is I think your characterization of a militia and the conflation of that with a privatized security force are inaccurate.
Okay, fine. Well, either
So-
way, I'm just saying. Then fine. What I privatized police force. Either way,
And
I'm
think
just saying.
that's-
I think people are inherently corrupt, and that's why anarchy wouldn't work.
Certainly, and I think that what you and I just agreed to is the issue that you and Colin are agreeing to. That you're talking about the same thing, that people being given power is going to corrupt almost absolutely, so long as they choose to accept that power. And that's what a privatized security force is. Militia is constitutionally people who choose to take it upon themselves to defend the rights of the people who live in this country.
Are you saying
And
it's
I think
impossible
that's-
for a militia to ever become corrupt?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying constitutionally defined, a militia is people who defend the country against tyrants. That's what a militia is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
but
the
then-
problem.
I think the conflation of a militia and a private security force is inaccurate and is leading to the disagreement that you and Colin are coming upon, is what I'm saying.
Because at the end of the day, no matter what happens, the policing force, quote unquote, if you will be
The
contrived.
force in power,
Yes,
I think, is
enforced
to
in power.
avoid confusion.
Because at the end of the day, whether it's this community, if you will, because I live in an HOA, so the HOA has power over me. If this HOA was to decide to hire a private security force in absent of the police as defined by the state and whatever it is, I can see where the corruption would carry throughout. Because regardless of who has the power will corrupt absolutely.
Certainly.
And that is indeed the problem with anarchy throughout.
I think it's just definition issue.
Because definitely humans are
Semantics issue.
humans, and when humans gain power, they
it's
tend
denying
to.
human nature.
Well,
It's
it's
same with communism. It's denying human nature.
Human
And it-
nature-
Well, on anarchism, yes. I
yeah.
agree
Well,
with you.
human nature over. I don't know what we decide to call this thing. Let's just over constitutional rights, perhaps, is the best way to put it. Because there is no governmental form that protects human rights as prescribed through the Constitution other than the Constitution of the United States. I mean, I think it would
Which
be
doesn't protect
tough
them,
for
it just
anybody
defines
to.
them.
Yeah, I think it would be tough to argue anybody has better human rights over the Constitution of the United States. I mean, we have a pretty solid constitution of what is and is not a human right based off the Constitution. And whether you're talking about freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom to, I guess I don't really know how to form it that way, but I'm an infant anarchist. Give me a break here, okay? For God's sakes. But because
It's
corruption
a hard
is
stance to take for an infant anarchist.
it is a hard stance to take for an infant anarchist, except for the fact that you come back to
The only anarchists I know are commies, so that all of
oh
I'm not
shit.
even lying. Almost all of my communist friends call themselves
That's awesome.
anarchists.
Okay, then you
so
need to talk to
it's
Michael
kinda
Malice.
Funny. It's kind
So,
of funny. No,
All
yeah,
right.
I know.
I need Michael
know,
Malice to become your spirit animal, and then after
and
that,
I
we'll have
know-
this
I know.
conversation.
I think
Except
Michael
Michael
Malice
Malice
is
is the
dope,
Lord
but
of
I
Spirit.
Right.
I'm always come from
Because-
a place of moderation. I'm a moderate.
Moderation.
I'm a moderate, and I'm also someone that I think that anarchism is a form of extremism.
It's
I'm a moderate.
Yes.
Yes, and so I
think it
am
is the
very
extreme
much
of the human experience.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Let her finish.
But
Sorry.
I'm definitely like, I think that that's kind of the thing, is that I believe in more of like a centrist kind of viewpoint. Like, you're never gonna get
Yes.
everyone on board with fucking anarchism.
Yeah.
You know,
You are-
like,
Yeah, that's
You are correct
like,
to
that's
the
just-
extent that
and
you
there's
are. Yeah, you're asking people to deny their human nature, in which no one would become greedy, no one would become power
Yeah.
hungry, no one would
Nobody.
become ravenous for anything
Murderers.
else.
Without
Yeah.
Which is
all the rapists that exist in the world, like, oh, they're just gonna
throw them in a
participate
cage and torture
It's-
them. As far as I'm
I mean,
concerned.
no, because even
it's
that,
attainable,
I don't
but
really think.
extremely difficult and very borderline unrealistic. You know what
Also,
I'm
that's
saying?
why, like,
So what you're telling me is I really need to bone up on my anarchism.
You
no,
got to work
I-
on it. If you want to come correct to the Creatrix, you got to come correct, because it's, and this is no knock on you, because you've been
I'm
drinking,
working
but it's
on
a
it.
good thing that I was here to try and, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If you want to,
Unfortunately, yeah.
She knows what she's talking
She
about.
does
She's
know
not
what
wrong.
she's talking
She's
about.
very, very correct. That's the problem here. She's
Well, and
very correct.
Because the
You gotta
problem
come
becomes
correct
is
if you wanna challenge the
when you cut off the collective compared to the, because the easiest way to put it is when it comes down to states' rights. When a group of individuals decides this is the way what they want to live, there is no force on earth that should be able to prescribe to them a better way to live. And if they do not like that, and if they do not like that, they should just shut the fuck up and put him. But then slavery comes into play.
Well, this is the thing. Is
That's the problem. Like I said, like Donovan said, I am an infant anarchist, and it sounds real good to me right now, because I don't know a single problem.
drunk.
No,
No,
come
I'm
on now.
just kidding.
Because I don't know a single problem that we have today that the federal government in its totalitarian centralized control can fix better than the people that live around that particular situation.
You don't have to go to like the extreme of like anarchism. Like,
Why not?
I feel like there's a lot of other things you can do before that.
Fill me in.
Better.
States'
Fill
rights.
me in.
Well, you
Fill
said
me
it
in.
yourself, states' rights.
States' rights.
Decentralizing.
Minus slavery,
Have-
which is kind of a problem.
That's fine.
Well-
Decentralization does not immediately lead to
Yeah.
slavery.
But
Yeah,
it could,
what is it?
which is the gateway
Yeah.
drug.
What? Okay.
No, that's the
Indentured servitude and slavery are
That's-
the same exact thing.
It is.
And either
Hold
way,
on. What you're saying is the same argument that I just constructed for her about militias and the police force. One doesn't necessarily lead to the other.
No, it
As
does not.
we have seen, because there were states that were free that didn't have slavery.
Exactly.
And didn't have indentured.
Texas had a hard problem.
That's fine. There were plenty of others outside of Texas
Yeah.
that didn't have slavery and recognized people's right to be free regardless of the color of their skin.
Yes.
One does
Yeah.
not necessarily lead to the other. It's what you're saying now, and this is absolutely
The problem with
Chuck,
slavery-
What you're saying now
ahead.
is absolutely counter to everything you have said in podcasts prior to this. You believe in states' rights. You believe in
I
states'
believe in
rights.
states' rights.
So what are you saying right now?
I'm saying that Washington.
You believe that decentralization works. However,
Yes.
we live in a state that is so far left, if it was to decentralize, it wouldn't go the way that we want it. And it sounds like
That's
neither would her state.
I hate
No.
this guy. God damn it! He always brings me back to
That
reality.
doesn't mean that it's not the right path forward.
Yeah. This
Yeah,
is
no,
very
and I
true.
agree with that. Yeah, like I do believe in decentralization, and it's true that if my state with decentralization probably would go in some places that I wouldn't be about. But like
Shit
then
would
I
be bad.
could move. I'd have to move to another state that would be more on my level, hopefully.
If
So-
it decentralized, Virginia would have if Ralph
Slaves.
Northam was
Yep.
was
They'd
governor,
have slaves.
then they would have abortions up past 40 weeks till past the baby was born.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I'm saying? So decentralization, while it may be the best path forward,
Yeah.
may not be the best for
Has its
everybody,
flaws.
but that's why individual states have rights to make and craft those laws.
Yeah, but
This is what we've talked about this whole time, man.
Okay. So
We shouldn't have switched to tequila. You gotta stay
no, we
with whiskey
shouldn't
the
have
whole
switched to
time.
tequila. Yeah, because whiskey is
and
American.
water. Whiskey and
Oh
water.
my-
Damn right. Whiskey and bourbon is the American
Wait.
heritage.
So I'm gonna have
Let's
to leave
pull-
soon to go to Twitch stream.
That's right.
I'm surprised you're
Yeah,
still here.
we gotta cut it off soon.
I can do like one more question and then I'm gonna dip.
And then I'm gonna dip.
No, that's fine. I'm surprised you're still
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, we've 4.5 hours. Jesus Christ. Okay.
Yeah. Do you have a final?
I can recognize. I
We're
can
gonna let Colin
recognize
do it.
the fact that my anarchism is somewhat flawed in the black and white version of communism. I believe I have a hard time believing in the totalitarianism of the state. Unless, of course, they agree with me. And when I say agree with me, I say agree with me on the fundamentals of, say, freedom of speech.
Wait, so you're about like totalitarianism as long as
No.
they agree with you?
No. Yeah, see, this is the tequila talking. Jesus Christ.
That don't
I
make no-
fundamentally believe that it is not right for another person to tell you what rights you have. I believe the rights that we have are generally prescribed pretty well in the Constitution of the United States. And that you should be, as a person that is born in the freest country in the world, you should be entitled to those rights. Period, full stop. And any infringement on those rights is indeed an infringement that you should push back on. So whether it be the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the Third or Fourth, or the 14th Amendment, whatever it is, I think that... Let me boil it down to this. I don't know, man. All right.
Okay, I'll ask her a final question if you want.
You can ask her a final question. Go ahead.
This is a final
I just
question.
believe
It's
in the
very
Constitution of
simple.
the United States.
It's very simple, and then
Please.
I'm going to ask
Constitutional?
you.
Constitutionalism is legit.
Okay.
It's a series of small questions. Do you have any firearms experience?
No, I've only shot a gun once.
Are there weird, strict? Do you know? It's okay if you don't. Are there strict gun laws in Massachusetts?
Yes. I'm actually
There
so
are.
actually when my dad so right before my dad passed, my dad was very much pro guns. Like he loved guns and he really
Of
wanted me
course,
to get my gun
fundamentalist
license.
Christian. You got to be
It's
pro
something
gun.
that I promised him that I would get my gun license and that I would do it. I'm not like anti-gun. I'm pro gun. Like I would like a gun. I am somewhat scared of them,
Yeah,
but that's mainly just because like they're so powerful and like
exposure. And
I'm
stuff.
like I'm just like I'm afraid that I'm gonna hurt myself or like someone
Yeah.
else. But like yeah,
That's good. That's a good point.
I'm going to eventually get my gun license.
by gun license, you mean you have to get a license before you purchase a gun in Massachusetts
You have to get a license. Yeah, you have to take a course.
in order
have to
to
go to
purchase a firearm
Yeah.
of
Yes.
any variety?
Yes.
That's crazy. Do you have there's a difference between this is what I have to do and do you have an internal inherent problem with that?
With the fact that I have to do that, I think it's stupid.
Yes.
Yeah, it's stupid. Obviously, I think that
Yeah.
we should be able. I mean, I understand their argument.
But you
know,
don't
but
agree.
I don't agree. I get the argument, but I don't agree.
Word.
Because the argument is that, like, obviously we don't want fucking crazy psychopaths like getting guns, right? That's like, and we want people to be trained to use them.
Right.
But like, to be fair, I just think maybe we should make it easier to get gun grit training. Like, make it like maybe have it something taught in school.
Community
Maybe we have
based.
people-
Yeah.
Yeah,
School
yeah,
is a
like-
good thing. Yes.
like
a base in
and then
school.
yeah, like have people like learn how to use guns at an
Yes.
early age and have it be like very respected. You
Which
know,
is
like
not a
this
foreign
something-
concept.
A gun is something you respect and
Right.
you do not take it lightly. It's like a very because you don't want people to just like be playing with guns and shit. And like
Right.
obviously it's something that's like people would probably never get on board with. But
So an LDC in Massachusetts, the
The
license to carry, section 131 of the Massachusetts law. Just trying to pull this up real quick. Oh, it's a big one. The
Oh,
issuance
yeah,
and
there-
possession of a license to carry firearms shall be subject to the following conditions and restrictions. And it is long at that point.
Yeah.
yeah, dude, there's a lot. Like you can't. They have a lot of gun
The
laws
coastal
here.
states. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
I'm
remember
surprised.
when
It
my
is-
buddy
they've-
Matt tried to get a law, to try to get like a concealed carry, he ended up becoming an FFL in the process.
Probably easier to do.
It's probably easier to do as
And it
a
used to
federal
be-
licensed firearm
It
dealer.
used to be here in Washington that up until probably 2 years ago, that if you had your concealed pistol license, then you didn't have to wait the 10 days for your background check for your firearm. You could leave same day. And it's not that way anymore. And that's because every 5 years when you renew your concealed pistol license, you have to do a background check and fingerprinting anyway. So you already have a background check on file with the federal government.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
not like that anymore. There's a bunch of, in the last 2 or 3 years, there have been a bunch of really weird gun laws that have happened. There's actually a video that I did probably a year or 2 years ago about one that's called I-1639 that had a lot to do with like AR-15s, and you have to take a training course online, but it's free and unregulated on how it's done, and so you can literally go online and just print out a certificate and then go and buy the AR-15. But if you buy a lower receiver for an AR-15 to build one yourself, you don't have to take this course and you don't have to wait the 10 days. There's a bunch of really weird, circuitous things that just don't make sense, you know? And
Yeah.
I didn't get into guns until my wife was pregnant with my first son. And so that's, 3 years ago. And someone tried to get into her car when she was by herself at a gas station, and she came home, was very upset, obviously. And like, that was the first thing that she said was like, I want a gun, I was raised that only police need to have firearms. Like, no one needs them in their house and no one needs any of this stuff, and you just heard me now defend, obviously, the definition of a militia. So I feel very differently now. I think that it's very important, regardless of what level of preparedness people want to take or what level of firearms they want to own. I think it's very important, like you said, for people to be educated. For people to understand, have at least a basic understanding to help avoid accidents. Like we saw accidents, negligence, like we saw on the Rust set with Alec Baldwin. If you have a basic, even if
That
you
wasn't
aren't-
even a real gun, right? Wasn't it
it's
prop gun?
a prop gun, which is a real gun that is not supposed to have live rounds in it.
Yeah.
And the point there is that if you understand what is generally called the 4 basic tenets of firearm safety, you always know whether or not a gun is loaded. You check before you fire. You also don't point it in a direction of anything that you don't want to see destroyed, and you know what's behind the gun if you're going to shoot it. So even basic cursory firearm safety could have avoided something like that.
I know.
And
It's actually quite ironic because he's so anti-gun.
exactly.
That happened. Quite ironic. Like, I was just like,
Exactly.
oh.
Yeah. And
He's
someone in
probably
my
really anti-gun now.
I'm sure. I
Wow.
mean, there's a whole new push of, no guns should be used on sets at all. Only fake guns, and then done in CGI afterwards.
Yeah,
And
CGI.
I mean,
Avatar
I
kind
kind of
of.
assumed that. I didn't know they
It
were
does that.
using guns that could potentially kill people, to be
Yeah.
honest.
I almost assumed after Brain and Lee got killed, they would have just stopped doing it. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? After it happens one time, I figured they would just stop doing it.
But it's probably cheaper. It's cheaper.
Probably,
And
I'm
they're trying to cut costs. No, it's probably just cutting
A blank
costs.
round is
Everyone
probably- it's
cares
just
about the
gunpowder.
bottom line.
Right. A blank round is just gunpowder with
Yeah.
a false cap at the end.
Yeah.
So it's definitely cheaper than a regular round because there isn't
And
even a
CGI
projectile
is
in it.
expensive to
Exactly.
do and use, and I'm sure
Yeah.
that doing all of that, it's just easier
Yeah.
for them to just use that. And
No, I think that's good.
that makes
Yeah.
sense.
No, I think that's
that would
great.
make sense.
That Second Amendment, as we talked about earlier when you asked us if we were conservatives, right? That's one of the things that we talked about consistently because it's become such a big portion of my life. But even when we first started this podcast, if you go to the very beginning, there's a legitimate argument that Colin and I had about firearms ownership and AR-15s, in which I said private citizens don't need to own AR-15s. And I own an AR-15 right now. So
that's funny.
so the shift between the two, you know what I'm saying? So that's one of the reasons it's such a consistent theme that
I've been a bad influence.
well, that, like I said earlier, people could very easily say these are a bunch of conservative guys, but there are
Well, yeah.
a lot of other.
Well, you guys are. I mean, clearly, you guys are. Well, not you guys. I guess clearly, Colin's an anarchist, so I'd consider that not very conservative.
I don't know. I'm like a budding anarchist.
say-
all right, give me time.
He's a
say-
communist,
I'd say-
right? He's a communist.
I'm a communist.
Well, no, there is like a layer of anarchism in a lot of the new, I would say, the more neo-Marxist view of a lot of people I know that consider themselves neo-Marxists are also consider themselves anarchists that are
Well,
like to a degree anarchists. They
I can
believe
see how they line up.
in
Yeah.
like it doesn't make any sense. None of it makes sense because it's like you guys believe that everything should be equal, but you don't believe anyone should enforce the equality. How the fuck is that supposed to work? like you know, it's like all of these things that they're like, we like all of these ideas and we're gonna put them all together and pretend like they're gonna make sense. And it's like, guys, I don't mean to be the bearer of bad news, but like what you just said is literally just like a jumbled bunch of words, and it literally cannot exist in real life. Like,
I question the cooperation required. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess my real problem is the fact that I don't believe anybody can determine what my rights are and what they are not. And at the end of the day, I don't care who is in, quote unquote, in charge. They don't get to tell me what my rights are and what they are not. Like, my rights are prescribed pretty clearly through the Constitution. Maybe I'm a constitutionalist.
I mean, but the Constitution was also written by dudes. But like,
it was
either
written
way,
by dudes.
I agree. I think that there are a lot of things that should be considered human rights, but then people will like, you know, there's a lot of layers there because people will say healthcare is a right, right? That's a right.
Certainly.
People will say like, so then they're like, well, childcare is a right.
Certainly.
Food's now a right in Maine. Now food's a right, which like there's a lot of layers here. It's like, when do the rights stop? Like, where do we go here?
Protection,
water's
safety.
A right. Yeah. Where, like,
where do we stop?
I don't know. Where do we stop with the rights?
She's got you, Colin.
Yeah, where do we stop with the rights?
Colin,
because
I'm telling you, if you want to come to the Creatrix, you got to come correct.
I got to come correct.
What she's talking about.
Yeah, she knows what's up.
I'm going to give it to her. I have no choice but to give it to her. We're only honest on this podcast. She knows what she's talking about. She's got you.
At the tail end of the podcast, we've gotten here. We're here. How many questions did you write down that we actually got to? Like,
I don't even know. She obviously has to come back if she's willing. We'll see whether or not. She's going to take till tomorrow. She'll have to reflect on the experience and decide whether or not it was worth her time.
You better believe we're going to be there during your stream tonight.
Let go? Champagne party, let go?
Offie Farrier service. A right doesn't require the labor of another.
Oh, that's your brother.
That's my broski. Oh, shit. Right. He jumped in the chat. I gave him some shit earlier on the text.
I think that's very interesting.
I like that.
That is very interesting.
Yes.
Yeah,
do you have, Creatrix, Brandy, any closing thoughts?
Please.
Very, very interesting. In my opinion,
this has been a great goddamn episode.
Very entertaining podcast. I hope that you had a great time. We had a fantastic time with you here. Hopefully you didn't get too frustrated with us.
I can't believe it's over.
No. It was great. Yeah, I'm like very easygoing. I don't like I'll get like heated in the moment. I'm Italian, like, so like in the moment in discussion,
I'm Italian.
Like,
you Italian, which means you white, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So, but I don't ever really, I don't get mad or like actually angry or like dislike anyone or have any animosity towards anything that has like opposing. If I disagree with someone, I'm not going to be like, fuck that person. I don't feel that way at all. Like, I think that's stupid. People like that are stupid.
Stupid.
That's my final words.
I love it. Colin, do you have any closing lines? Anything else? Any finishing thoughts?
No, man. This has just been legit. I am just so satisfied with where we're at right now. Creatrix, you got a stream coming up, right? You're gonna jump on the Twitch.
Yeah.
I meant to talk to you about Twitch this whole time.
There's a lot of shit
you're just
going
to have to come back, honestly.
I'll have to come back.
So, you're going to be streaming soon?
Yeah.
What are you streaming tonight? You streaming Warframe?
Warframe.
Of course you are, you motherfucker. I can't get into this Warframe nonsense. I don't even know what's going on.
It seems very complicated.
It confuses me. I'm a big grand strategy guy. I like to play Civ. I like to play Total War.
Oh, I love Civ. That was the first game I ever streamed, was Civ 5. Civ 5 is way better than Civ 6, though. Civ 6
hard fucking yeah, Civ 5 is better than Civ 6.
I don't fuck with
But
Civ
you need to
6.
be on that Total War train.
Oh, wait,
That's all I'm saying.
if you play Civ 5, let go, like, I'll fucking whoop your ass.
Oh! Boom! Challenge fucking accepted.
Put it on our Patreon.
Yeah, go over to
Patreon.
Behind the paywall. Get behind the paywall, quick!
Wait,
this is unethical capitalism.
What Civ do you pick? I pick Egypt.
I mean, Egypt's close. I fuck with Egypt mostly, but I also like Scotland because they got golf courses. And I'm just saying the golf courses are a cultural W. There's no way around it. Every culture loves to play golf, and if you play Scots, you get a cultural victory. That's all I'm saying. Oh.
I want to see this now.
All right. So, Creatrix, you playing Warframe. What's up?
Yeah.
Hashtag Creatrix _1_. 1_.
Instagram 2_ on Twitter.
Yeah.
It is Instagram. It is Creatrix _TTV.
That's right.
As far as we go, we have our personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. That's a picture of me on my plate carrier. That's really funny. Big Bird Offie on both of those things. That's Colin. Obviously, you've been watching us this entire time on YouTube, Salt of the Streets, Facebook.com, fuck Facebook at Salt of the Streets, Instagram, Salt of the Streets, Patreon, Salt of the Streets, Discord, Salt of the Streets, everything, Salt of the Streets, saltofthestreets.com, obviously. How many more times can we say it? Salt of the motherfucking streets.
Boom! Salt the streets.
I think that's it. We want to thank you again.
And also at Creatrix _.
Underscore, possibly __, maybe
Yeah, depending on what's up.
TTV, depending on where you're at. So,
Yee.
So, did you have a good time, Creatrix?
I did.
right.
I enjoyed it. Good
All right.
combo.
Come on back. This is good
I
shit.
will. Yeah.
We didn't get to half of what I thought we were going to get
That's
to,
all right.
but I had a great time. I hope you had a great time. This is going to be good.
Yeah.
I'm going to jump on your stream right after this. Donovan, I'm sure, will as soon as he gets home. He's got about an hour-long drive before he gets home because he's OG as fuck. Comes out of the studio.
I have a baby and I'm the
right.
one that drives.
That's
how this
right. You
works.
got a little baby to take care of.
So with that, we have a closing line every week, Creatrix, that comes from a random show that I consumed this week. And if anybody who listens can tell me where this line came from, they get a free t-shirt along with some of these index cards. This is how I take all of my notes now, is through these index cards. So they're all handwritten in my tiny, tiny handwriting.
He's
And
got
they're
that tiny
all-
handwriting,
They're all
bro.
handwritten. Very
Yep.
feminine handwriting.
Yeah.
Thank you, I think. It's all capital letters. So some of those, some business cards, some stickers, some stuff. We'll send it out to you. We'll sign it. If you can tell me where this closing line came from.
All right, let's
Are
do
you
it.
prepared, Creatrix?
I'm prepared. I don't watch TV, but let go.
Let's do it.
It's an old one, so don't worry. Colin, I'm afraid you've tested positive for chlamydia, syphilis, gonorrhea, hepatitis, pancreatitis, trichomoniasis, non-gonoclonal urethritis. All the itises, really. And also, there's a host of osices.
What you're saying is I don't have COVID, so we good.
At least it's not COVID.
All right. Goodbye, everybody. We love you.